Chapter 210. The enemy had come faster than they had imagined. The clattering of iron hooves had just sounded in the distance when strange noises came from the rooftops. "Come, let's leave the room and go into the yard." Trunk's expression was calm as he hefted a long sword and led the way into the yard with the manticore. There was a wide yard in the center of the shop, surrounded by several large and small houses that surrounded the yard. If the enemy came to attack, and the power of their attacks directly passed through the walls and into the houses, they would be forced into a passive position if they wanted to leave after adding fire magic to it. In addition, the yard had been meticulously decorated by Han Shuo. Han Shuo had once told them that the 6 pillars contained great danger, but if they stood in a special position next to the pillars, they would instead be unaffected by the formation. The formation hadn't been activated yet, but if the 6 pillars were fiercely attacked, the formation would automatically react even without Han Shuo's orders. "We're not familiar with the things in the yard, so don't act rashly unless we have no other choice. But if we really can't withstand it, we'll attack the stone pillars and quickly hide in 6 safe places. Let's gamble." Emily walked into the yard and took out her staff as she spoke to the 3. The canopy of necromancy that Han Shuo had cast last time was no longer effective because it had been 2 days. Specks of starlight were embedded in the night sky like diamonds, adding a few scattered glimmers to the pitch-black night, allowing the people in the yard to roughly make out everything around them. Suddenly, a sharp whistle tore through the air as a small bone dagger, glittering with cold light, abruptly shuttled through the rooftops like a drifting ghost. The sharp whistle of the small bone dagger tore through the silence of the night. The dim light was extremely conspicuous and carried a cold, icy aura of death as it flew in an irregular, mysterious trajectory above the rooftops around the yard. A few soft poochie noises sounded in the dark corners where the little bone blade flew past. In those places where it was difficult to see, a hair-raising scream suddenly sounded. Then, 3 pitch-black figures fell to the ground in a sorry manner, falling from the roof to the courtyard with 3 put-on noises. When Trunks and the other 2 saw this, they immediately understood what had happened. When they saw the 3 people lying on the ground not far away, they didn't even think about it and went forward to stab them a few times. The 3 of them staggered as they tried to stand up, but under the 2 slashes of Trunks and Phoebe, their knees gave way and they fell down forever. With the 3 dead, Trunks and the other 2 looked at Han Shuo's room in shock. They saw that a corner of a window in the tightly shut room had been lifted open. The purple demon eye in the left eye of the little skull was spinning and flashing with a strange purple light. It was like a ball of purple willow, the wisp dancing behind the dark window. A white bone claw that was as white as jade leaned against the window, and the 5 white bones swayed continuously. The small bone dagger that was flying on the roof seemed to be controlled by the 5 bones of his hand, spinning in a random pattern. What a terrifying little skull. Trunks couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile as he sighed. "Look over there," Gilbert suddenly yelled. Following Gilbert's direction, the 3 saw 3 gray balls of air float out from the heads of the 3 people who had just died. When the 3 gray balls of air left their bodies, they seemed to be drawn by some kind of power and were sucked into 2 stone pillars at the side. If I'm not wrong, those 3 gray balls of air should be the souls of the 3 people who just died. When an ordinary person dies, their soul will return to the earth. Without the use of magic, ordinary people can't see it at all. As a dark archmage, Emily was a bit more knowledgeable in this area than the others. She frowned as she explained to the other 3. "Then why can we see it, and why can the stone pillars absorb the 3 gray balls of air?" Phoebe asked in confusion. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Emily turned her head to look at the room Han Shuo was in and said, "How would I know what's going on? If you want to understand all of this, wait until he wakes up and ask him yourself. This yard is full of oddities anyways, and it's all his doing. I don't think I'd understand even if he explained." She and Emily found it equally difficult to understand the mystery surrounding Han Shuo. When Emily said this, Phoebe could only shake her head with a wry smile. As the four spoke, the small bone dagger continued to whirl about on the roof. The three fellows who'd planned on ambushing had been caught off guard before they'd even gotten a clear look at the situation, and died a horrible death in an instant. It was truly an unjust injustice. However, these three were only scouts who'd come to investigate. Although they'd died, the enemies behind them hadn't been affected. Trunks and the others knew that the true battle was finally about to begin when the originally silent sounds of iron hooves suddenly died down. Suddenly, the whistling of the small bone dagger became even more intense. When the four looked over, the small bone dagger had already left the vicinity of the roof and was slicing through the night sky even further away. In the direction where the little bone dagger flew, two faint shadows gradually turned from blurry to clear. In the starry night sky, the two shadows were like two drifting clouds that were blown over by a light breeze. "It's two archmages, we need to be careful." Emily's heart jumped as she warned gravely. A scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of the small bone dagger as soon as Emily's words had sounded. The small bone dagger sparkled even more coldly under the illumination of the flames, and the surface of the bone dagger lit up with a blinding light. Suddenly, a few crossbow bolts tore through the air from below. 5 of the crossbow bolts missed, but only one accurately hit the small bone dagger, sending it flying into the distance. With a ding-dong sound, it landed on the street not far away. The sound of the door shattering suddenly sounded at this moment as footsteps rapidly approached. A line of more than 10 people wearing armor and wielding weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and bows filled the courtyard in an instant. The 2 archmages who'd floated over also stood on the roof without the threat of the bone dagger, watching the scene with cold eyes. "Trunks, you're here as well." The fire archmage who'd saved Florida last time in front of the Valley of Sunshine stood on the roof and looked coldly at Trunks. "Andy, you traitor, you still have the face to see me? The old chief treated you well back then. The magic staff in your hand was forged by someone else at great expense. To think that you'd be with that animal Florida after the old chief died." Trunks pointed the long sword in his hand at the fire archmage Andy and rebuked coldly. The old chief's death was an accident. He died at the hands of bandits in the surrounding mountain ranges and had nothing to do with Florida. It was all because you were jealous that Florida had become the chief of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band that you framed him. Andy looked disdainfully at Trunks and mocked him. "I think that with your intelligence, you should be able to tell what the truth is. Now that I've returned, I'll make all of you traitors pay the price." Andy first laughed loudly and then shook his head at Trunks with pity. "Today is the day you die. You won't have another chance in the future. Don't waste words with him. Loriton's men can appear at any time. We need to kill them immediately." The other mage who'd come with him said expressionlessly. There was a lightning pattern on the chest of this person's magic robe. It looked like he was a thunder archmage. He was around 30 years old and had a head of long gray hair. His body was as thin as a bamboo pole as he paced back and forth on the roof. "Got it," Andy replied impatiently. It seemed that he didn't have a good relationship with this lightning archmage. He then looked down with a slightly strange gaze and said in a strange tone, "Do it." There were more than 10 people in the courtyard, all of them made up of swordsmen, knights, and archers. The weakest among them were journeyman swordsmen and knights. There was also one person wrapped in a long green robe with a pointed hat up. His appearance couldn't be seen in the darkness, but there was a strong presence coming from his body. When Andy had spoken just now, he'd looked at this person indistinctly. His calm voice didn't sound like an order, but rather like he was seeking the opinion of an elder. The person's body suddenly moved as soon as Andy's words fell. An enormous silver sword light abruptly emanated from his body. The sharp sword light cut through the air as his body rose. The pointed hat on his head flew backwards, revealing a face that even Emily and Phoebe were familiar with. "Gabriel, it's you." Emily couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Gabriel was Clark's master and had the extraordinary strength of a great swordmaster. He'd always been by Griffin Legion Commander Asher's side. Who would have thought that he'd appear here? For a time, the ground in the courtyard crackled. Two of the Azura stone pillars were also bombarded by the lightning, flashing with dazzling light. A clang sounded from Gabriel's direction. Having gotten used to the little skull bone dagger's attacks, Gabriel's sword accurately struck the bone dagger and sent the spinning bone dagger crashing to the ground. Friend in the house, your miraculous techniques are admirable, but your sneak attack style is a bit despicable. Since you have such a miraculous technique, you should walk out of the house openly and fight me for real. Great Sword Master Gabriel naturally thought that this miraculous technique of controlling the bone dagger had come from Han Shua, who had been cultivating in the house in silence. Although he'd seen the little skull's slightly strange gesture of flipping his 5 white fingers, he wasn't willing to believe that such a strange attack had come from a low-level dark creature. However, what the little skull was doing below immediately shattered his understanding. As soon as Gabriel finished speaking, the left eye of the little skull, who had been standing behind the window, suddenly lit up with a purple light. He leapt out of the window and faced Gabriel's provocation head-on. The 5 white bones on his right hand hooked, and the bone dagger on the ground suddenly flew up with a whoosh and landed in his bony claw like lightning. Gabriel couldn't react for a moment. He stared at the little skull in disbelief and was momentarily stunned. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. He saw the little skull bend his body, and the 7 bone spurs on his back suddenly flew out and shot towards him like 7 bolts of lightning. Oh my God! A cry of surprise that only Gabriel could hear came from his mouth. Gabriel then once again became a passive defender. He condensed his silver fighting aura on his longsword and formed a tight defense around him, bitterly resisting the 7 bone spurs' flying attacks. The little skull wielding the bone dagger danced as he dashed into the attacking mercenaries. The miraculous little skull revealed his cruel side. With a bend of his leg bone and a flick, the little skull's body was like a bolt of lightning as he landed in the midst of these people. The bone claw in his empty left hand suddenly stabbed out, and with a "pu" sound, 5 bloody holes appeared in the chest of a middle-ranked swordsman. Blood flowed out like a fountain. With a swing of the bone dagger in his right hand, the head of a nearby mercenary flew high up from his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere from the decapitated neck, dyeing the white bones of the little skull a bewitching blood red. 2 arrows whizzed through the air and hit the bones of the little skull's back and chest with a "dang-dang" sound. The 2 arrows fell to the ground with a clatter sound, but there were only 2 white scratch marks on the bones of the little skull's chest and back. The 2 arrows didn't seem to have harmed the little skeleton, but the little skeleton was affected as well. His body, which had been moving swiftly, couldn't help but stagger a bit when he was hit by 2 arrows from the front and 1 from the back. A few mercenaries nearby took advantage of this opportunity to greet him with their swords and spears. For a moment, "dang-dang" sounds came from his white bones. This series of attacks seemed to have stunned the little skull. Even the miraculous manipulation of the 7 bone spurs had suddenly stopped. The 7 bone spurs that were originally flying around Gabriel and attacking him spun uncontrollably and hit an Azura stone pillar to the side with a "ding-dang-dang" sound. As if they had triggered some sort of restriction, a cold wind suddenly blew in the courtyard and a thick aura of death suddenly spread in all directions. The dark sky was covered by the aura of death, and not a single speck of starlight shone down. Only a blood-red evil light soared into the sky from the center. The 6 white bone pillars that had been deathly silent suddenly emitted a terrifying howl. The sharp howl, like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves, made one's scalp go numb. It was as if a malicious ghost was lying next to one's ear and licking one's earlobe with its blood-red tongue. Some of the ghostly images on the stone pillars came to life in an instant, each of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The 6 stone pillars seemed to have become 6 evil beasts with thousands of tentacles, constantly waving all kinds of ghostly claws and attacking all living things in the surroundings. Hurry and hide. Emily yelled when she saw that the demonic formation in the courtyard had been triggered. The few people who already knew what was going on had already started moving when Emily cried out in alarm. They hurriedly stood in the safe spots that Han Shua had instructed them to. Footsteps sounded again from outside. Another dozen or so people from the Cairo mercenary band had been standing guard around the shop. They couldn't help but rush in when they saw that they hadn't taken care of the people inside after so long. They all stood in the courtyard. Dark Grand Magus Edwin and the Calamity Church's female alchemist Belinda stood together on a large tree 3 shops away. They looked at the place where the blood-red light was flashing and the ghostly winds were howling. Can it be that the legendary curse of the evil god has really happened? Belinda's eyes were filled with shock as she spoke to Edwin. I don't know, the presence inside is very strange. Even I don't know what's going on. Let's not go near for now and see what's going on first. Edwin shook his head in confusion. Chapter 2:12. What's going on, what's going on? I can't see anything. Someone's attacking me, what's going on with this courtyard? Everyone be careful, this is the strangest place in the Valley of Sunshine. The evil god's curse must have flared up. Retreat, everyone leave the courtyard. No one will be able to escape once the evil god's curse flares up. Panicked shouts rang out from the mouths of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members who'd entered the courtyard. These people had obviously heard of the legend of this shop, and when they saw the sudden change, they all tried to leave immediately, trembling with fear. However, the first illusory formation had already begun to take effect as soon as the formation had been activated. Apart from Emily and the others who'd chosen a safe spot to stand in, everyone else from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who'd rashly barged in couldn't see their surroundings clearly under the dense aura of death. Under these circumstances, a few white shadows suddenly shot out from the deep well in the center of the courtyard. The water ghosts sensed the presence of living people and started attacking the mercenaries next to them without hesitation. In that instant, the 3 mercenaries felt a chill in their bodies, as if a liquid had invaded their bodies. In a trance, their minds were muddled, as if they'd been tempted by a voice. They couldn't help but jump into the deep well one after another. With 3 plopping sounds, the 3 of them jumped into the well of their own accord. When they sensed the cold well water, their muddled minds immediately regained clarity. When they wanted to climb out of the well without a care for anything else, their bodies were already completely out of their control. They couldn't move a single step in the well, and instead sank bit by bit. 3 despairing shouts suddenly rang out from the well. The voices were filled with boundless terror and despair, causing the scalps of the mercenaries in the courtyard to go numb. It was also at this moment that they finally realized that this courtyard was indeed filled with many unknown dangers. It was with this realization that they immediately gave up on the idea of staying here. Each of them moved quickly in the courtyard according to their memories, trying to leave this evil and dangerous place as fast as possible. However, the courtyard, which was not very wide, suddenly became infinitely long and distant. They retreated according to their own memories. Their flying bodies should have left this place long ago, but unfortunately, they could never feel the end. Shrill howls like ghosts and howls like wolves continued to scream in their ears. The illusion suddenly attacked them, and another version of themselves appeared in front of them. Holding a sharp weapon in their hand and wearing a hideous smile on their face, they began to attack them mercilessly. The fear brought about by this phenomenon instantly destroyed their willpower, causing their fighting spirit to completely collapse. Screaming in fear, crying helplessly, and waving the weapons in their hands indiscriminately. In an instant, all the mercenaries inside fell into a state of madness and irritation. Facing his other self's cruel attack, no matter how determined the mercenary was, he still found it hard to accept it. He was equally terrified and agitated as if he had gone mad. Just like that, all of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries that had entered the courtyard went crazy in an instant and started to fight amongst themselves. Cries of despair, screams of extreme pain, and the sounds of metal clashing rang out from every corner of the courtyard. Emily and the other three, who were in a few safe spots, had their vision affected and couldn't see what was happening in the courtyard at all. However, the mixed cries and screams made them realize that the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries were currently in an unforgettable situation. More often than not, a shrill scream would abruptly stop, signifying the disappearance of a life. Afterwards, they could see a wisp of gray air being absorbed by the Shura pillars beside them. As the souls disappeared one by one, the Shura pillars that had absorbed these souls seemed to provide an even greater amount of evil energy to the formation in the courtyard, causing the chilly winds in the courtyard to grow stronger and the aura of death to spread faster and thicker. Andy and the Thunder Archmage could only watch helplessly as the strange changes occurred in the courtyard. The thick aura of death covered the sky above the courtyard, and apart from a beam of blood-red light shooting into the sky from the center, there was nothing else that they could see. Just like Emily and the others, the sounds of despair and helplessness continued to reverberate in their ears. Unlike Emily and the others, Andy and the other mage felt their scalps go numb and their hearts tremble. They didn't dare cast their fire and thunder magic recklessly because they couldn't distinguish their targets. They could only stand anxiously on the roof, scratching their ears and cheeks as they tried to find a suitable solution. While everyone's vision was affected, Little Skull, who had been standing in the center of the courtyard, had his purple left eye flash with a strong light. He was like a graceful gentleman strolling leisurely through a ball. Little Skull wielded the bone dagger in his hand and took a brisk pace as he walked unhurriedly through the mercenaries who had fallen into a state of frenzy and were waving their blades wildly. As he reached out with his left bony claw, 5 bloody holes appeared on the bodies of the mercenaries, or their necks were directly twisted off. The bone dagger flashed with a cold light as it drew a beautiful arc in the air, ending with a mournful scream. This meant that a life had been lost. As the attacking mercenaries fell one by one, the great swordmaster Gabriel became Little Skull's final target. Gabriel was much more difficult to deal with than he'd imagined. The silver sword veil covered his surroundings, and his eyebrows twitched. Although he was also affected by the formation, he didn't rush to attack everything around him, and only firmly defended his position. It was this extremely conservative approach that caused him to receive the weakest attacks. The mercenaries who were close to him were all blocked by the sword light due to the difference in strength between them. However, these mercenaries either killed each other or were easily slaughtered by Little Skull. Gabriel's body wasn't affected much apart from the severe loss of fighting aura. When Little Skull got close to Gabriel, it wasn't that easy to take Gabriel's life with the same method. With the attitude that he didn't want to make any mistakes, Great Swordmaster Gabriel firmly defended his position, condensing his silver fighting aura into a screen and tightly defending himself. When Little Skull arrived, he was also helpless against the Great Swordmaster's pure defense. Beside Gabriel, Little Skull rubbed his smooth skull in annoyance. His purple demon eye spun as he seemed to be thinking of a good countermeasure. Who dares ignore the existence of the Cairo mercenary band and commit murder in Tanai? Loriton's explosive roar came from afar, sweeping over like the great waves of the ocean. Following Loriton's explosive roar, the sound of heavy footsteps rapidly approached from afar. Not good, the thunder monster is here, we have to retreat immediately. The Thunder Archmage on the roof suddenly called out lowly. But Gabriel is still down there. Andy also had a face full of anxiety as he looked worriedly at the yard below and called out softly. We can't care about that anymore. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when the thunder monster arrives. Of course, if you want to die, I won't let you stay either. The Thunder Archmage said faintly and didn't look at Andy again. He used the levitation spell to rise into the air and fly off into the distance. Andy froze for a while and finally shook his head helplessly. He stomped his foot and also used the levitation spell to fly off, following behind the Thunder Archmage and disappearing into the night. After Andy and the Thunder Archmage left, Edwin and Belinda silently followed from a nearby tree. At this moment, the aura of death and Ian in the yard was quickly absorbed by the 6 stone pillars. Starlight reappeared in the yard in an extremely short amount of time, and the effects of the formation had been withdrawn. Apart from the corpses littering the ground, only Gabriel was left, still brandishing his sword. "Kill him!" Gilbert suddenly yelled out and grabbed a battle-axe from a mercenary's corpse, rushing towards Gabriel with a howl. Belinda and Trunks also knew that this was a rare opportunity. They brandished their weapons at the same time and rushed towards Gabriel as fast as they could, combining the strength of Little Skull Gilbert to launch fierce attacks at Gabriel. Gabriel reacted quickly when the threat of the formation had disappeared. He only needed to take a quick look at the surroundings to know that this operation had completely failed. Gabriel moved without any hesitation and leapt towards the roof. It was also at this moment that the attacks of Gilbert and the others arrived. Gabriel waved his long sword and silver fighting aura flared up, sending the rocks on the roof flying to block the attacks behind him. The flying battle-axe blocked a large chunk of the rocks with a series of explosions. The bone dagger whistled through the air, not only shattering the remaining rocks, but also posing a great threat to Gabriel. When the long sword swung, an arc of light suddenly appeared and finally pushed Little Skull's bone dagger to the side. However, the two waves of fighting aura from Trunks and Phoebe finally reached Gabriel. A ghastly cry rang out from Gabriel's mouth as he staggered. His rapidly flying body suddenly became crisscrossed with sword marks, and it was obvious that he'd been seriously injured. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he fled in a panic. Emily had used a levitation spell to take to the air and was just about to chant a dark magic spell to give Gabriel the final blow when a fierce arrow shot out from nowhere like a bolt of cold lightning. The arrow was swift and carried with it a cold aura. Emily could already feel the icy aura contained in the arrow even before it neared her. Emily had been about to chant an offensive spell when she abruptly stopped herself. Her body that had been flying towards the roof suddenly dropped down from the air. However, that cold arrow was still relentless. It carried with it a frightening coldness and viciousness as it shot towards Emily's slender, white neck like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, there was no time to chant any spells. Gilbert and the others were all in the courtyard, and the ferocious attack had just been launched. Be it speed or combat aura, they couldn't save Emily in a short time. The person who had shot this arrow had a grasp and understanding of timing that had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The arrow that had been infused with ice magic was fast beyond imagination, and so vicious that it made one's heart tremble. Despair was written all over Emily's pretty face as she lost all hope and illusions in that moment. There was only one thought left in her mind: am I going to die? However, there were no absolutes in this world. In this moment of certain death, a red light that tore through the dark void appeared next to Emily and accurately struck the arrow that was about to take her life. There was a crack as the arrow shattered inch by inch. The frigid aura was unable to condense in that instant and instantly spread in all directions. Emily paced back and forth on the bridge of helplessness, her heart filled with the ecstasy of surviving a calamity. When she focused her attention on the front, she saw the demon's lair edge hovering in front of her. In that instant, incomparably satisfied happiness filled her heart like giant waves. Emily's deep love for Han Shoa at this moment was as deep as the boundless ocean. "You won't be so lucky next time." A cold and delicate voice came from afar. A slender figure flew away from the roof of the row of houses, like a swan dancing in the lake. Trunks and the others were unable to restrain their anger as they all leapt up and landed on the rooftops, intending to take down this extremely dangerous female archer. "Don't chase." At this moment, Han Shoa's low voice sounded from within the room. The room door opened and a sinister-looking Han Shoa appeared. His entire body glowed with bloody light, and a thick killing intent emanated from his body. His pupils were blood red, and his expression was evil and callous to the extreme. He was like an evil god from hell that had broken through his shackles and descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, Emily, Trunks, and the others were completely shocked by Han Shoa's current appearance and aura. They all subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at Han Shuo with a somewhat unfamiliar expression. The current Han Shuo's aura and expression were too evil, completely different from his usual behavior. Chapter 213. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo forcibly suppressed his raging bloodlust. The urge to go on a killing spree slowly subsided as he took a few deep breaths. In the eyes of Trunks and the others, as Han Shuo took a few deep breaths, his originally callous and bloodthirsty appearance, specks of bloody light and ferocious killing intent slowly disappeared without a trace. In the end, he once again returned to the appearance they were familiar with. "What's wrong with you?" Emily let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Han Shuo had returned to normal. Her beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo with worry as she asked hastily. "My martial arts technique has just reached an unfamiliar realm. It's the hardest to control one's mental state in this realm. I'm not familiar with this new realm yet, so I lost my composure a bit." Han Shuo's expression returned to normal as he revealed a faint smile and explained to everyone. "You gave me a fright. Your expression and aura just now were extremely evil and terrifying. It made my heart tremble just looking at you." Trunks looked deeply at Han Shuo and said with lingering fear. The little skeleton was the only one who didn't show any signs of abnormality. When he saw Han Shuo appear, the little skeleton waved his arms and legs in joy, gesticulating something. From time to time, he would point at the corpses all over the ground, as if telling Han Shuo about his accomplishments. Chuckling in relief, Han Shuo could feel Little Skull's desire to show off, as if waiting for Han Shuo's praise. "Come here, stinking brat. Not bad." He waved his hand and waited for the little skeleton to obediently walk towards Han Shuo with the bone dagger in hand. Han Shuo reached out and rubbed the little skeleton's smooth, jade-like skull. The little skeleton's purple left eye swiveled about as he smacked his white jaw repeatedly. He appeared to be very satisfied. "Honored master, you're so biased. You've never treated me so kindly before." Gilbert complained when he saw Han Shuo spoiling Little Skull so much. Little Skull had been by Han Shuo's side ever since he was still an errand boy. In the beginning, he'd just been throwing away junk and helping Han Shuo with some trivial matters. As Little Skull grew stronger, he'd helped Han Shuo deal with a few crises. This kind of relationship wasn't something that Gilbert could compare to. Han Shuo glanced at Gilbert and was about to say something when he suddenly creased his brows and cast his gaze towards the door he'd come in from. Lorton of the Cairo mercenary band was like an iron tower as he walked through the door. Harris and a group of experts followed behind him. Lorton had a burly figure, and his weight was probably a bit heavier than a warhorse. His footsteps made dull thumps as he walked. "What's going on? Where are the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band?" Lorton yelled out in a voice as loud as a bell. Pointing at the corpses all over the ground, Han Shuo smiled. "Aren't they all on the ground?" Lorton's brow furrowed when he heard these words and focused his attention on the ground. He opened his mouth to list the names one by one as if he was reciting his family's treasures: Angelo, Turridge, Gilia. His expression was replaced with astonishment when he heard Lorton's words. When he finally lifted his head to look at Han Shuo, his face was full of shock as he said, "You killed all of them? Perhaps, the curse of the evil god may have helped us." Han Shuo smiled mysteriously and shrugged his shoulders as he replied carelessly. "These people are indeed from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, and some of them are even the core members of the band. I hadn't thought that you would be able to kill so many experts. You've truly helped us greatly." Harris couldn't conceal the excitement on his face when he walked in, and even his voice sounded a bit louder than usual. "Just what's going on?" Lorton was greatly puzzled by Han Shuo's answer and couldn't help but ask. "Lorton, you're late. You only arrived after the battle had ended. It looks like your Cairo mercenary band isn't as fast as we'd imagined." Trunks flicked a glance at Han Shuo and spoke on behalf of Han Shuo. Trunks, you also know that every place in the Valley of Sunshine needs to be guarded. Our Cairo mercenary band couldn't possibly have stationed most of our men here just for this place. Lorton said and then snorted coldly with an annoyed expression, Florida is too arrogant. How dare he ignore our existence? Those who ambushed you didn't even bother to hide their faces, it's obvious that they don't care about us at all. Chief Lorton, I hope you'll be a bit more timely next time. The matters here have already concluded and there's likely nothing else worth your attention. Han Shua suddenly thought of something after saying this and looked at Lorton with a frown. There's a great swordmaster called Gabriel amongst those who ambushed us this time. He's one of Asher's men, the chief of the Griffin Legion in nearby Valen City. I don't know if the Cairo mercenary band is connected to Asher, I hope you'll pay attention. Great Swordmaster Gabriel. Lorton cried out in surprise. He obviously didn't know of this matter and his expression was a bit grave. Nodding, Han Shua said, correct, this person is the master of Asher's eldest son, Clark. He's always been by Asher's side. I hadn't thought that he'd leave Asher this time and mix with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Don't worry, I'll investigate all of this. Alright, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. Lorton's face darkened and he seemed to be thinking about something as he said a bit anxiously. Wait, I've left the Valley of Sunshine for too long and don't know much about Florida's strength. It's best if you can give us detailed information on the experts and strength of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. A Thunder Archmage and a female archer with amazing archery appeared today. One of our companions was almost injured by the female archer this time. We need detailed information on the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Trunks hastily spoke up when he saw that Lorton was about to leave. Female archer. Lorton cried out once again and then said gravely, then it must be the female elf Maxine. She's a divine archer proficient in water, thunder, and wind magic. She can fuse all three elements into her archery and shoot arrows with terrifying power. This woman is very difficult to deal with. It's said that she's a fiancée that Florida's grandfather found for him. Her origins are very mysterious and she doesn't seem to have a harmonious relationship with Florida. She hasn't spent much time in the Valley of Sunshine in the past few years, but she'll still lend a hand whenever the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band is in danger. It looks like she's back. Who's that Thunder Archmage? It was Emily's turn to ask this time. He's called Asa and joined the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band half a year ago. I'm not too sure of his origins, but he's vicious and merciless. He gets along well with Florida. He's taken care of some of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's shady dealings in the past half a year. He's deeply trusted and thought highly of by Florida. Lorton seemed to be quite familiar with the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He didn't hesitate at all when faced with Trunks and Emily's questions and explained in great detail. Apart from these two, what other experts have joined the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in the past few years? Trunks continued to ask. Lorton furrowed his brow and mused for a moment. He turned his head to look at Harris and said, give them a copy of the information we've gathered. Harris started and then nodded. He took out a scroll from his space ring and handed it to Trunks. There's some information on the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band here. It should be more detailed than what Miss Emily knows. It looked like Harris and the others already knew Emily's identity. Tanai was the true ruler of the Valley of Sunshine, and the identities of some people couldn't be hidden from them. Trunks glanced at the scroll and nodded at Han Shua. He then smiled at Lorton, it's very detailed. We'll help you take care of Florida before the Great War. If that's really the case, I'll be very grateful to you. Not only will I give this shop to you unconditionally, but Miss Phoebe's Merchant Guild will also be exempt from all taxes in Tanai. Lorton laughed heartily and turned to walk outside with large strides. Behind him, Harris looked at Trunks and reminded, the back of the scroll is a map of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's residence. There are detailed notes on the hidden and open sentries. Destroy this scroll after you've seen it. Don't let it fall into the hands of others, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Nodding in understanding, Trunks smiled coldly, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Harris and Trunks had known each other for a long time and naturally knew of the irreconcilable hatred between Trunks and Florida. He finally said, "Good luck." After Loriton and the others left the shop, Han Shuo said lowly, "Loriton has a good plan, but we can't follow his plans if we want to gain a foothold in the Valley of Sunshine. Tunai doesn't just have the Cairo Mercenary Band and the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. I know that there are a few other powers that aren't small either. I think they want to replace the Cairo Mercenary Band's position and take control of the Valley of Sunshine." Trunks started and then asked Han Shuo, "What do you want to do?" Chuckling darkly, Han Shuo looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "It's a dark and windy night today. The Valley of Sunshine has already been in chaos for a while. I'll make use of this opportunity to make it even more chaotic." Chapter 214. In glorious Tunai, apart from the strongest Cairo Mercenary Band and the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, there were also the slightly weaker House of Menlo and the Katter Orc tribe. It was said that the House of Menlo was originally a great noble of a small country. They had their own private army and wanted to rebel against the small country, but failed in the end when their plans were exposed. After the battle with the royal army of the small country, the House of Menlo threw away their armor and fled. With their strength greatly reduced, they finally arrived at the Valley of Sunshine. When they arrived at the Valley of Sunshine, they only had 300 soldiers. However, during the chaos of war, the House of Menlo had looted a large amount of wealth from the nobles of that small country. When they arrived at the Valley of Sunshine, they used this fortune to recruit over 1,000 experts of various professions in a few short years. Their strength was only second to the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. The House of Menlo was currently the wealthiest power in the Valley of Sunshine. Patriarch Sawyer Menlo had always wanted to control the Valley of Sunshine, recruit more soldiers, and kill his way back to his homeland to obtain all the power in that country. The Katter Orc tribe was a small tribe of orcs. They had originally lived in the bitterly cold lands, but after many hardships, they had migrated to the Valley of Sunshine and lived in a mountain range near the Valley of Sunshine. There were only 500 to 600 orcs in this tribe, but each of them was a warrior that was extremely difficult to deal with. The orcs of the Katter tribe mainly earned enough commission by protecting orc merchants. It was said that the money they earned was all used to support their wives, children, and elders back home. This power wasn't too big or too small, but the current chief of the Katter tribe had always wanted to enter the Valley of Sunshine and obtain more benefits and gold coins by controlling the Valley of Sunshine. The Cairo Mercenary Band, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Katter tribe were currently the 4 strongest powers in the Valley of Sunshine. Among them, the Cairo Mercenary Band was the strongest, with over 2,600 mercenaries proficient in battle. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was second, but they also had around 2,000 mercenaries. Then came the House of Menlo's 1,500 soldiers, and finally the Katter tribe's 500 to 600 orc warriors. Out of the 4 powers, only the Cairo Mercenary Band that controlled the Valley of Sunshine was able to gather all of their troops in Tunai. The other 3 powers had only set up a base in Tunai, with all of their troops stationed in the mountain ranges around the Valley of Sunshine. This information wasn't difficult to obtain. Han Shuo had learned everything from Emily not long after he'd arrived in the Valley of Sunshine. It was clear to everyone that the 4 powers didn't get along with each other. Each power wanted to occupy the Valley of Sunshine and use its enormous resources to quickly increase their own strength in order to obtain greater benefits. The Cairo Mercenary Band, which originally only had 1,000 people, had more than doubled their numbers in the short span of a few years after they'd taken control of the Valley of Sunshine. This was all because they'd obtained a large sum of gold coins after taking control of the Valley of Sunshine and attracted even more experts to join them. To the Cairo Mercenary Band, it was an excellent idea to greatly reduce the strength of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band without harming their own strength. Comparing a mere shop to the Valley of Sunshine, this deal was a huge profit no matter how one looked at it. It was because he understood the situation in the Valley of Sunshine that Han Shua's heart was filled with ambition. That was why he'd started to think for himself and for the mercenary band that he'd just established. Trunks, take your old comrades and make a trip to the house of Menlo. Cover your faces and stir up some trouble tonight. Kill a few people and set a few fires. Han Shua looked at Trunks and said with a smile. You're saying to make the house of Menlo think that another power did it? Trunks' expression changed as he asked. They definitely won't suspect us if the house of Menlo is attacked because we don't have the strength to do so. There's no need to make them our enemy. They'll definitely suspect the other three powers in the end. Han Shua explained. Trunks nodded and a trace of a sinister smile hung on his face. I think I'm up to the task. I've long since gotten used to the open and veiled struggles among these powers when I was in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Alright then, be careful. As long as you don't expose your identities, do your best to wreak havoc. Han Shua chuckled. Trunks didn't say anything else and hurriedly left under the cover of the night. It looked like he was planning on making a move tonight. After Trunks left, Han Shua said darkly to Emily and the others, since the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has already made a move against us, we can't let them look down on us, can we? Come, let's take a stroll around as well. We'll go to the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and kill a few people for fun. Now that Han Shua's group had a good relationship with the Cairo mercenary band, it was very convenient for them to enter and exit the Valley of Sunshine. However, Han Shua's group didn't leave through the main gates of the Valley of Sunshine this time. Instead, they used Gilbert's ability to fly after transforming into a dragon to fly out of a secluded area in the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine had its own rules. Under normal circumstances, even archmages who could fly couldn't use the levitation spell to enter and exit the Valley of Sunshine. If they were discovered by the Cairo mercenary band, they would be detained and interrogated. The moonlight was like water as it sprinkled down on the vast expanse of white. The accumulated snow hadn't melted yet, and the snow-covered mountains and towering ancient trees displayed a different kind of beauty under the moonlight. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was located in a small mountain valley to the east of the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shua and the others, who were riding on Gilbert, could see Tanai on the small mountain in the distance. There were rows of short houses built with red tiles. There was a medium-sized hot spring in the center of the small mountain valley. Steaming hot mist floated above the water, enveloping the small mountain valley in a white mist. There were many fresh flowers and plants planted around the hot spring. Because it was close to the hot spring, the surrounding plants weren't affected by the cold winter and actually bloomed with many beautiful flowers. Strong and sturdy mercenaries were scattered around the small valley, looking around cautiously. They were always on the lookout for an enemy invasion. On a cliff above the mountain valley, Han Shua had Gilbert stop. Han Shua smiled coldly as he looked at the small mountain valley below. Perhaps someone will make a move earlier this time. Phoebe and Emily both revealed puzzled expressions when they heard these words. They looked at Han Shua in confusion, and it was Phoebe who asked, "What's going on?" Dark Grand Magus Edwin and that female alchemist Belinda of the Calamity Church were watching from a distance when I was in the shop. Before I stopped my cultivation, I sensed their location. When Andy and his companion left, they chased after Andy. Edwin and Belinda followed behind Andy first, and then Gabriel and the female archer Maxine. Edwin and Belinda should be in the mountain valley below now. If they've come to kill Florida, then they've helped us greatly. Han Shua responded slowly as he looked at the mountain valley below. Then what should we do now? She didn't know when it had started, but with Han Shua around, Emily had gotten used to letting Han Shua decide everything. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Han Shua said, "Only half of the long night has passed. We still have a lot of time, so why don't we wait for a while?" Time flew by, and after roughly half an hour, intense magical pulses suddenly emanated from the grandest red-tiled house in the center of the small mountain valley below. Under the cool moonlight, an armored puppet beast that looked like a three-eyed evil god suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was made of black iron armor. The golem's enormous body charged straight for the magnificent building as soon as it appeared, and a thick iron tail swept out, sending the red-tiled house's tiles flying and rumbling. At the same time, an earth-shattering rumble came from the place where the strong magical wave was. 3 hands of death appeared out of thin air and floated into the magnificent building through the window, wantonly destroying everything inside. Edwin and the others have made their move, we can't just sit around either. Han Shuo chuckled coldly as the murderous aura around him grew thicker. The evil and merciless expression from before once again appeared on his face. Honorable Master, what should I do? Gilbert was excited once again. His dragon-shaped voice was loud and resonant. Carry the 2 of them and fly above the valley. Do your best to destroy all the buildings in the valley, and spit out all the poison flames. Immediately fly away from the Valley of Sunshine if you encounter any attacks that might harm you. Don't wait for me, no one can stop me if I want to leave. Han Shuo's expression was cold and savage as he laughed wildly and dove down like a hawk. A bloody light flickered from his body as his eyes turned blood red. He'll be fine, right? When Han Shuo had flown down, Phoebe had already discovered Han Shuo's strangeness and couldn't help but ask Emily. Do as he says. Emily responded and stomped her foot, urging Gilbert, Dark Dragon, what are you waiting for? A small, skinny figure followed Han Shuo at this moment and floated down through the air. The little skeleton flailed his arms and legs as he flew down, like a kite with a broken string. However, the 7-bone spurs on his back swayed back and forth midway, stabilizing his swaying body. He followed closely behind Han Shuo in a strange trajectory as he descended into the mountain valley. Chapter 215. In the bloodthirsty realm, demonic cultivators were extremely easily angered and irritable. Only in the midst of bloodthirsty slaughter could one comprehend the mysteries of this realm. Only in the midst of bloodthirsty slaughter could a demonic cultivator clearly understand themselves. If one wanted to break through this realm, endless slaughter was the fastest way. However, it was extremely easy for demonic practitioners to go berserk in the midst of slaughter. If one wasn't careful and lost control of their mind, it would be difficult to recover, and they would completely devolve into a lunatic monster that only had the instinct to kill. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to control one's self in this realm. Slaughter was the fastest way to break through, but it could also be a path of no return. When Han Shuo had flown down from the cliff, his hatred towards Florida had increased immeasurably, including the female archer called Maxine, who had almost dealt a fatal blow to Emily. His heart, which had calmed down, now beat much faster than usual. His magical yuan was abundant, and the demon infant was filled with a surging vitality. After the demon infant had absorbed the pure power of the soul contained within the purple demon eye, Han Shuo's stagnant true demon realm had broken through. Although Han Shuo had thoughts of going on a killing spree from time to time after reaching the bloodlust realm, his strength had indeed increased by leaps and bounds. Now, even if Florida was at his peak, Han Shuo still had the confidence to kill him head-on. Even if he didn't make use of the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shuo was confident that he could fight Edwin and escape unscathed. A murderous aura appeared in the form of a dense black mist, curling around Han Shuo's body. The swooping Han Shuo looked like a black cloud from afar as he dove down. There were 2 blood-red eyes within the cloud, and the eerie, sinister light within was enough to make one's heart tremble. At this moment, Tunai Mountain had long since fallen into chaos due to Edwin and Belinda's actions. Edwin and Belinda had joined hands and were dealing a destructive blow to the magnificent building, seeming to want to raze it to the ground. From Harris's scroll, Han Shuo knew that the magnificent building was where Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band lived. It looked like Edwin's trip to the Cairo mercenary band had been fruitful. Without Lorton's help, the two who'd just arrived in the Valley of Sunshine wouldn't have been so familiar with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's setup. Amidst the deafening rumbling sounds, a pitch-black shadow descended from the sky. A baleful aura was so dense that no one dared to ignore it. The experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had been frantically gathering their men to deal with Edwin and Selina when they discovered the abnormality in the sky. Arrows, spears, and javelins had already shot into the sky like lightning bolts. However, none of the dozens of attacks that shot towards the black shadow could get close to it. The black shadow quickly chanted a necromancy spell as it flew down. A black light flashed through the sky as a troop of gargoyles appeared out of thin air. These gargoyles wielded bone spears and lined up neatly in front of the black shadow. They tightly blocked the arrows, spears, and javelins. Suddenly, a huge jet-black sky curtain rapidly unfolded behind the black figure, blocking the bright moonlight and causing a third of the entire valley to be shrouded in darkness. A thick aura of death suddenly spread out endlessly. Everyone within the aura of death felt that their bodies were a lot more stiff than usual. The black shadow landed in the mountain valley under the cover of the black canopy, and dark creatures appeared one after another. The moonlight was covered by the dark blue clouds, making it impossible to judge the time. No one knew how much longer it would be until daybreak. As a lost necromancy spell, the canopy of necromancy had the effect of diminishing the fighting strength of enemies within its range. Within the range of the canopy of necromancy, all dark creatures could obtain more power and possess greater speed and strength through absorbing the thick aura of death around them. This was an evil spell that reduced the opponent's strength and increased the fighting strength of dark creatures. It had been forgotten on the continent after it had disappeared from the cemetery of death. When Han Shua's spell appeared and the dark creatures began to excitedly attack their surroundings, not only did the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries lose their agility, their eyes also felt abnormally dry and their vision was affected. Belinda, which other necromancer has come apart from Clarendon? Edwin had been casting dark magic when he saw that the moonlight had been covered by the dark blue clouds and the dark creatures were excitedly attacking the mercenaries around them. He asked Belinda, who was controlling the golem beside him. Shaking her head, Belinda had a face full of confusion as she responded, "Clarendon has already been taken care of. There shouldn't be any other necromancers apart from him." Edwin started when he heard these words and then smiled faintly, "Then perhaps the higher-ups have sent someone else over. Even I've never seen such a mysterious necromancy spell before. I don't think any other necromancer can use it apart from our Calamity Church. Of course, only our Calamity Church would possess such mysterious necromancy magic. He must be one of us." Belinda believed Edwin's words without a shred of doubt. It looked like they had an unreasonable amount of confidence in the Calamity Church's strength. "I'm Edwin, which old friend has come?" Edwin, who had been casting dark magic, couldn't help but call out in a friendly manner when he saw that some dark creatures were helping the two of them block the mercenaries around them because of Han Shua's appearance. A vast amount of mental strength had been mostly used up because of the canopy of necromancy and the summoning of 50 to 60 dark creatures of different levels. As the 50 to 60 dark creatures wantonly attacked everything within the range of the canopy of necromancy, Han Shua, who'd sunk into a berserk state of bloodlust, became a cruel shadow that wantonly vented his rage. A thirst for blood pushed Han Shua into the midst of endless slaughter like the unending river waters. The mercenaries who weren't strong enough were instantly cut in half by the sharp demon's lair edge wherever the dark shadow passed, fresh blood spurting out. Han Shua's eyes had turned blood red, and he couldn't control his desire to destroy everything. He killed all who stood in his way, like a machine reaping lives. All the mercenaries in the surroundings were met with terrifying attacks one after another. Han Shua's body froze slightly when he heard Edwin's friendly words, but he ignored him. When he looked around, he discovered that there was no one else apart from the little skull following closely behind him. In the bloodlust realm, Han Shua's physical strength had reached the pinnacle. He could instinctively sense the dangers around him amidst the continuous slaughter. He could even clearly sense the fear and trembling of those far away. Every time Han Shuo killed a person, the person's fear and resentment at death's door would form a ball of air that was hard to see with the naked eye, and be absorbed by the killing intent around Han Shuo. As more and more mercenaries were killed by Han Shuo, the killing intent around Han Shuo's body grew thicker and thicker, to the point that the thick scent of blood emanated from his pores. Han Shuo's physical body and magical yuan seemed to be continuously refined in this process. Han Shuo could feel that his strength was increasing bit by bit in this process. On the contrary, as his physical body and magical yuan rapidly increased, Han Shuo's mind became more and more muddled. When the fear and resentment of those he'd killed were absorbed into his surroundings, the enormous amount of information seemed to affect Han Shuo's brain, causing the veins on Han Shuo's head to bulge. He felt as if he was about to go berserk. Cursing inwardly, Han Shuo immediately understood after obtaining all of Chu Kanglin's memories that in the bloodlust realm, if there were such muddled signs in one's mind, the desire to kill everyone and destroy everything in their surroundings would increase. This was a sign that one was about to go berserk. After experiencing hundreds of times of pain, Han Shuo's indomitable willpower had long since been tempered into indomitable willpower. The demon's lair edge was forcibly put away into Han Shuo's storage ring. Han Shuo took advantage of the fact that he was still conscious to continuously calm his raging heart and immediately sat down cross-legged, ignoring the chaos in his surroundings. Little Skull, who had been following beside Han Shuo and helping Han Shuo reap lives, suddenly flashed his purple demon eye when he saw Han Shuo suddenly sit down. He waved his hand at the dark creatures in the distance. Like a broken light bulb, the purple demon eye flickered and lit up with an evil purple light. It was as if a mysterious force was driving those dark creatures. When Little Skull waved his hand, the surrounding zombies and hate warriors all walked over in fear and trepidation, as if they were subordinates showing due respect to Little Skull. When facing Han Shuo, because of the summoning incantation, they could only rigidly and instinctively follow Han Shuo's orders. However, when Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and Little Skull summoned them, their expressions were filled with fear and reverence. Each and every one of them carefully surrounded Han Shuo, as if deeply afraid that Little Skull would be dissatisfied and blame them. They were like the most humble servants and slaves. This kind of behavior seemed to indicate that they had long since known of Little Skull, or had heard of Little Skull's tyrannical and miraculous abilities. Otherwise, how could an ordinary Little Skull warrior in this vast and boundless alternate dimension make them treat him with such fear? Perhaps, in another dimension infinitely far away, the Little Skull with 7 bone spurs on his back, a bone dagger in his hand, and a purple demon eye had already established a school of his own and become a famous character. Chapter 2:16. A third of the mountain valley was covered by the canopy of necromancy. Dark green clouds obscured all light as a thick aura of death wafted in all directions, giving the mercenaries within a strong sense of discomfort. In the center of the canopy of necromancy, Han Shuo, who'd experienced slaughter and found it hard to control his desires, couldn't stop his mind from sinking into a frenzy of slaughter due to the increasingly thick aura of violence in his body. However, his will, which had been tempered for a long time, was able to rein in at the most critical moment, forcefully stopping him from falling any further. Sitting down cross-legged, Han Shuo ignored the chaos around him and focused, slowly pacifying his deepest desires. 3 zombie warriors, 2 hate warriors, and 7 or 8 skeletal warriors stood around Han Shuo. Little Skull wielded a bone dagger as his purple demon eye glowed with purple light. He was like a general leading an army of thousands as he stood in front of Han Shuo with his head held high and chest puffed out, silently protecting Han Shuo. Under the combined efforts of Edwin and Belinda, the grandest building in the mountain valley finally collapsed with a boom. The earth-shattering sound shook the entire mountain valley. In that moment, the mercenaries of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band stationed far away, meditating or tirelessly training their swordplay, all realized that their base was under attack and swarmed towards the mountain valley. In the far distance, a group of knights clad in shining silver armor was charging towards them from atop their silver-armored warhorses. They were holding 3-meter-long javelins in their hands. A slender blue figure nimbly stepped onto the treetops on the snow-covered treetops, belatedly flying over. She wore a loose blue dress with a few fluttering ribbons that covered her face as she moved quickly. Only 2 long pointed ears were visible, revealing her identity as an elf. In another direction, Andy and the Thunder Archmage used the levitation spell under the moonlight to come to the rescue as fast as lightning, unable to disguise the panic on their faces. Who dares cause trouble for the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band? An angry roar shook the skies as the person at the front of the silver-armored knights roared out. Although his head was covered by a silver helmet, his roar still spread throughout the entire mountain valley. The Knights of Light are here, it looks like we should retreat. Belinda looked into the distance and spoke to Edwin beside her. Edwin nodded and was about to reply when he suddenly pointed at the sky in surprise. Who is that? Belinda couldn't help but look up in the direction of Edwin's finger. Although the canopy of necromancy was concealing them, the two of them still managed to make out an enormous black figure through the surging flames. It's that person's magical pet, a young black dragon. I didn't think that they'd come here as well. Belinda seemed to recall the humiliation she'd suffered earlier, and her voice was slightly gloomy as she replied. That's great. We don't have to leave immediately. If it hadn't been for Gilbert's group, then all of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band's attacks would have been aimed at them. Now that they had Gilbert to divert attention, the two of them naturally didn't have to bear all the pressure. In the air above the mountain valley, Gilbert made use of his swift flight speed to carry Emily and Phoebe on his back as he spat out scorching flames at the buildings below, drowning them in a sea of fire. Green venom sprayed out from some crowded areas, and the mercenaries all howled as they dodged in all directions. If they didn't make it in time and came into contact with even the slightest bit of the venom, they would die in an instant. Lowly life forms, you shouldn't have angered us. This is Gilbert's, punishment for your despicable actions. Gilbert's deep voice reverberated through the air above the mountain valley. He was so excited that he was dancing with joy, proud of his astonishing destructive power. Holy power of light, hear my call and dispel all darkness, radiance of light. An ancient and distant chant suddenly rang out in the chaotic mountain valley. All sorts of shouts and attacks were unable to drown out this chant. A strong beam of light tore through the heavens as the divine, holy element of light filled the air above the mountain valley. The dark green clouds created by the canopy of necromancy all disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Dazzling light sprinkled all over the mountain valley, reflecting the gentle light of the stars. The holy power of light sprinkled down and quickly dispersed the presence of death. All the mercenaries in the mountain valley were no longer affected by it. Of the dark creatures summoned by Han Shuo, apart from the little skull who remained calm and unafraid, the other dark creatures of various ranks had their bodies rapidly corroded in an extremely short period of time. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of extreme agony as they frantically looked for cover to hide. The dark creatures that had originally been ordered by the little skull to protect Han Shuo were also in great pain, but they seemed to be very afraid of the little skull. Although their bodies were rapidly corroding, they didn't dare to leave immediately. Instead, they looked at the little skull with wide eyes, waiting for the little skull's forgiveness. Finally, the little skull waved his hand, and the dark creatures scattered with a crash. Each and every one of them hid under a house or found a random hole to burrow into, trying to avoid the radiance of radiance. As for the injured mercenaries, their injuries miraculously came under control after being illuminated by the radiance of radiance. Their spirits visibly improved, as if they'd been quickly healed. When the element of light filled the mountain valley, the situation was reversed in an instant. A white-haired but spirited old man dressed as a clergyman of the Church of Light surveyed Tanai's surroundings with a bemoaning gaze. He's here all right. I guessed that he'd come back after Florida was so heavily injured. Let's go, Florida must have been moved away by him. Otherwise, the building he lives in wouldn't have so little defense. Edwin stood in the shadows of a house and looked viciously at light Archmage Ferguson in the air as he yelled at Belinda. It'll be hard to leave if we're any later. Belinda understood just how strong Ferguson was and didn't hesitate at all. The golem had already turned into a streak of white light as soon as she'd finished speaking, disappearing into her scroll. On the other side, Dark Dragon Gilbert, who had just been shouting loudly, didn't utter a single word when he saw that the old man had turned the situation around with a powerful spell of light the moment he appeared. He quickly flew up into the sky without saying a word. Ferguson frowned at Gilbert's departure and chanted the simplest spell, Radiant Sword Slash. The enormous amount of light surrounding the mountain valley suddenly coalesced into 3 swords of light, shooting towards Gilbert with great speed. He turned around and spat out a stream of flames, stopping the 2 swords of light in their tracks. Emily hastily cast a hand of death to block the other sword of light, and the dragon and 2 women leapt out of the mountain valley, disappearing into the distance. After Ferguson released the lightsaber slash, a fierce light magic shockwave took shape. This magic shockwave took the form of a ring-shaped wave. Wherever it passed, the air would crackle and the ground would crack, leaving deep scratches on it. A building that occupied an area of 50 square meters was instantly crushed into rubble under the bombardment of this shockwave. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Old friend Edwin, I could smell that disgusting scent on you from far away. Come out. Ferguson called out softly in the direction of the attack after casting the blast of light magic. It looked like Gilbert wasn't Ferguson's main target, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Edwin, who was of the same level and was quite familiar with each other, should be Ferguson's main target. Heh, I'm so happy to see you, but this place isn't suitable for me. Goodbye. Edwin's sinister laughter rang out from within the ruins. A black figure gradually faded away after his voice faded, disappearing from the ruins. I'll find you. Ferguson's face was calm and he didn't look happy or sad. His voice was also indifferent, devoid of anger or anger. There's another one down there. There's someone who's not afraid of death. Thunder Archmage Asa looked down in surprise and exclaimed. In the middle of a mountain valley filled with rubble, a figure glowing with a bloody light sat there indifferently. He was as steady as a boulder, as if he didn't care about everything that was happening around him. A short little skull with a purple left eye, wielding a bone dagger, 7 spikes on his back, and wielding a bone dagger stood unwaveringly by his side, as if protecting him from danger. It's him. This is the person who almost killed Florida in front of the Valley of Sunshine's fence. Fire Archmage Andy immediately cried out when he looked down. Everyone was shocked when they heard these words. All of them looked at Han Shoa in confusion. They couldn't understand why Han Shoa hadn't left at this time. Could it be that he thought he could take on all the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band by himself? Could it be that he didn't know that there was a light Grand Magus in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band? Surround him, I want him alive. There was finally a trace of anger in Ferguson's voice. No one knew if he was angry at Han Shoa for heavily injuring Florida, or at Han Shoa for looking down on all of them. Understood. The Knights of Light immediately surged forward from all directions upon hearing Ferguson's order, surrounding Han Shoa in 3 layers. In the sky were the 2 Archmages Andine Asa, as well as the light Grand Magus Ferguson and the female archer Maxine. Only a sacred Magus, a sacred knight, or a sacred swordmaster would be able to leave so easily when surrounded by such a force. Han Shoa obviously wasn't one of these peak existences. As everyone stared at Han Shoa, light Grand Magus Ferguson's eyes suddenly lit up with an astonishing light. His previously calm face was suddenly filled with a strange expression. His white brow was furrowed tightly, the wrinkles on his forehead twitching as his lips smacked together. His expression was filled with incredulity and shock, as well as a few traces of deep worry and fear. "Grandpa Ferguson, what's wrong?" The female elven archer Maxine looked oddly at Ferguson from not too far away. Her exquisite and impeccable face was like the most perfect work of art. Maxine's appearance possessed all the advantages that an elven beauty should have. She had a slender and alluring figure, an extraordinary temperament, silky hair that was like a waterfall of oil green, and a breathtakingly beautiful face. All of these perfectly blended together to form a beauty that could topple cities of the elven race. On the other side, Edwin and Belinda stood side by side on a cliff above the valley where Han Shoa and the Dark Dragon had been standing. The expression on the Calamity Church's dark Grand Magus Edwin's face was astonishingly similar to Ferguson's. A frightening dark light shone from his eyes and focused on the little skull wielding the bone dagger. His expression was one of incredulity and shock, as if he'd found a priceless treasure. His lips trembled uncontrollably. "Grandmaster Edwin, what's wrong?" Belinda looked at Edwin with a baffled expression and asked the exact same question that Maxine had asked Ferguson. "That little skull, he's not afraid of the radiance of light." Ferguson and Edwin exclaimed almost at the same time with different emotions in their hearts. "I don't know how this person did it, but he must die now. He can't stay in this world for a second longer." This was the first time in so many years that Ferguson had made up his mind to kill someone. There was an unquestionable resolution in his words. On the other side, Edwin took a deep breath and said with wild joy, "He must live no matter what." Light magic has always been the bane of necromancy magic for thousands of years. If the dark creatures of the necromancy magic can be unafraid of light magic, then the Calamity Church will completely reverse the situation. The Church of Light will find it difficult to stop our advance. Belinda immediately came to her senses when she heard these words. Her eyes were also filled with shock and joy. She looked at Edwin and said, "What should we do?" "We must save him at all costs. He must not die," Edwin said resolutely. He had never wanted to protect someone as much as he did at this moment. Chapter 217. Knights of Light, kill them immediately. This person and that dark creature cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Ferguson's expression was grave as he called out lowly. The Knights of Light who had just surrounded Han Shoa and had been planning on capturing Han Shoa alive were all a bit surprised when they heard that Ferguson had suddenly changed his mind. However, they only paused for a second and then decided to carry out Ferguson's orders obediently. Edwin didn't hesitate at the top of the cliff at the top of the mountain valley as he flew towards Han Shoa with Belinda. He planned on saving Han Shoa at all costs and finding out the secret behind why dark creatures didn't fear light magic. At this moment, Han Shoa, who had been keeping his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing a strange smile. Han Shoa chanted the simplest necromancy magic and the little skull that had been guarding him without abandoning him disappeared without a trace under a streak of black light that cut through the sky. "Goodbye everyone." Han Shoa smiled faintly after the little skull had disappeared. As soon as he'd finished speaking, the murderous bloody light that had been circling around Han Shoa's body suddenly shot into the 9 heavens. A powerful explosion sounded from Han Shoa's direction. Violent explosions rang out one after another with Han Shoa at the center. The earth quaked and the mountain swayed as even the mountain valley trembled. Some of the Knights of Light who had been close to Han Shoa were caught off guard and were blasted into smithereens, blood and flesh flying far away. Edwin and Belinda, who had been rapidly descending, were startled when they saw the sudden commotion below them. Waves of evil blood-red light shot towards them in the sky, accompanied by violent booms. Their downward momentum came to a halt at this moment. Edwin used the levitation spell to grab Belinda and scrambled to avoid the bloodlight that shot into the sky. He then looked down at the violent changes below, his face full of shock and disbelief. When the dust had settled, an enormous hole that was 5 to 6 meters deep and 10 meters wide had appeared where Han Shuo had been sitting. The strong smell of blood, accompanied by the dark red air mass, drifted in all directions. The scorched ground was pitch black, and there were several badly mutilated corpses of the Knights of Light, just at the edge of the huge cave. However, Han Shuo, who had been sitting cross-legged here, had disappeared without a trace. No matter how much the crowd gnashed their teeth and searched everywhere, they couldn't find any trace of him. Taking a deep breath, Light Grand Magus Ferguson suppressed his anger and said, "There's no need to look. Although I don't know how he did it, he's already left. Then what do we do next?" Thunder Archmage Asa had been very respectful when facing Ferguson and asked hastily. "I want to know everything about this person, everything. The more detailed, the faster the better." Ferguson's voice held a rare note of anxiety as he turned his head to Asa and urged. "Understood, we'll get to it immediately." Asa responded. The elven sharpshooter Maxine finally understood why Ferguson had lost his composure. The sudden appearance of such a person who could turn the tables on the continent was a nightmarish influence for the Church of Light. Therefore, as an important figure of the Church of Light, Ferguson would certainly make use of all his resources to nip this possibility in the bud. "Good kid, you do have some tricks up your sleeve to be able to escape so miraculously." It was a good thing that Edwin had stopped his descent in time, otherwise he might have been caught up in the blast as well. Edwin couldn't help but praise Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo had miraculously escaped. "Master Edwin, this person has a grudge against the Calamity Church. Clarendon died at his hands, and even Johnny was killed by him." Belinda couldn't help but remind him when she saw Edwin's attitude take a 180-degree turn. "As long as he's willing to work with us, this kind of grudge is nothing. Everyone has a weakness. No matter what this person needs, we can provide it for him. In addition, Ferguson has already discovered his uniqueness today. The Radiant Church will definitely try to kill him at all costs. Ferguson will help us and get him to cooperate with us." Edwin laughed heartily and grabbed Belinda as they flew higher and higher, gradually leaving the mountain valley. There was a deep pond with a thick layer of ice 100 or so miles away from the mountain valley where the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries were. The water in the pond had all been frozen solid in the harsh winter, and the surface of the pond was as smooth as a mirror, shining brightly under the starlight. However, a streak of bloody light streaked through the sky and descended from the heavens, crashing down like a meteor. A violent force suddenly attacked, and the glaring bloody light bombarded the solid ice. A huge explosion came from the solid ice of the deep pool. The originally smooth mirror-like ice layer was suddenly blasted open with a huge hole in the ice. With the hole in the ice as the center, the surrounding ice cracked and melted into the pool of water below. A slender figure suddenly shot out from the hole in the ice in the span of a breath. A dripping wet Han Shuo flew out of the hole and immediately stopped on a piece of ice that hadn't cracked. He immediately sat down cross-legged and continued to adjust his breathing. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Han Shuo opened his eyes and called out softly. Thin threads of dark red air floated out from the pores in his body, gradually dissipating as the cold wind blew past. In the dead of the winter night, Han Shuo stood up from his cross-legged position, changed into a new set of dry clothes, and soared into the sky once more. When he arrived in the boundless night sky, he got his bearings and quickly flew towards the Valley of Sunshine. The Ninefold Demonic Art. With all of Chu Kanglin's memories of demonic arts, Han Shuo could already skillfully use some secret magical arts now that he'd reached the Bloodlust realm. The demonic blood escape art was a type of demonic art for escaping. It originally required one to use one's blood essence to activate it and expend a bit of it to create a series of explosions. Then, the user would use the loud explosions and chaos to teleport their body away from danger. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, demonic cultivators definitely wouldn't use such a technique that consumed a large amount of blood essence. This was because once this technique was used, the caster would definitely suffer a great loss of vitality due to the excessive consumption of blood essence. This would put them in an extremely disadvantageous situation. However, this wasn't the case when he deployed the demonic blood disassembly this time. Having reached the bloodlust realm, Han Shua's body had naturally formed a murderous aura after a short period of bloodthirsty slaughter in the valley. He'd absorbed the fear and hatred of the mercenaries who died at his hands and gathered it all into his body. When this force grew stronger and stronger, Han Shua felt that he was struggling to control his body. This was why he disregarded everything and sat down cross-legged in a dangerous place, immediately recovering his mind. In the process of stabilizing his mind, Han Shua suddenly woke up and realized that he was surrounded by many experts. At this moment, the negative energy that had been attached to the killing intent on his body was extremely chaotic and difficult to control. In this moment of crisis, Han Shua suddenly thought of the demonic blood escape art. A thought struck him and he forcefully used this energy as a catalyst, using it as the foundation to execute the demonic blood escape art. Not only did this cause an earth-shattering commotion, a few knights who were caught off guard instantly died tragically. Han Shua also calmly left the encirclement of the experts. This uncontrollable energy was also released by Han Shua, not harming him in the slightest. On the way back to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua miraculously discovered that the strength of his body had been tempered once again through this slaughter. Perhaps it was because the demonic blood escape art had used up the chaotic energy, leaving behind a small amount of pure energy that had miraculously fused with his magical yuan. It looks like I'll have to take risks if I want to improve a bit faster. When Han Shua sensed that his body's condition had changed due to this slaughter, he couldn't help but murmur ruefully. The sound of metal clashing suddenly traveled from not too far away and fell into Han Shua's ears. Han Shua, who was flying towards the Valley of Sunshine, started and began to carefully discern the surrounding mountain terrain. Having his brain expanded by magical yuan, Han Shua had a good understanding of the surrounding mountain terrain from the information Emily had obtained. When he paid close attention to his surroundings, he quickly found out where he was. He even knew where the sound was coming from. The sound of metal clashing came from where the house of Menlo was. Perhaps this matter had something to do with Trunks and the others. It's time to see the strength of those subordinates I've never met before. Han Shua murmured to himself as he changed his trajectory in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine and flew towards the area where the house of Menlo was. Chapter 218. The house of Menlo was located in a small mountain in the Valley of Sunshine. Many caves had been excavated into the belly of the mountain, intersecting with each other. Many shockingly powerful defensive measures had been set up inside. Han Shua flew through the air and stopped on top of an ancient tree more than 10 meters tall. His eyes looked towards the source of the noise. Thick smoke billowed out of the caves where the house of Menlo's troops were stationed. Some of the caves' entrances were ablaze. Many stone chambers had been excavated from the caves. The stone chambers were like individual rooms, with all sorts of living facilities within. Many of the stone chambers were even more luxurious than some of the shops in the Valley of Sunshine. It was very normal for a fire dragon to burst into flames as soon as it was thrown in. At the exit of the small mountain, a group of masked people moved quickly. Some of them were fire mages who chanted fire spells from time to time and spat out tongues of flame towards the cave entrance. This group of people moved nimbly and cooperated very well. The fire mages set the fire while the wind mages used the wind to fan the flames. A few archers wielded bows and arrows and forced the house of Menlo's men who had poked their heads out of the cave to go back in. The small mountain covered a large area. After the originally empty belly of the mountain was excavated, many caves and stone chambers of various sizes appeared. This group of troublemakers only targeted one corner of the mountain to destroy. Once people from other places came to help, they immediately retreated and hid in the surrounding bushes to conceal themselves. They were obviously very familiar with the surrounding terrain, and they were very good at changing places after a battle. Once they were discovered, they would immediately retreat while fighting, then make a big circle and come back from another place to wreak havoc for a while. Under normal circumstances, this group of troublemakers with only a few dozen people would very likely be consigned to eternal damnation when the first wave of attacks was discovered and they didn't retreat. However, the House of Menlo's situation was also very chaotic. This group of troublemakers was not the main force this time. A group of 400 to 500 bandits with messy clothing was the main target of the House of Menlo. For some unknown reason, these bandits had gathered around the House of Menlo and attacked any House of Menlo who came out of the cave. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Watching from afar for a while, Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Trunks and his gang taking advantage of the chaotic battle to cause trouble everywhere. He hadn't expected that Trunks would actually have such talent in this area. The mission against the House of Menlo this time was originally just to arouse the House of Menlo's suspicions of the other factions. Who would have thought that the situation would develop like this? This was rather surprising to Han Shuo. Even more people were wearing shining armor and wielding sharp weapons as they returned from a distant path. From their clothing, Han Shuo could clearly tell that this group was also from the House of Menlo. There were about 500 to 600 of them, and each of them had an extraordinary aura. They should be the elite troops of the House of Menlo. The direction in which this group of people were returning was precisely where Trunks and his men were. Seeing that Trunks and his men hadn't discovered any possible danger, and were planning on causing more trouble, Han Shuo finally no longer stayed where he was and flew towards them. The sky was already beginning to brighten, and the stars had hidden themselves in the depths of the sky. It looked like it would be dawn soon. Just as Trunks was about to launch one last attack during the chaos, a black shadow landed in front of him with a whoosh. Trunks was startled, but when he realized that it was actually Han Shuo, he immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, "Why are you here?" "I was passing by here on the way and just happened to see the returning elites of the House of Menlo, so I was planning to come in from here." "Let's leave quickly." Han Shuo smiled faintly and didn't waste any words, explaining the current situation to Trunks. When he heard that the elites of the House of Menlo had returned, Trunks growled lowly and made a gesture towards the mercenaries in the distance. They were all masked fellows. When they saw Trunks' hand signal, they immediately understood. They did not gather together and leave. Instead, they became more and more scattered. Each and every one of them used the terrain to conceal themselves and gradually disappeared without a trace. "Let's go." Trunks didn't remain idle either. He turned his head and smiled at Han Shuo before burrowing into the dense thicket. The thick snow on the towering ancient trees blocked the light from above. It was difficult to walk through the dense thicket, but Trunks' figure wasn't obstructed at all. He led Han Shuo through many winding paths and left the House of Menlo's mountain in half an hour, appearing on the road to the Valley of Sunshine. They're all old mercenaries of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. When the old chief was still here, everything around the Valley of Sunshine was under our control. We're so familiar with the surrounding terrain that we can walk around with our eyes closed, so you don't have to worry about their safety. Trunks explained to Han Shuo once they left the House of Menlo's mountain. Han Shuo had already observed these people's actions from the high ground just now. They had great teamwork and were quite strong. Most of them had the strength of journeyman swordsmen or knights. There were also a few adept mages and swordsmen among them. There were also many with extraordinary archery skills. It looked like it was indeed as Trunks had said, they really were old mercenaries of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. With such a group of people, in addition to Trunks' planning and organization, the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band's future path would be much smoother. "Right, what's going on your side? Why did a bandit band come to the House of Menlo?" Han Shuo couldn't help but ask as he recalled the situation just now. Trunks couldn't help but laugh at Han Shuo's question. He then explained, "When we were heading to the House of Menlo, we coincidentally saw this bandit band planning to rob a group of merchants. Before the battle, we pointed the way for these merchants and they followed our directions to hide in the house of Menlo. In the end, they alerted the house of Menlo and the bandits started fighting with the house of Menlo. We took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble everywhere. We originally thought that this group of bandits would be immediately defeated and we had already made plans to retreat. Who would have thought that the elites of the house of Menlo would be transferred out of the mountain tonight? We don't know what they were going to do. When the bandits saw that there weren't any more elites of the house of Menlo coming out to attack them, they arrogantly continued to attack. We also took advantage of the situation and stayed for a while longer. You saw what happened afterwards. So that's how it is. Are there many such bandit factions in the mountain range surrounding the Valley of Sunshine? Han Shuo nodded and asked with a smile. Of course. It's precisely because the Valley of Sunshine is in the middle of 3 countries that many large merchants want to do business in the Valley of Sunshine. That's why there are many bandit factions in the surrounding area. There are even 2 bandit bands with thousands of people. They were formed by wanted criminals from the 3 countries. The leaders of these 2 bandit bands are a man and a woman. The man is called Gustav, nicknamed the Butcher. He's an infamous wanted criminal in the Kasi Empire. He kills without batting an eyelid and is extremely cruel and cold-blooded. If a caravan were to run into his bandit band, it would truly be bad luck. He would plunder all the normal goods and take all the beauties. If he's in a bad mood, he'll kill the rest without leaving a single survivor. Back then, Florida worked with Gustav to frame our old chief, causing him to meet with misfortune. Even my little sister went missing with him. I'll kill this Gustav sooner or later. There's also a woman called Janet. This woman should be considered to have inherited her father's business. Her father was a bandit, her grandfather was a bandit, and her great-grandfather was also a bandit. They're from a famous bandit clan near the Valley of Sunshine. She was raised to be a bandit from birth. Although this woman isn't a good person, she still abides by the rules. When her bandit band runs into merchants, their lives are usually not in danger as long as they don't resist. Apart from the 2 largest bandit bands controlled by these 2, there are still a dozen or so bandit factions of various sizes in the surrounding Valley of Sunshine. It's just that the remaining ones are a bit smaller in scale and aren't as famous or powerful as these 2, Trunks slowly explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo listened for a while and carefully inquired about the strength of those bandit bands before nodding. It looks like the glorious Tunai bandits and mercenaries complement each other. Whether it's bandits or mercenaries, they're both indispensable. What do you mean? Trunks asked. Without bandits, merchants won't need protection, and mercenaries won't be able to make money. Without mercenaries, merchants won't dare to come here to do business, and bandits won't have anything to steal. Therefore, it's completely reasonable for both bandits and mercenaries to exist in the Valley of Sunshine. With the strength of the 4 factions in the Valley of Sunshine, they should have the power to exterminate these bandits. However, perhaps it's because they understand this that they didn't make a move and allowed the bandits to exist. Han Shuo smiled faintly as he explained. Trunks chuckled when he heard Han Shuo's words. That's right, the old chief understood this long ago. I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly as well. Nodding, Han Shuo looked at the sky and said, let's go, it's getting late. Let's hurry back to the Valley of Sunshine. I also want to go take a look. Ever since the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had left, Han Shuo had always felt a voice calling out to him from afar. Han Shuo had originally thought that the little skull had run into danger again, but he realized that something wasn't right after a bit of careful observation. It wasn't until later on that Han Shuo focused his attention and carefully sensed that the voice was coming from the dark forest. This place wasn't very far from the dark forest, and the cemetery of death was in the dark forest. When Han Shuo realized that the call seemed to be coming from the dark forest, he immediately understood that the Earth Elite zombie had successfully broken out of the ground. However, due to the boundary of the Cemetery of Death, he couldn't use his senses to find Han Shuo, so he could only passively send out signals. Chapter 219. Han Shuo and Trunks returned to the Valley of Sunshine one after the other. Gilbert, Emily, and Phoebe had already returned to the shop with the place of extreme water. They were anxiously waiting for Han Shuo, afraid that something had happened to Han Shuo. "Are you alright?" Who would have thought that old fellow Ferguson would also be in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band? It's a good thing that his main target wasn't us, otherwise Gilbert and we wouldn't have been able to return so easily. Emily sighed with lingering fear when she saw that Han Shuo had returned safely. Ferguson seems to care quite a bit about this grandson of his. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band suffered heavy casualties tonight, they definitely won't take this lying down. Let's be careful. Han Shuo understood that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band wasn't weak. The reason why the valley had been so chaotic this time was because the experts weren't in Tunai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cause such a ruckus so easily. What happened afterwards? Phoebe and the other two had left early and didn't know what had happened afterwards. When she saw that Han Shuo had returned safely, Phoebe couldn't help but ask. "Nothing important. I took advantage of the chaos to escape after you guys left." Han Shuo responded. Heartfelt calls traveled from the distant dark forest and circled around Han Shuo's heart. Seeing that there wasn't much to explain, Han Shuo couldn't hold back his curiosity and immediately said, "There shouldn't be any problems during the day. Everyone has been busy all night, let's rest a bit before the sky brightens." Han Shuo hastily returned to his room after speaking and chanted an incantation. The loyal little skull appeared in front of him, bone dagger in hand. After giving the order, Han Shuo took out the magic staff that led to the Cemetery of Death and assembled the magical formation. He hastily walked into the formation and activated it with his mental strength. A dazzling white light flashed by, and the scene changed drastically in an instant. Walking out of the main hall of the Cemetery of Death, one could see mounds of earth rising from the ground as far as the eye could see. Under the dusky sky, dense earth elements continuously gathered at the place of extreme earth. Like the undulating waves of the sea, the ground trembled slightly. Mounds rose and fell one after another, and the hard soil became as soft as sand. In the middle of the deep hole, the soil was constantly churning, as if there was a big loach rolling around inside. The Cemetery of Death was protected by a special boundary. Anyone who wanted to enter or exit the Cemetery of Death would have to open it with the Eye of Darkness that Han Shuo possessed. As soon as the Earth Elite zombie had successfully emerged, it had instinctively searched for traces of Han Shuo. It just so happened that the Valley of Sunshine where Han Shuo resided wasn't too far from the dark forest. Therefore, when it sensed Han Shuo's presence, it immediately wanted to approach Han Shuo. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the special boundary of the Cemetery of Death and had no way of leaving. Therefore, it impatiently stirred up the earth, seeming to want to use its special ability to leave through the earth. However, it was obvious that this mysterious place, the Cemetery of Death, did indeed have its own special and mysterious aspects. As the favored child of the Earth Elite zombie, who could move through the earth at will, was actually unable to break through this restriction. This was enough to prove that the Cemetery of Death, as the holy land of necromancers, truly lived up to its name of mystery. "Come out." When Han Shuo appeared, he immediately called out softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellowish shadow suddenly broke out from the center of the sand and stood straight in front of Han Shuo. It was still the same ordinary zombie warrior, but its appearance had undergone tremendous changes after undergoing the refinement of the demonic arts. First of all, the originally dark green skin on its face had turned yellowish-brown, and its entire body was covered in an oily yellow armor. Faint light flowed from the surface of the armor, and dense earth chi overflowed from it. This oily yellow armor had been slowly formed after the Earth Elite Zombie had absorbed the Earth Chi from the place of extreme Earth, along with some special materials that Han Shuo had mixed with his body. The armor covered his entire body, and the toughness of his body had greatly increased compared to before. He could use the element of Earth to form all kinds of attacks, and he could also use the Earth Escape technique to conceal his tracks, or suddenly attack others. The Earth Elite Zombie was about 1.8 meters tall and had an ordinary face. At this moment, it opened its ghastly mouth, revealing a somewhat simple and honest smile as it stared at Han Shuo in a daze. Like Little Skull, although the Earth Elite Zombie had a soul, it couldn't directly communicate with Han Shuo. It could only communicate through the mysterious connection between the two. The Earth Elite Zombie looked at Han Shuo with a grin and gestured with its large hands. A hill on the ground slowly flattened, and the entire area was restored to its original state. "Alright, I know your abilities, so you don't need to show off." It was like a naughty child, eager to show off its abilities. Han Shuo understood that the Earth Elite Zombie had just formed, and its intelligence was still very low. It needed to be constantly instilled with knowledge in order for it to understand more things. The Earth Elite Zombie's lips moved as soon as Han Shuo's words fell. He flipped over and leapt into the center of his hiding place. The ground then trembled lightly as his figure reappeared. However, when the Earth Elite Zombie reappeared, its two hands were holding three throbbing blurry shadows. The three Yin demons have formed as well. Han Shuo was astonished, and in his joy, he immediately activated his magical yuan and shot a black light towards the three blurry shadows. He opened his mouth and yelled, "By my command, Yin demons, return to your positions." As soon as the black light hit the three blurry shadows, a swirling mass of jet black mist continuously appeared from the three blurry shadows. Then, the originally blurry shadows gradually became clear. Long tails, sharp fangs, and the size of a fierce wild monkey. However, they all had two sharp curved horns, a pair of bat-like wings, and a pair of dark green evil eyes that shone with a frightening light. These were the forms of the three Yin demons. After the three Yin demons gradually became clear, they flew out from the Earth Elite Zombie's two hands and shuttled through the air like lightning. Their forms changed from solid to incorporeal, and from incorporeal to solid again. They were faintly discernible in the air as they changed their forms at will. Their mouths emitted soul-stealing, joyful howls. The three Yin demons circled around Han Shuo once, and with a thought from Han Shuo, they entered the back of his neck into Han Shuo's body, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, Han Shuo smiled faintly, and with a sway of his body, for identical Han Shuos appeared out of thin air. Apart from Han Shuo's original body, the other three Han Shuos were transformed from Yin demons. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. For a moment, the Earth Elite Zombie didn't know what was going on. It was obvious that he was confused. He stood there motionless, blinking his eyes as he foolishly looked at Han Shuo. After a while, the Earth Elite Zombie grinned foolishly, and with a movement of his thick body, he instantly arrived at the position of Han Shuo's real body on the far left. He even extended his left hand and pointed at Han Shuo, meaning, "I found you." There was a mysterious connection between the two, so Han Shuo didn't find it strange that the Earth Elite Zombie was able to recognize the real one. Seeing the Earth Elite Zombie pointing at him foolishly, Han Shuo's thoughts moved again, and the three Yin demons turned into fake bodies, turning into three rays of black light and returning to his body. He continuously used the three Yin demons to transform into fake bodies in an extremely short amount of time, appearing out of thin air and then quickly disappearing. After doing this a few dozen times, Han Shuo was finally able to quickly and skillfully grasp this secret art. At first, it took the Earth Elite Zombie a while to recognize Han Shuo, but when Han Shuo repeatedly did this, the Earth Elite Zombie was able to rely on the connection between the two to quickly point out the real one as soon as Han Shuo's fake body appeared. He thought that Han Shuo was playing an interesting game with him, and tirelessly carried out the operation to find Han Shuo. He didn't feel bored or tired at all, and kept grinning foolishly. He didn't have the coldness and fierceness that a zombie should have, which made Han Shuo a bit worried that he wouldn't be able to grow quickly. Han Shuo wasn't the zombie driver from Chu Kanglin's memories, so he naturally couldn't bring a zombie warrior with him to various places and occasions. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shuo decided to send the Earth Elite Zombie to the space and time he came from. Han Shuo wasn't worried about the Earth Elite Zombie's strength. Having experienced the secret method of demonic refinement, the Earth Elite Zombie could skillfully use the Yuan energy of Earth, and would certainly become a very competent helper. However, since the Earth Elite Zombie had just broken out of the ground, it seemed that because he hadn't experienced the tempering of a great battle, he was a bit naive and honest, and needed to grow quickly. In the plane that the little skull had always stayed in, there seemed to be powerful existences everywhere. Even Han Shuo didn't know how tyrannical the little skull's strength was, but even in that plane, he would encounter enemies that he needed to avoid. It seemed that letting the Earth Elite Zombie return home in glory would be a good idea. Let me introduce you to a friend. He has my aura on him, you'll definitely like him. Han Shuo thought for a moment, and said to the Earth Elite Zombie with a smile. Then, using the connection between him and the little skull, Han Shuo chanted a magic incantation. When the little skull appeared in place, the zombie and the skeleton stared at each other silently. The purple demon eye of the little skull was shining brightly, and it seemed to be very interested in the existence of the Earth Elite Zombie. It took the initiative to walk to the Earth Elite Zombie's side, and stretched out its bony claw to pat the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder. It used its other bony claw to beat the bones in front of the Earth Elite Zombie's chest, and gestured to Han Shuo. The meaning seemed to be, "I'll protect him, don't worry." Chapter 220. Both of them had Han Shuo's blood essence. They instinctively felt close to each other, and Han Shuo could feel that feelings were slowly growing between them. The little skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, who were looking at each other, seemed to be slowly communicating about something. After a while, they both looked at Han Shuo with eager eyes. "All right, I'll send you back." The two sent the message that they were leaving together. Han Shuo responded with a smile, and with an incantation, the little skull and the Earth Elite Zombie disappeared from the Cemetery of Death. After the two left, the Cemetery of Death regained its peace. The ground of the place of extreme Earth was still flat, and the Yin Demon Cave had stopped operating because of the Yin Demon's emergence. Looking around and seeing that there was nothing to worry about, Han Shuo made a trip to the valley where the dwarves lived. "Han, why did you think of coming here?" As soon as he arrived at the dwarves' valley, these simple dwarves expressed their deep enthusiasm. Along the way, there were people constantly asking him friendly questions. After Han Shuo's last visit, the dwarves had received a large amount of food and daily necessities. Now, their elderly and children were all wearing thick cotton-padded clothes to ward off the cold, and there were warm stoves to bake them. With enough food to quench their hunger, even the depths of winter no longer seemed frightening. Along the way, Han Shuo could see from the dwarves' faces that they were brimming with satisfaction and contentment. When these dwarves saw Han Shuo appear, they all expressed gratitude and welcomed him, yelling to each other to spread the news of Han Shuo's arrival. "Uncle Han, this is for you." On the way to the center of the valley, a 6 or 7-year-old dwarf child holding a skewer of tanghulu walked up to Han Shuo, holding up a glossy roasted meat, and said in his tender voice, "Thank you, good child." Bending down, Han Shuo touched the dwarf child, who was only a few dozen centimeters tall, and said with a smile, casually taking the roasted meat from him. Some of the adult dwarves around him showed kind smiles, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. It seemed that they had a very good impression of Han Shuo. When Han Shuo arrived at the center of the village and saw the familiar dwarf warrior Bennett, as well as the old dwarf village chief Calvin, Han Shuo smiled and asked, Elder, how have you been lately? Dear Han, with you, this winter is no longer cold. Everyone will have warm clothes and enough food. No one will starve to death in winter. Chief Calvin had a gratified expression on his face as he faced Han Shoa and expressed his gratitude to Han Shoa with dwarven etiquette. Although Han Shoa hadn't helped these simple dwarves completely out of good intentions in the beginning, he realized that these stubborn dwarves were actually very easy to get along with after coming into contact with them. They were unbelievably generous to those they acknowledged as friends. Unknowingly, Han Shoa had gained their friendship, but some of their actions and methods had also gained Han Shoa's favor. This made Han Shoa, who had originally intended to make use of them, truly treat them as trustworthy friends. That's good, that's good. If there's anything else you need, you can take advantage of this trip to let me know. I'm about to return to the human world again and can help you bring something along. Han Shoa maintained a kind smile on his face as he spoke unhurriedly to Calvin. Waving his hands, Calvin said emotionally, "No need, we'll be able to get through this winter easily. When spring comes, we'll need to use our own efforts in exchange for more returns. You know, we're a hard-working race. Children need to be raised from a young age and can't be allowed to develop lazy habits." Nodding, Han Shoa said understandingly, "So that's how it is." Right, I've come this time because I want you to help me forge some weapons and armor. Would that be convenient for you, Elder? Han, you're treating us like strangers. We're friends, how could we not? The wild beasts don't come out during the winter, and there are very few places to move about in the dark forest. Forging weapons is our hobby, and it's a very interesting activity to forge some weapons when we're free. There's no problem at all. Calvin didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed readily. He even looked quite happy. Really, Han, we've been thinking about how to repay you during this time. Now that you want us to forge weapons, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Bennett laughed heartily as he described their sincerity to Han Shoa. It looked like these dwarves were still grateful for the daily necessities he'd given them. These dwarves weren't willing to take advantage of friends that they truly acknowledged. Therefore, they'd been searching for ways to repay Han Shoa. Han Shoa was a bit embarrassed after Bennett's words. Han Shoa had harbored malicious intentions from the very beginning when he'd approached these dwarves. However, the dwarves' kindness and simplicity made him feel ashamed of his inferiority sometimes. Let's not do anything for now because I haven't decided what type of weapon I want to forge. When I've decided what weapon I need, I'll bring some raw materials with me next time. Han Shoa said. After leaving the dwarves' valley, Han Shoa didn't linger in the dark forest and returned to the glorious Tunai through the cemetery of death. Putting away the magic staff, Han Shoa walked out of the room and discovered that the entire shop was empty. He was a bit stunned and didn't know where they'd all gone. Han Shoa had given all the authority over the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to Trunks, while Phoebe was in charge of handling the treasures. Emily was in charge of keeping an eye on the messy affairs of the Dark Mantle organization, while Gilbert played a protective role in protecting Phoebe and Emily. The sky was like a burning cloud and the sunset was bright red, indicating that it was already evening. During the day, the soldiers of the Cairo mercenary band were everywhere in the glorious Tunai. The guards of the Valley of Sunshine's merchants were also patrolling the streets. Therefore, Han Shoa wasn't too worried about their safety. Seeing that he was the only one left in the shop, Han Shoa took out the thick tome of necromancy he'd obtained from the Cemetery of Death and began to slowly study it. During the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's trip last night, the long-lost canopy of necromancy had been unleashed and had played an enormous role. If it wasn't for Light Grand Magus Ferguson's timely arrival, the dark creatures within the range of the canopy of necromancy would have continued to wreak havoc and display extraordinary battle strength. Even after absorbing the Calamity Church's Archmage Clarendon's memories, Han Shoa didn't have any memories of the canopy of necromancy. He didn't even have the corpse resurrection spell that he'd previously grasped. In other words, this magic tome from the Cemetery of Death was the crystallization of necromancy magic. It contained a large amount of necromancy knowledge, including some necromancy spells that had been lost in the past. These things were extremely useful to Han Shuo. After obtaining Clarendon's memories, Han Shuo's understanding of necromancy magic had already reached the level of an archmage. He could understand many of the difficult and specialized sentences in the tome and didn't need to ask Fanny for more knowledge. Time always passed so quickly when one was studying magic. The sky had completely darkened in the blink of an eye. Light footsteps outside roused Han Shuo from his reverie. With a thought, Han Shuo clearly saw the newcomers through the surveillance of the three Yin demons. It turned out that Trunks and Gilbert had returned together. "Brian, I have good news for you. I think you'll be very happy to hear it." Trunks had a joyful expression as he spoke to Han Shuo. Starting, Han Shuo was surprised and asked, "What good news? Do you remember Odysseus and the other 5 who adventured with you in the dark forest? What is it?" "When I came back today, I saw the 6 of them enter the Valley of Sunshine. Odysseus and the others have extraordinary strength and deep feelings for you. Our mercenary band has just been established and we need strong and reliable people like them. If you invite them, I think they might be willing to join us." Han Shuo couldn't help but say happily when he heard Trunks' words, "This is good news indeed. Odysseus and Gordon are both senior swordsmen, and there's also the water adept mage Aphrodite, a journeyman thunder mage, and the female elf archer Nia. Their strength isn't weak at all. If they can join us, I think it will be a great addition to our mercenary band. It looks like our luck is quite good, heh. They seem to be protecting a merchant this time. I spoke to them and they said they'll come tomorrow to catch up with you. I think there shouldn't be any problems." Trunks smiled. Han Shuo, who'd been listening to Trunks speak, suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at a large tree not far away. He said lowly, "Mr. Edwin, since you're here, let's talk in the yard." Chapter 221. The Yin demons had been placed in the surroundings to spy on the surroundings. Not even the slightest movement around the shop could escape Han Shuo's notice. Even if the other was a dark Grand Magus, it would be impossible for them to enter Han Shuo's territory without making a sound. Han Shuo had already discovered Edwin and Belinda's tracks through the Yin demons when they landed on a large tree in the distance. He called out without hesitation. Even if Han Shuo was the only one in the shop, Han Shuo wouldn't be afraid of Edwin using the magical formation in the courtyard, not to mention that Gilbert and Trunks were also here. Edwin and Belinda were obviously stunned by Han Shuo's terrifying detection abilities. Astonishment was written all over Edwin's face as he revealed himself from the dense foliage. He looked at Han Shuo in the distance and raised his voice, "How did you discover me?" "Nothing is impossible." Han Shuo shouted coldly and then shot a look at Gilbert and Trunks. A calm smile appeared on his face as he elegantly pointed at the empty chairs in the courtyard. He raised his head to look at them. "Since you two are in the mood, why don't you come over and talk in detail? I don't sense any killing intent from you. It looks like you're not here to kill me this time." Han Shuo, whose magical arts had reached the bloodlust realm, actually had an extremely acute sense for killing intent that naturally exuded from experts, perhaps due to his growing desire to kill. Edwin and Belinda made no effort to conceal their expressions when they landed on the tree and looked at the courtyard. Their expressions were calm in that moment, with a few traces of curiosity and caution, but they didn't reveal any killing intent. Edwin was even more surprised when he heard Han Shuo's words. His gaze when he looked at Han Shuo was full of surprise as he sized up Han Shuo, seeming to want to see something. After a while, Edwin revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. "I came with sincerity this time, but I can't tell if you have any intention of killing me. Because your courtyard is too dangerous, I won't be coming down for now. I don't want to be killed by a group of young but formidable children like you." As he spoke, Edwin landed lightly on the roof of the shop with Belinda. The two didn't dare approach the courtyard lightly, as if they were very wary of the mysteries within. They were prepared to deal with a sudden attack at any time and appeared to be very cautious. To be honest, Han Shuo did hope that the two would land in the courtyard and then use the magical formation to combine the strength of Gilbert and Trunks to kill them with a thunderous blow. This way, he wouldn't have to constantly be on guard against Edwin's sudden attack. It was a pity that sly old fox Edwin wouldn't fall for it so easily. Edwin had come to spy on the situation last night and deeply understood the dangers of this courtyard. That was why he hadn't dared to take the risk and land in. Now that his plan had failed, Han Shuo's expression immediately darkened. He looked darkly at Edwin and Belinda on the roof and said impatiently, "If you're not here to kill me, then are you planning on working together to deal with Ferguson? He's an important figure in the Church of Light and has an irreconcilable enmity with you. You're the ones he should be focusing on. You're wrong. Perhaps you don't even know it yourself, but you've become the Church of Light's mortal enemy. They'll make you disappear from this world at all costs." Edwin looked deeply at Han Shuo and spoke lowly. "Oh. I don't think so. Ferguson doesn't represent the entire Church of Light. I think that my enmity with Florida isn't so serious that the entire Church of Light would act against me. Aren't you being a bit too alarmist?" Han Shuo was speechless and spoke mockingly. Looking at Han Shuo with a pitying expression, Edwin explained slowly, "Your miraculous performance last night made the Church of Light realize just how terrifying you are. The fact that your little skull doesn't shine with the radiance of light in particular has sowed the seeds of disaster for you. Even if it wasn't for his grandson, Florida, Ferguson would definitely act against you because your existence is a serious threat to the Church of Light." Han Shuo immediately sank into silence when he heard these words. Han Shuo wasn't a stupid person, it was just that he'd never seriously considered this problem. When Edwin reminded him, Han Shuo recalled that the Church of Light seemed to have played the most important role in the destruction of necromancy. Light magic had a fatal destructive power against the dark creatures of the Necromancy Major. When the Necromancy Major was at its peak, hordes of dark creatures would wreak havoc on the continent. The Church of Light would always send out large numbers of disciples to use the most direct and simple light magic to bathe large numbers of dark creatures in light magic and deal a devastating blow. As Han Shuo thought carefully, he quickly realized that Edwin's words weren't false. The little skull and zombies that he'd refined using the secret arts of the magic would be impervious to the destructive attacks of light magic. This was an absolutely intolerable fact for the Church of Light. It looked like he'd unknowingly gotten himself into great trouble. Seeing that Han Shuo was silent, his straight eyebrows deeply furrowed, and his expression growing darker and darker, Edwin obviously understood that Han Shuo had already realized the severity of the matter. Smiling faintly, Edwin pointed a finger at Han Shuo and said in an extremely bewitching voice, "I'm sure you understand how much influence the Church of Light has on the profound continent. Apart from our Calamity Church, who has always resisted them, there are very few powers that can resist them. Don't hesitate, as long as you join our Calamity Church, we can forget all our past grievances. With you, our Calamity Church's necromancer's research on dark creatures will reach a level that no one before us has ever achieved. Then, with large numbers of dark creatures as an army, we can destroy any Church of Light stronghold in the world and make all living creatures prostrate themselves under our teachings. And you will become the most respected person in the Calamity Church. You will be able to obtain anything you want. Wealth, women, power, it's all at your fingertips. What a wonderful thing. I'm sure that with your wisdom, you can imagine the grand future. Honored Master, this old thing's words are quite reasonable. Just agree to him." Dark Dragon Gilbert was so excited when he heard about wealth and women that he didn't know which way was north. "Shut up." Han Shuo glared angrily at Gilbert before looking at Edwin. "I'm very sorry, although your suggestion is very tempting, I think I can't agree to it. It's your church's reputation that's poor. I don't want to become the target of everyone's criticism. The Calamity Church was a power that everyone hated on the entire continent. This church hid in the shadows and possessed power that no country dared ignore. They had a fanatical belief in destruction and an incomprehensible stubborn desire. They were incompatible with the creeds of any country or religion on the continent. If he joined such a church, Han Shuo would become the enemy of all countries. This was something that Han Shuo absolutely didn't want to see. Not to mention that every dark creature refined using demonic arts was extremely difficult to refine. It required an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Han Shuo didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to refine even more wondrous creatures in large quantities. Even if he succeeded, according to the teachings of the Calamity Church, the profound continent would be shrouded in a sea of blood and fire, finally turning into a wasteland. This was obviously not something that he wanted to see. Han Shuo's resolute refusal without the slightest hesitation obviously puzzled Edwin. He was about to continue trying to persuade him when a beam of black light suddenly shot through the air, shooting straight for Edwin on the roof. You should all die. I will avenge Big Sister Elaine today. Emily flew over with a furious expression on her face. Her long hair danced in the wind as she held her magic staff, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She looked like an enraged tigress. Looking disdainfully at Emily in the distance, Edwin waved his hand and blocked all the attacks with a barrier of darkness. He then looked at Han Shuo and smiled faintly, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I think that you might change your mind when the Church of Light takes action." Edwin didn't linger after speaking and left with Belinda, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. If the Grand Magus Edwin wanted to use the levitation spell to leave, no one here would be able to stop him. Therefore, Emily and Phoebe didn't foolishly chase after him and returned to the courtyard. "What's going on?" Emily looked at Han Shuo and asked. Smiling wryly and sighing lightly, Han Shuo said, "I've run into big trouble." "What's going on? What's so big that it's giving you a headache?" Emily had been with Han Shuo for so long, but she'd never seen Han Shuo have such a headache. She couldn't help but ask. When Han Shuo explained the course of events to Han Shuo and Phoebe, the two girls were startled and realized the severity of the situation. Their eyebrows were tightly knit, and they didn't know how to respond. The Church of Light was different from the Calamity Church. They were the most influential religious organization on the profound continent and had a wide network among the populace. Large numbers of people worshipped the Church of Light in any country, and their influence was greater than that of a small country. If all the followers of the Church of Light were like Ferguson, then I think the Church of Light wouldn't amount to much. Han Shuo said disdainfully after thinking for a while. No, the majority of the people in the Church of Light are kind and upright. At least, some of the people I know are worthy of respect in terms of character. Ferguson wasn't a bad person to begin with, but he spoiled his grandson too much and often cleaned up after Florida's wanton and willful actions. That's why he gradually became so utilitarian. In the entire continent, apart from the Calamity Church, there are many necromancers. I think as long as you don't join the Calamity Church, the Church of the God of Light won't necessarily put you to death. Not all the followers of the Church of Light are so unreasonable. Emily thought for a while and couldn't help but speak words of comfort to Han Shuo. It's hard to say. This matter is indeed somewhat thorny. However, if the Church of Light wants to make a move against me indiscriminately, I won't be lenient. No matter what excuse anyone uses, as long as they want to kill me, I won't hesitate to find a way to kill them. Han Shuo thought for a while and said in a low voice. Master, no matter what you do, your loyal servant Gilbert will swear loyalty to you, Dark Dragon Gilbert said in a timely manner. Trunks, all the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's operations in the future will be carried out under your name. Also, don't tell anyone about the relationship between this mercenary and me. Otherwise, I think it may bring unnecessary trouble to the mercenary band because of my identity. Han Shuo suddenly said to Trunks after pondering for a while. Brian, do you think I'm someone who's afraid of trouble? Trunks was somewhat displeased as he said coldly. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, don't think too much, the mercenary band is mine. However, don't make this matter public for the time being. It won't be too late to make it public after I've settled the Church of Light's troubles. You should know that our mercenary band has just started and I also want it to develop even faster. Therefore, we can't let this matter affect it for the time being. After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Trunks' expression returned to normal. He smiled faintly and nodded, saying, you're the leader, I'll do whatever you say. This is the mercenary band's rule. What have you two been doing today? Why haven't you been in the shop the entire day? Seeing that Trunks had agreed, Han Shuo turned his head to look at Emily and Phoebe, asking in astonishment. I've negotiated a big business deal. I've already dealt with all the things you gave me. We've received a total of 70,000 gold coins. Apart from the amount used to establish the mercenary band, I'll be keeping the rest for you for the time being. Phoebe explained. Sister Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, has always been in charge of the Dark Mantle's various affairs outside of the Empire. She suddenly came to the Valley of Sunshine today and I immediately went to see her after receiving the news. Because we talked about old times, I was delayed for the entire day. Emily looked at Han Shuo and explained. She paused and smiled faintly, saying, she's very curious about you because I've discussed some matters of cooperation with you. Chapter 222. Cecilia was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. She had ascended to a high position and held great power at a young age. She was a legendary woman of the Dark Mantle and was deeply admired by all members of the Dark Mantle. Cecilia had always been in various countries and was in charge of some matters of the enemy countries. She rarely returned to the capital of the Empire unless there was an urgent matter. As the center of the 3 countries, the Valley of Sunshine was a very special existence. For Cecilia to come to such a place, it must be because she had important matters to attend to. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed here. Han Shuo didn't have any improper thoughts towards this legendary woman who was also very charming. When he heard Emily say that she was very curious about him, he only appeared a bit surprised and didn't say much. Brian, I have something to say to you in private. Look for me in a bit. Phoebe stretched and walked towards her room, muttering to herself, I've been busy all day. I'll take a bath and relax first. Trunks and Gilbert immediately showed dubious expressions to Han Shuo when they saw Phoebe leave like this. Emily, on the other hand, pouted and snorted softly. She was probably a little angry. Trunks, make a list and see what kind of weapons our mercenaries need. I'll find the dwarves to forge them in the near future. Han Shuo suddenly remembered this matter and said to Trunks. The dwarves live in a very mysterious place. How did you find them? Trunks was very surprised and looked at Han Shuo in amazement. Because of some opportunities, I got to know a dwarf village and have a good relationship with them. I can ask them to forge some weapons. I'll also discuss it with Phoebe later and have her help me purchase some rare metals. This way, the weapons forged by the dwarves will be even sharper. So that's how it is. Alright then, I'll think about it tonight and make a list for you tomorrow. Looking at the sky, Han Shuo said, it's getting late. Everyone should rest first. Honored Master, Miss Phoebe has only just returned to her room and hasn't started bathing yet. Aren't you a bit impatient? Gilbert chuckled lowly in a lewd manner and hinted meaningfully. Gilbert, if you really can't hold it in, I can reward you with some gold coins. You can go to some alleys in the Valley of Sunshine and solve your problems. Han Shuo looked askance at Gilbert and suggested. Laughing wildly, Trunks clutched his stomach and laughed heartily at Han Shuo. He already tried today. Unfortunately, although he was willing to spend a large sum of money, all the girls in the Valley of Sunshine believed him to be a super pervert because of his strange actions earlier. Therefore, not a single girl dared receive him. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh when he heard that Gilbert really couldn't resist visiting prostitutes and was willing to spend money but couldn't find a girl. Little lewd dragon, you're a little lewd dragon alright. It's a pity that you can't be lewd even when you spend money. You're really pitiful. Gilbert's face was dejected when these words were spoken, and then his expression grew furious as he yelled, "It's all because of you that I can't find a girl, because of you telling me to collect some virgin blood. You're making fun of me, I'm bitterly disappointed. How vulgar, how disgusting." Emily rolled her eyes at Gilbert with extreme disdain and walked back to her room with a cold snort. Hey, are you kidding me? Master was the one who told me to collect it, why aren't you blaming him? Gilbert cried out loudly when he saw Emily look down on him with an expression of being wronged. Alright, if you really can't hold it in anymore, you can fly to a further city. I know that this is the nature of you dark dragons. Don't worry, Master is willing to provide you with gold coins to visit prostitutes. Han Shuo laughed oddly and paid no more attention to Gilbert as he walked towards Emily's room. Although Han Shuo and Phoebe were boyfriend and girlfriend on the surface, the two hadn't developed to the point of entangling their bodies. Han Shuo could only look for Emily to resolve some of his physical needs. Wasn't it Miss Phoebe who told him to go? Why is he looking for Madame Emily instead? Did he go to the wrong place? Gilbert looked at Trunks and grumbled in confusion. Rubbing his chin, Trunks watched as Han Shuo disappeared into Emily's room, a thoughtful expression on his face as he smiled, "Don't mind your master's business. Talking less and doing more is the rule you should follow." When Han Shuo entered Emily's room, he placed one of the 3 Yin demons monitoring the entire store outside her room. He then walked into the room with a cheeky smile, alright, don't be angry. Go find your little Phoebe. Emily said huffily as she glared at Han Shuo. If you want to find someone, you should find my little Emily first. Just let Phoebe wait. Han Shuo smiled as he walked towards Emily, ignoring Emily's resistance as he pulled her into his embrace. His hands moved up and down as he wantonly violated her voluptuous body, causing Emily to pant heavily. In just a short while, she was completely aroused and took the initiative to cooperate with Han Shuo. The two quickly took off their clothes and intertwined with familiarity. By the time Emily's body had softened into a ball of cotton and she'd been thoroughly exhausted by Han Shuo's ferocious thrusts, the lingering resentment in her heart had long since disappeared without a trace after a few moments of pleasure. At this time, her entire naked body was flushed as she lazily curled up in Han Shuo's embrace. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on Han Shuo's chest as she whispered, "I know I shouldn't be angry, but sometimes I just can't control myself." His large hands caressed Emily's smooth back as Han Shuo said softly, "This shows that you care about me. You don't have to explain anything. It would be strange if you weren't angry at all." Han Shuo and Phoebe said words of love after that, leaning against each other as they slowly became affectionate. They both ignored the passage of time and forgot about Phoebe's words from before. However, Phoebe, who was in the other room, waited for a long time after taking a bath and changing her clothes. However, she found that Han Shuo still hadn't come over. Gradually, she became somewhat impatient. After putting on her clothes neatly, Phoebe pushed open the door and left. She crossed the courtyard and walked straight to Han Shuo's room. When she arrived at the door, she knocked and said, "Brian, can I come in?" When Phoebe pushed open the door to her room, Han Shuo had already discovered her movements through the Yin demons. Seeing Phoebe walk straight to his room, Han Shuo immediately put on his clothes in a hurry. He said anxiously, "Damn it, I forgot what Phoebe said just now." Afraid of being caught in bed, Emily's expression was also flustered. She hurriedly put on her clothes and casually tied up her messy hair. She urged Han Shuo, "You should go back quickly. If she finds out, it won't be good. While nodding, Han Shuo walked to the window at the back and jumped out. Then, he walked from the back wall to his room. He used the hidden strength of the demonic art to open his window and flipped over to jump in. He casually glanced at himself in the mirror before opening the door with an awkward expression. Why did you only open the door now? I told you to look for me just now. Why didn't you come? Phoebe looked at Han Shuo reproachfully. Then, she saw that Han Shuo's trousers were loose and asked suspiciously, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you pull up your trousers? Feeling guilty, Han Shuo's expression was a little flustered. A thought flashed through his mind and he hurriedly said, no, nothing. I was going to the toilet. So that's how it is. Phoebe chuckled and said understandingly. She walked towards Han Shuo with a smile and looked charmingly at Han Shuo. She said, then you should still pull up your trousers before opening the door. Look at you now, really. As he said this, to Han Shuo's surprise, Phoebe squatted down slightly with a faint smile on her face and helped Han Shuo pull up his loose trousers. However, a strong odor suddenly came from Han Shuo's trousers. In an instant, through close contact, it rushed into Phoebe's nose and mouth. As soon as this odor was inhaled by Phoebe, Phoebe immediately covered her nose and exclaimed involuntarily, what? Why is there such a strong odor? As she said this, Phoebe couldn't help but pay attention to Han Shuo's trousers. However, she found some white spots appearing on the trousers between Han Shuo's legs. It should be some kind of liquid that had just been air-dried. A beautiful cheeks suddenly turned red and hot. Phoebe obviously realized what those things were. For a moment, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was stunned and didn't know what to do. Oh no, I'm dead this time. I just left in a hurry and forgot to clean up my lower body. There was only Emily in the shop. It seems that this time the matter has been exposed. Phoebe will definitely make things difficult for me. Han Shuo's heart was perturbed and he couldn't help but think in a panic. It's not what you think. Han Shuo explained in a hurry and hurriedly fixed his trousers. It was difficult to hide the panic in his expression. Phoebe lowered her head and stood up. Her neck was red and hot. She actually didn't dare to look at Han Shuo. She turned around and walked outside. When she reached the door, Phoebe suddenly stopped and whispered in a very low voice, Brian, it's really hard for you. You have me as your girlfriend, but you still have to solve these problems by yourself. I'm just not ready yet. Give me some time. Don't do this in the future. I heard people say that doing it by yourself is very harmful to the body. Under Han Shuo's dumbfounded expression, Phoebe blushed and said such words. She quickly left as if she was fleeing. It seemed that she was even more embarrassed than Han Shuo. Hey, it's not what you think. Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shouted at Phoebe's back as she left. He also didn't know how to explain it. The next day, early in the morning, Han Shuo, Emily, and Phoebe met very awkwardly in the morning. All of them had awkward expressions and didn't know what to say. Especially Han Shuo, who had been misunderstood by Phoebe and had no way to explain it. Otherwise, it would implicate even more trouble. Therefore, he couldn't hide his embarrassment when facing Phoebe. Trunks and Gilbert, on the other hand, were looking at the three dubiously. Gilbert, in particular, chuckled mischievously and said, Honored Master, did you have a wonderful night last night? Aha, I think it must have been a memorable night. Shut up. Han Shuo flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Gilbert. Brian, if the weapons on this list can be forged by the dwarves, it will definitely greatly increase the combat power and passion of our subordinates. A list full of weapons was handed to Han Shuo by Trunks. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Emily was a little better, but last night's experience also made her a little shy, so she left first. I also have something to do. When Phoebe saw Emily walk away, she also expressed her position and hurriedly planned to leave. Phoebe, wait. Han Shua suddenly said to Phoebe, who was about to leave immediately. For no reason, Phoebe's face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to look at Han Shua. She just quickly glanced at Han Shua and said shyly, "What?" Miss Phoebe, who's always so unkind to people, actually has such a shy side. It looks like last night's events have changed Miss Phoebe's personality. Gilbert still believed that something must have happened between Han Shua and Phoebe last night, and that it was just lewd nonsense. Lewd dragon, don't think that everyone is as shameless and perverted as you. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll stab you with my sword. Phoebe also flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Gilbert, threatening him with a cold face. These are all things I need, help me purchase them while you're at it. Taking out a list, Han Shua handed it to Phoebe, asking Phoebe to help him purchase some supplies. Taking the list from Han Shua, Phoebe gave a low and didn't say anything else, quickly leaving the shop. Not long after Phoebe left, Han Shua was discussing with Gilbert and Trunks how to deal with Tunai. Through the Een demons, Han Shua discovered that Odysseus and the others were cautiously looking around, standing in front of the door, not daring to enter. It looked like everyone who'd come to the Valley of Sunshine had heard of this shop's bad reputation. Odysseus and the others were no exception. It was obvious that they'd been too cautious due to the evil reputation of the cursed lands. They're here. Han Shua smiled faintly and stood up to open the door. Chapter 223. Long time no see. Opening the door, Han Shua stood outside and looked at Odysseus' group of 6 with a slight smile. The group of 6 cheered when they saw Han Shua appear, their faces brimming with genuine joy. Odysseus and Gordon even rushed to Han Shua and gave Han Shua a hug. It's really you. Why are you living here? After letting go, the restless Gordon looked inside and said with some surprise. Heh, come in first. This place is very safe, it's not as scary as you think. Han Shua leaned to the side and motioned for the 6 to come in and chat. The 6 of them had been a bit fearful of this place before confirming that Han Shua was inside, but when Han Shua's words left Han Shua's mouth, they no longer cowered in fear out of their trust in Han Shua. They walked in openly and directly to the center of the yard. Odysseus and the others were a team of 3 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 archer. Odysseus was a senior swordsman, Anglo and Gordon were journeyman swordsmen, Aphrodite a water adept mage, Bard a thunder journeyman mage, and the female elven archer, Nia. After their adventure in the dark forest, the 6 had not only reaped rich rewards, but had also made breakthroughs in their strength. Journeyman swordsman Gordon had advanced to senior swordsman, and thunder journeyman mage Bard had also become an adept mage. Han Shua had seen all of this from the changes in the symbols on their chests. Brian, this place is the cursed land of the Valley of Sunshine. When we came to the Valley of Sunshine before, we'd heard people talk about the legend of this place, warning everyone not to enter this shop carelessly. Why are you living here? Gordon was a straightforward person and couldn't hide his thoughts. He looked around when he entered the yard and directly asked Han Shua after sitting down. The legends aren't necessarily true. Those curses could be man-made. We haven't encountered any danger since we've been here for so long. Han Shua didn't explain too much about the blood-water demon's mischief to them. How have you been recently? As the captain, Odysseus was an upright and steady person. He looked at Han Shua and asked with a smile. Not too bad. What did you guys experience after leaving the dark forest? Gordon and Bard's cultivation has actually improved greatly. Not bad. Han Shua said. After we separated from you in the dark forest, we went to Zajoski City and sold off our spoils in the dark forest. We made a sum of money and exchanged our weapons and equipment. We also picked out a magic staff for Bard to increase his magical power. After resting for a while, Gordon and Bard felt that they'd broken through and went to the guild to take the advancement test. After passing, we took on some missions to protect merchants near the Valley of Sunshine. This time, we entered the Valley of Sunshine to protect a merchant caravan. Odysseus smiled faintly and slowly explained to Han Shoa what had happened after they'd split up. Han Shoa glanced at Trunks on the side and thought for a moment. He then looked at Odysseus and said, "We're friends, so I'll speak frankly. Trunks and I have formed a small mercenary band and we only have a few people at the moment. I'd really like you to join and help us make this small mercenary band a bit bigger." Odysseus and the others were all quite surprised when these words were spoken. They all looked at each other and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After staring blankly for a while, Odysseus looked at Han Shoa and said, "Brian, you're not joking, are you? Why did you think of forming a mercenary band? You've always been a loner. I don't think you're the kind of person who'd like to form a mercenary band. It's true, we've already applied for a title. I think that if this mercenary band succeeds, it should be quite good in the future. I wonder if you're interested." Han Shoa looked at Odysseus with a faint smile and sincerely invited them. When he saw Han Shoa and the other two walk over, he wasn't as polite as he usually was. He looked at the corpses on the ground with some annoyance and seemed to be blaming himself. It looks like we've come at the wrong time." Han Shoa curled his lips when they arrived. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lordan took a few deep breaths and turned to Harris, "Bury these brothers properly. I will definitely find out who did this and tear them to pieces." Harris didn't say much and nodded painfully. He then directed the mercenaries that had gathered from all directions to carefully lift the dismembered corpses and start cleaning up the scene. "Come with me." Lordan's face was gloomy as he snorted softly and walked towards the largest building he lived in. It was very obvious that Han Shoa and the other two had coincidentally come across an attack on the Cairo mercenary band. However, Han Shoa and the other two didn't find any traces of the enemy when they looked around. They didn't know what had happened. When they entered Lordan's large house, he waved his hand for Han Shoa and the other two to find a stone bench to sit on. He said with a dark face, "The enemy wanted to kill me. The room that exploded is where I handle the daily affairs of the Cairo mercenary band. Under normal circumstances, I would have gone there at noon. However, I was delayed by something today. When I was 10 meters away from the door of the room, a strong mana fluctuation came from inside the room, and a violent explosion immediately occurred. It seems that there was a magic device set up beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded in such a timely manner. I almost died inside. There must be people from other powers in your Cairo mercenary band, otherwise this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Also, when I was fighting Florida in front of the Valley of Sunshine last time, Andy of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band arrived in time to save him just as I was about to kill him. At that time, there were only people from your Cairo mercenary band at the fence. Logically speaking, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band wouldn't have been able to arrive in time to save Florida from my hands. I had my suspicions at that time, but it looks like my suspicions weren't unfounded." Han Shoa thought for a moment and said, "That's for sure. I can arrange my people in other powers, so other powers can naturally do the same. It's just that it was too dangerous this time and I almost died. I don't know which power did it." Lordan's face was dark as he growled angrily. Seeing that Lordan knew what he was doing, Han Shoa didn't say anything else. He inwardly thought that Lordan looked like he had all brawn and brains, but his thoughts were actually so meticulous. No wonder he could replace the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and sit in the position of first in the Valley of Sunshine. Florida's grandfather, the Light Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light, has arrived. I don't know where Florida has been moved to, and I can't find a suitable opportunity to make a move. I've come to find you this time because I want to know where Florida has been arranged to be. Since you've also arranged for your people in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, I think you might know about this. If I don't know where Florida is, I have no way of making a move, so I need you to tell me. Han Shua thought for a moment and said to Loratan. I already know about what happened last night, but since that old fox Ferguson has arrived, I think it's too unrealistic for you to assassinate Florida. After your attack last night, Florida will surely be protected even more carefully. Even if you know where Florida is, you may not have the opportunity to make a move. Loretan's expression had completely returned to normal by now as he looked at Han Shua and said directly. Han Shua understood that Loratan wasn't lying. However, now that the three Yin demons had taken form and there was also the Earth Elite zombie that could burrow underground, Han Shua had every reason to believe that as long as he could find the hiding place of a heavily injured person, Han Shua believed that he would have a chance to succeed no matter how heavily protected the person was. I understand everything you've said, but if you know where Florida is, I still hope that you can tell me. Han Shua smiled confidently. Loratan obviously felt that Han Shua had overestimated his own abilities this time. Although he understood that Han Shua's strength was extraordinary, he felt that even if Han Shua used the Cairo mercenary band's strength, he still wouldn't have the chance to assassinate Florida in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's headquarters. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. If I have news of Florida, I'll send someone to inform you. Loretan's expression was a bit impatient as he said with a cold face. At this point, Han Shua knew that there was nothing more to say. He nodded and left with Gilbert. What the hell, we're helping him and his attitude is still so bad. Gilbert started cursing as soon as he left the Cairo mercenary band's territory. If you were almost blown to death, I think your attitude would be even worse than his. It looks like Loratan was truly frightened today. Trunks looked at Gilbert and smiled. Loratan is in a bad mood. I don't know if he'll be unable to control himself and make a move in a short period of time. Han Shua chuckled and paused. Han Shua then said sinisterly, it looks like the Valley of Sunshine is starting to fall into chaos. I think we should change our plans now. I've thought carefully and have a better idea. Chapter 224. What should we do? Trunks asked. The waters of the Valley of Sunshine are too muddy, and our power is too weak. We can't contend with either side. No matter what the final result is, we won't be in control of the Valley of Sunshine. At the end of the day, it's all because the mercenary band is too weak. It doesn't seem wise for us to get involved at this time. We can temporarily set aside our grudge with Florida and take the opportunity to recruit and expand our power while they fight until their heads bleed. The most important thing right now is to strengthen our own strength and not join forces with them. The shop I need is an inauspicious place. No matter who holds power in the Valley of Sunshine, they won't know how to use it and will leave it empty. I'll find a way to get it back sooner or later. There's no need to trap us in a place like this because of this shop. Not to mention that Loratan isn't a good person. Our safety won't be guaranteed if we stay in the Valley of Sunshine at this time. If Loratan isn't in a good mood, he might turn against us. It won't be so easy for us to leave the Valley of Sunshine then. Han Shua responded calmly after careful consideration. You mean that we should leave the Valley of Sunshine for now? Han Shua's words were complicated, but to put it simply, it was to sit on top of the mountain and reap the spoils later. Trunks roughly grasped Han Shua's meaning after hearing Han Shua's explanation. We can leave the Valley of Sunshine, but we don't need to leave the Valley of Sunshine's sphere of influence. We can learn from the other three powers and first develop our power on the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine. With the gold coins and your connections, you can take the opportunity to recruit more mercenaries and slowly strengthen your mercenary band while the other four powers fight amongst themselves. In addition, I need to leave for a while. If I'm discovered by the Church of Light, it may bring some unnecessary trouble to me and the mercenary band. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to help you go to the dark forest and have the dwarves forge a batch of the weapons we need. We'll then see if we can get another batch of good stuff through the forest troll. When Han Shuo thought about it seriously, his mind was very active. He calmly calculated the follow-up course of action and slowly explained to Trunks. When Han Shuo finished, Trunks nodded with a smile. There are still a few months until the battle for the succession in the Valley of Sunshine. Our mercenary band has a large amount of gold coins as a foundation, so I can take the opportunity to recruit more experts. Perhaps this will be of some use when the time comes. Let's go back and discuss with Emily and Phoebe. We need to leave the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible. Han Shuo looked at the sky, planning to leave the Valley of Sunshine as soon as possible in order to make preparations for the upcoming matters. On the way back to the shop, there were many people on the busy street. All kinds of strange items were placed outside by the merchants of various countries, attracting the attention of the passing merchants. There were muscular orcs with dense fur covering their skin, beautiful elves with sharp ears, and other strange races. They all lingered on the street, looking at the special items around them, trying to find a business opportunity that would bring them great profits. As he weaved through the crowd, Han Shuo suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if there was an enemy watching him from the shadows, a faint killing intent locking onto him, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Being in the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo had a terrifying ability to sense others' killing intent towards him. Even in the bustling merchant street, he could still clearly sense the hidden killing intent. This was truly incredible. With a thought, the 3 Yin demons flew out without a trace, like drifting air. They slowly spread out and circled around Han Shuo's blind spots, observing any places where danger might appear. With the help of the Yin demons, not a single corner could escape Han Shuo's prying eyes. At this moment, Han Shuo imprinted everything within a dozen meters into his mind. Han Shuo quickly identified each and every person, trying to find the source of the danger. On the wall of a shop on the left, in a blind spot that was difficult for the naked eye to see, a beautiful face with impeccable features leapt into Han Shuo's line of sight. Female elven archer Maxine's eyes were like the edge of a sword, glinting with a cold light. She held an oddly shaped bow in her left hand, seeming to be waiting for the most opportune moment to give him a fatal blow. Thunder Archmage Asa stood shoulder to shoulder with her, his expression cold and dark. He held a magic staff in his right hand and was also ready, as if he could strike at any moment. However, there were many merchants from all over the world around the 3 of them on this street that had a large flow of people. If one wanted to carry out an assassination in such a place, one's grasp of timing had to be impeccable. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face as Han Shuo continued walking without a change in expression. The 3 Yin demons kept an eye on Maxine and Asa's movements, secretly thinking of a plan to deal with them. At the corner of a street, Han Shuo's body, which had been moving forward, suddenly flashed inside. Trunks and Gilbert also disappeared without a trace at the same time. Maxine and Asa looked at Han Shuo's group walk straight ahead, only to disappear around a corner. They looked at each other and were slightly startled. Their originally hidden bodies couldn't help but join the flow of people, attempting to find out what had happened at that strange corner. Where are they? Asa looked around the corner when he arrived, but didn't find any traces of Han Shuo's group. He couldn't help but exclaim softly with a frown. At this moment, a low whistle suddenly sounded as a dark, cold light suddenly appeared in the noisy street. It moved in a miraculous curve, avoiding the endless stream of people. It was like a slithering snake, quickly baring its savage fangs in the darkness and biting towards the 2. The sudden turn of events shattered the 2's expectations. Maxine's slender eyes narrowed into a straight line as she abruptly shot towards the rooftops when the demon's lair edge was about to shoot towards her chest, fleeing into the distance without a care for anything else. A ghastly howl sounded from Asa's mouth behind Maxine. The noisy street was thrown into chaos by this howl, and the more cowardly merchants all covered their heads as they scurried away. They didn't know what danger was about to befall them, so they immediately ran away. The various mercenaries that followed the merchants and were responsible for their safety first surrounded their employers before paying attention to their surroundings. Thunder Archmage Asa's right hand had been chopped off from the crook of his arm due to Maxine's departure. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The Demon's Lair Edge had chopped off a section of Asa's right hand and sent it flying high into the air. It spun in the air and once again turned around in an attempt to reap Asa's life. Asa was a qualified mercenary after all. He was able to maintain a cool head even in the most panicked of moments. Asa didn't hesitate in this moment where he could lose his life at any second. His empty left hand quickly picked up his right hand that had fallen to the ground after being chopped off. He used the levitation spell without hesitation and immediately flew into the air. At the same time, a circle of lightning instantly formed around his body, turning him into a man of electricity. The Demon's Lair Edge once again flew towards Asa, crackling with electricity. Before the Demon's Lair Edge could reach Asa's body, it was invaded by the fierce electricity and slowed down its piercing speed. When the Demon's Lair Edge reached Asa's back, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from Asa's body. The electrical net that had wrapped around Asa's body had invaded the Demon's Lair Edge with a strong electric energy, causing the magical yuan Han Shua had poured into it to become chaotic. In the end, the Demon's Lair Edge's speed was slowed down and it stabbed towards Han Shua's back, but didn't take Asa's life. Although Asa hadn't been stabbed to death, the rampaging magical yuan within the Demon's Lair Edge had violently churned about, causing Asa's back to feel as if he'd been struck by a heavy boulder. His fluttering body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying violently and almost falling down. Finally, he staggered all the way to a room and landed, crying for help as soon as he entered. "Let's go, Asa's injuries are even worse than Florida's. I think it's becoming more and more unrealistic for the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band to win against the Cairo Mercenary Band this time." Han Shua chuckled coldly as he walked out of an alley with Gilbert and Trunks. "Treacherous master, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill him? Asa would have died without a doubt if he'd just stabbed him again." Gilbert looked at Han Shua in puzzlement and asked in confusion. "The place where Asa landed is the resting area of the Cairo Mercenary Band. No matter how fierce the battle between the Cairo Mercenary Band and the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band is, anyone in Tanai under the glorious sun will be protected by the Cairo Mercenary Band. Whether the mercenaries are willing or not, they have to help Asa. We can't kill Asa inside, or we'll definitely offend Loriton," Trunks explained to Gilbert. When I ambushed Asa, the surrounding Cairo Mercenary Band members didn't say a word, and no one stepped out to help them from afar. This is already making things easier for us. You stupid dragon, use your brain more. Don't just think of some dirty thoughts all day long. Han Shua lectured Gilbert, hating that Gilbert didn't live up to his expectations. "It's a pity that we let that Maxine escape. That woman's vigilance is quite high," Trunks said regretfully. Nodding, Han Shua said in agreement, "It's a bit of a pity that she escaped. Perhaps it's because she's also skilled in the way of assassination that she's so vigilant. That woman hiding in the shadows is much more of a threat than Asa. You must be careful in the future and don't let her find an opportunity to take advantage of." The three talked as they returned to the path of the shop. The three Yin demons had been placed in the surroundings along the way, and no one could escape Han Shua's observation. They didn't meet any more danger. An orc shop had a few exotic flowers and grasses in front of it, as well as some intricate little trees. One of the plants had 3 golden leaves and milky white roots that were as hard as stalactites. It sparkled with a faint white luster and attracted Han Shua's attention. Han Shua had discovered this shop through the Yin demons. After a moment's observation, Han Shuo said to the two, "Come, let's take a look at this shop." Trunks and Gilbert were already used to Han Shuo's strange behavior. They were used to Han Shuo's mysteriousness and didn't ask any questions. They followed Han Shuo to the orc shop in the distance. When they arrived in front of the shop, some exotic flowers and grasses attracted Han Shuo's attention. Some of the flowers and grasses had a refreshing fragrance, while others had strange shapes and colors. Many of the little trees had crystal-clear roots that looked like pieces of beautiful jade. He didn't know how they grew. Han Shuo moved closer to the 3 golden leaves and placed his nose close to them. An alluring fragrance seeped into Han Shuo's mouth and nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. Han Shuo stared at the veins of the 3 dazzling golden leaves for a while, then reached out with his hand and closed his eyes to touch the stalactite. His brow creased tightly as he slowly considered something. Gilbert and Trunks looked at Han Shuo with strange expressions. They didn't understand Han Shuo's behavior and why he would be interested in these strange flowers and grasses. After a while, Han Shuo's eyebrows suddenly twitched as his pair of deep eyes were replaced by an expression of ecstasy. He then carefully examined all the strange flowers and plants in front of the door with even greater enthusiasm. His entire person seemed to be indescribably excited, as if he'd suddenly picked up some sort of treasure. Gilbert and Trunks looked at each other, not knowing what Han Shuo had discovered. They looked at Han Shuo's strange behavior in a daze, feeling a little baffled. After sweeping his eyes over the strange plants in front of the shop, Han Shuo took a deep breath and said to Gilbert and Trunks, "I need these special plants. Let's go and see if there are any greater rewards inside." Han Shuo's excited expression slowly returned to normal after he finished speaking, and he walked inside with large strides. Chapter 225. The shop owner was a tall and strong old beast man. Even in the cold winter, this old beast man only wore thin clothes, and his coarse skin covered his lush body. He rested lazily in the shop. There were many kinds of strange flowers and plants placed everywhere in the shop. Each of these strange flowers and plants had a different color, and the shop was filled with a refreshing fragrance. After Han Shuo walked in, he just glanced at the old beast man and continued to wander among the flowers and plants. He carefully identified these strange flowers and plants, looking for what he needed. In Chu Kanglin's memory, there was a paragraph related to alchemy. It was obtained after Chu Kanglin killed a cultivator who was an alchemist and took his alchemy technique for himself. There was a period of time when Chu Kanglin spent a lot of time studying alchemy techniques. Chu Kanglin even refined a few furnaces of alchemy pills by himself according to the alchemy technique. However, in addition to the alchemy furnace and alchemy technique, the most important thing in alchemy was the materials needed. The more precious the elixir, the rarer the materials needed. Many of them were spiritual objects between heaven and earth. If one wanted to refine the elixir, they must first have enough materials. In the world that Han Shuo originally lived in, all the famous mountains and rivers had gradually become tourist attractions because of the serious pollution. Some precious medicinal herbs had long been mined out. Even with Chu Kanglin's remarkable ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, it took him a year or two to collect the materials for a furnace of energy-gathering pill. It was precisely because of the scarcity of materials and the fact that Chu Kanglin was not a very patient person that he finally gave up using elixir to enhance his strength. However, the memory of alchemy was still deeply imprinted in the depths of his memory. This time, the plant with golden leaves and stalactite-like roots in front of the old beastman's shop attracted Han Shuo's attention. After Han Shuo carefully examined it and carefully looked at the strange plant according to the method in his memory, he finally confirmed that this strange plant only grew in caves with natural stalactites. It absorbed the stone marrow inside for hundreds of years and gathered the yin qi of heaven and earth to form the golden marrow grass. The golden marrow grass was cold in nature, and was a natural treasure of the great yin. Together with some other spiritual objects, it could be used to refine the nirvana pill, which could expand the bones and meridians of a mortal. The body would undergo an earth-shattering transformation, becoming a body suitable for cultivation. There was also a small tree that was bright red like a ruby. It was full of vermilion fruits. The bright red fruits were round and crystal clear. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they shone with a faint red light, like a few miniature suns that were dazzling. When Han Shuo carefully examined them, he confirmed that they were actually fire attribute treasures, the blazing fruit. Cultivators who practiced fire attribute cultivation methods or devil cultivators could directly consume this blazing fruit and use their own methods to channel the enormous power of the sun, greatly improving their cultivation in a short period of time. However, if one did not practice fire attribute cultivation methods and consumed the blazing fruit by mistake, they would not be able to withstand the fire power contained within it. They would be burned by the power of the blazing fruit, and when they turned into charcoal, the spirit power of the blazing fruit would slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. Apart from the golden marrow grass and the blazing fruit, this shop also had dragonfly fruit, 100-year vine heart, extreme frost grass, and other rare items. They were all precious materials that some pill refiners needed. When Han Shuo discovered these treasures, he naturally wasn't willing to let them go so easily. After a while, Han Shuo arranged all the rare spirit herbs that he recognized in this shop neatly and placed them in front of the old orc's counter. He said with a smile, "Old man, how much do these things cost?" The old orc had been sitting there lazily and had long since seen Han Shuo's actions. He had been observing Han Shuo closely, and only stood up unhurriedly when Han Shuo finally placed all the items in front of him. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, the tall, strong old orc did not immediately respond to Han Shuo's question about the price of these herbs. Instead, he looked at Han Shuo with some interest and asked Han Shuo in response, "You recognize these things and know what they are used for?" The old orc's voice was hoarse and thick, and sounded a bit awkward when he spoke the human language. His two large nostrils snorted as he spoke, making him look a bit odd. I just thought it was a bit odd and wanted to buy it to study." Han Shuo responded with a smile. The old orc was a bit disappointed when he heard that Han Shuo didn't recognize them either. He said to himself with some self-deprecation, "I knew it, so many pill refiners don't recognize them, how would you know what these things are?" Pointing at the blazing fruit, the old orc explained to Han Shuo, "Curious human lad, these things aren't fun. These strange poisonous herbs grow in the barren lands of our home, and no one dares to play with them. For example, this red fruit. Even some ferocious wild beasts will be burned to death if they mistakenly eat this red fruit. Also, if you put your hand on the branches and leaves of these strange little flowers, you'll feel a bone-piercing chill. Whoever eats them will be frozen into a block of ice. You're not a pill refiner, so it's best if you don't try to mix them carelessly. According to what I know, even some pill refiners have suffered terrible injuries when mixing them." The old orc obviously didn't know the wondrous uses of these natural treasures and instead thought of them as terrifying poisonous herbs. The blazing fruit and extreme frost grass were treasures of extreme heat and cold. Ordinary people would indeed be harmed if they took them, because ordinary people would definitely not be able to digest the spirit power within. It was normal for him to have this kind of misunderstanding. Chuckling lightly, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not using these things carelessly. It's just that I know a pretty good pill refiner and he's quite accomplished with some strange herbs. I'm just giving them to others. Of course, I'll remember your reminder and tell them the characteristics of these poisonous herbs. Alright then, it was quite difficult for my children to bring these herbs from the faraway barren lands. You can give me 100 gold coins for all of these items. This is a very fair price, and there are some pill refiners who are very interested and willing to pay a large price for them." The old orc obviously didn't know what it meant for these items to fall into the hands of a knowledgeable person like Han Shuo. 100 gold coins wasn't even enough to buy a single leaf from one of the herbs. On account of the old orc's kind reminder earlier, plus the possibility that these herbs might be delivered to him in the future, Han Shuo generously threw down 500 gold coins and said, "Many thanks to the old man for your reminder. Your kind reminder is worth 400 gold coins, otherwise my friend may have run into great trouble. If you have more of these herbs, feel free to bring them over from the barren lands. I'll be sure to pay a large price for them when I have the time." "Oh, esteemed guest, your generosity will definitely be rewarded. Thank you very much." The old orc excitedly accepted a bag of 500 gold coins. His gaze when he looked at Han Shuo was completely different as he happily praised him. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Then, a beautiful woman that even Han Shuo and the other two couldn't help but sigh in admiration walked in leisurely. Her tall and slender body was wrapped in a light purple dress. Her long brown hair flowed down like a waterfall, and below her slender phoenix eyebrows were a pair of limpid eyes. Further down was a delicate nose, small crimson-red lips, tender and smooth skin, and an oval face. All of these were the elements that a beautiful woman should have. She looked to be only in her early 20s, but her entire being exuded the air of someone who held great power and had experienced great things. Although she didn't purposefully reveal it, her entire being naturally exuded a disdainful aura, as if she could easily decide the life and death of others. "Hi, beautiful, are you talking to me?" After a loud whistle, Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at the woman excitedly and said lightly. "Not you." She flicked a glance at Gilbert and responded faintly. She didn't look at Gilbert again and walked directly towards Han Shuo. When she arrived in front of Han Shuo, she extended a slender finger and pointed at the extreme frost grass. Her limpid eyes looked at Han Shuo and said, "Can you give this poisonous grass to me?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, I can't." After being deflated, the beautiful woman looked at Han Shuo with a dumbfounded expression, as if she hadn't thought that Han Shuo would refuse so straightforwardly. Her phoenix eyebrows furrowed beautifully and she opened her mouth again. "I can pay 100 gold coins for this poisonous grass." Shaking his head again, Han Shuo also smiled faintly and still firmly refused, "I'm sorry, I'm not selling." After being deflated twice, she clearly knew that she wouldn't be able to obtain this extreme frost grass. She looked deeply at Han Shuo and said disdainfully, "A man with no poise." It looks like Emily's words weren't all that detailed. When these words were spoken, it was Han Shuo's turn to be stunned. He stared closely at the woman and asked tentatively, "Your mistress Cecilia?" Nodding her head with a cold expression, Cecilia raised her head to look at Han Shuo and said with a haughty expression, "That's me. May I ask Mr. Brian, what will it take for you to give this poisonous grass to me?" "I won't give it to you no matter what." Han Shuo responded, then said with a smile, "It's very nice to meet you, Mistress Cecilia. Goodbye." When these words were spoken, Han Shuo didn't look at Cecilia again and walked around her, directly walking out of the shop. Chapter 226. Honorable Master, I don't think this is your style. Why are you suddenly so cold to a beauty? On the way back, Gilbert had a puzzled expression. First of all, I have a use for that poisonous grass, so I definitely won't give it to her. In addition, this Cecilia thinks that her position is higher than mine, so she's swaggering around in front of me. This kind of attitude really disgusts me, so she can forget about getting the poisonous grass from my hands. According to Emily, Cecilia was a priest, and she also majored in pharmaceutics. Her attainments in pharmaceutics were extremely high. Although she wasn't the main combatant in battle, an expert like Cecilia, who majored in both, could play a crucial role. Such a character could allow warriors and mages in battle to quickly recover their physical strength. Even if they were injured, they could use some priest's magic and some potions to quickly treat them, so that the warriors' and mages' injuries could be stabilized, so that they could join the battlefield faster. After leaving the old orc's shop, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay outside, and went straight back to his base camp. Phoebe and Emily sat lazily on two wide chairs in the middle of the courtyard as they bathed in the crimson glow of the evening sun. They were happily chatting about something. As soon as Han Shuo walked into the courtyard, the two women's four eyes all turned to look at Han Shuo. After going through a day, the two women's expressions were natural, without the awkwardness in the morning. Under the illumination of the red evening glow, the two charming faces were bright red, gorgeous beyond compare. Their beautiful eyes were also full of affection, like a young wife at home looking forward to the return of her husband. In an instant, Han Shuo's heart was filled with a warm emotion. In a trance, Han Shuo felt that at this moment, the two women were so beautiful. If the truth was revealed, and the two women could still live in harmony, it would be a pleasant thing for any man. "What are you thinking about, standing there with a silly smile?" Only when facing Han Shuo would Phoebe be so easy to get close to, and her tone would be much softer. "No, nothing. Beautiful wishes could only be wishful thinking for now." From Phoebe's personality, she wasn't a woman who would easily compromise. Therefore, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't reveal any clues to avoid angering her and causing trouble. "Brian, I'm afraid I'll have to leave first this time. I've just received a mission with Sister Cecilia. I can't stay in the Valley of Sunshine any longer." Emily looked at Han Shuo reluctantly and said apologetically. Han Shuo was first taken aback, then fell silent. He understood that Emily, as a senior member of the Dark Mantle, had many things that she needed to do. She couldn't stay in the same place forever. Nodding, Han Shuo revealed an understanding smile and said, "I understand. It's not suitable for us to stay in the Valley of Sunshine for the time being. I'm also preparing to leave." Under Phoebe and Emily's astonishment, Han Shuo repeated to Emily and Phoebe what he'd said to Trunks and the others today, weighing the pros and cons in detail. Han Shuo's decision wasn't wrong, so he quickly received the approval of Phoebe and Emily. "Then, what do we do next?" Phoebe's beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo as she asked softly. "You're in charge of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, so I don't think you can stay in the Valley of Sunshine forever. You can go attend to your matters first. I'll take care of some matters of my own and then head to the capital to find you. Trunks has enough gold to support him. I think with his abilities and connections, he'll be able to better develop his forces in the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine. Alright, it looks like we'll need to split up for now. Here, this is what you need. The Valley of Sunshine is really a good place. You'll be able to find whatever resources you need as long as you have enough patience." Phoebe took out many strange ores and some rare metals from her space ring and placed them in the courtyard. She then looked at Han Shuo with a smile. These were all the basic materials that Han Shuo needed for the dwarves to forge weapons. There was also a bit that Han Shuo wanted to keep for his personal use, planning on refining a few small magical weapons when he had the time. Phoebe had already given Han Shuo the materials for refining the wood and water elite zombies. Now that all of the materials for refining the wood elite zombie had been gathered, Han Shuo could head to the forest troll's holy land after returning to the dark forest this time and plant the wood elite zombie in the place of extreme wood, so that the wood elite zombie could be born as soon as possible. "Oh right, Trunks, pay attention to Odysseus and the others. I don't know how long they'll need to consider, but I think with your familiarity with the Valley of Sunshine, you'll certainly have a way to contact them at any time. I've already told them the situation. Whether they want to join the Soul Destroyers or not is up to them." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Trunks, "Don't worry, I know what to do. The Valley of Sunshine isn't too far from the Dark Forest. It won't be too much trouble for the two of us to contact each other." Trunks said with a smile. On the way back, Han Shuo and Trunks had already told each other about their points of contact in the Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest. Han Shuo didn't tell Trunks about the existence of the Cemetery of Death, but left a mark at the waterfall where he often trained to make it easier for Trunks to contact him. The group of 5 discussed the details in detail for a while before Han Shua's group of 4 left the Valley of Sunshine under the cover of the night. With Gilbert around, the 4 didn't need to leave through the exit and left without making a sound. Only Emily had to leave with Cecilia and temporarily stay in the Valley of Sunshine for a day to pass on some things to Loreton. After leaving the Valley of Sunshine, the 4 immediately split up. According to Han Shua's instructions, Gilbert carried Phoebe on his back and flew directly to Zajowski City. He told Phoebe to use the transportation matrix in Zajowski City to safely return to the capital of the Empire and then meet up with Han Shua at the Cemetery of Death. After bidding farewell to Han Shua, Trunks burrowed into the depths of the forest alone and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the 3 left, Han Shua swaggered in the direction of the dark forest, neither hurrying nor slow. He didn't even use the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Han Shua planned on exposing his whereabouts when he left the Valley of Sunshine this time in order to attract the attention of the Church of Lights Ferguson. This was to prevent the latter from not knowing that he had left and not letting Trunks off afterwards. On the main road leading out of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua's expression was relaxed and at ease. He didn't ride any means of transportation, and his tall figure traveled alone under the bright moonlight, not the slightest bit aware that he was about to become a target. At such a crucial time, the glorious sun, Tanai, and the other 4 powers would certainly send people to patrol the area to prevent any accidents from happening. When Han Shua wanted to expose himself, everything seemed very easy. Using the 3 Yin demons to spy on him, Han Shua easily discovered that several groups of people were paying attention to his whereabouts. When a person hurriedly spoke a few words and quickly left with his companions, rushing in the direction of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Han Shua understood that the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band would arrive before long. That Ferguson of the Church of Light would certainly drop everything at hand and eliminate the most dangerous, hidden danger, first. Now that Han Shua had reached the Bloodlust realm, he had the 3 Yin demons monitoring everything, the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie at his disposal, and the extraordinarily fast art of the demonic ninth heavens. Han Shua was confident that he could calmly escape from any encirclement. Therefore, from beginning to end, Han Shua appeared very relaxed. He walked unhurriedly in the direction of the dark forest, waiting for Ferguson's group to arrive and then leisurely leave the Valley of Sunshine amidst their pursuit. He wanted them to understand that he had already left the Valley of Sunshine. It was the middle of winter, and the snow-covered mountain range presented a world of ice and snow. Under the bright moonlight, the sky didn't seem too dark even at night. The reflection of the moonlight and the snow made the silver-white world appear so quiet and beautiful. Under the moonlight, Han Shua's lonely figure drew a long shadow on the snow-covered ground. In such a cold night, even some greedy merchants weren't willing to travel. Therefore, even on the most crowded roads, Han Shua didn't run into a single merchant caravan. After leaving the main road, Han Shua continued forward in the vast Kurlan mountain range. After Han Shua had walked for more than an hour, he arrived at an even more remote forest. Through the Yin demon's surveillance, Han Shua discovered a cruel atrocity. A small caravan of a few dozen people was being madly ravaged by ruthless bandits in the middle of the night. There weren't many bandits, only a dozen or so of them. However, each and every one of them was incomparably savage. Each and every one of them yelled wildly, ignoring the pleas of the merchants. While plundering the goods, they grinned hideously as they slaughtered the merchants. Several young women were stripped naked in the middle of the night in a world of ice and snow. They were forced onto the carriages and next to the big trees to be raped. Their helpless and painful screams made one's heart bleed. Around the caravan's carriage were several strong men dressed like mercenaries. They'd all been decapitated and their blood had dried, dyeing the ground black. It looked like they were the first wave of guards to be killed. It was obvious that this small caravan had thought that they wouldn't be targeted by bandits in the middle of the night and that they were taking a secluded path. That was why they'd taken the risk to travel at night. How could they have known that they'd misjudged and encountered a small group of bandits, resulting in such a cruel situation? Han Shuo wasn't a very kind person. He'd once commanded the forest troll to rob, but he'd never killed the innocent, nor would he commit such atrocities like raping women. As the saying went, even bandits had their own principles. Han Shuo felt that he'd done a pretty good job. However, the merchants had already offered up all their goods and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, but they still had their heads chopped off by the ferocious bandits. This scene was intolerable to Han Shuo. The bandits' despicable and unruly methods completely infuriated Han Shuo. Without any greetings or superfluous words, Han Shuo, who'd used the Yin demons to witness the atrocities, broke through the air. Because of his anger, his blood and qi surged wildly. A thick, murderous aura followed Han Shuo's figure and descended on the scene. The gloomy Han Shuo's eyes were blood red. His cold face was frighteningly ferocious, and the murderous aura around him couldn't help but surge. He slashed at the neck of a bandit who was pressing down on a woman and raping her. The left palm that slashed out was as black jade, like a cold, sharp knife. With a pu sound, the bandit's head was sent flying far away. Blood sprayed everywhere from the headless neck. Ah! An extremely terrifying scream came from the mouth of the dead bandit. The woman, who'd been suffering in pain, suddenly saw that the person on top of her had been decapitated. Blood sprayed all over her from the severed neck. She couldn't help but scream. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Don't you know that our boss is the butcher?" A bearded bandit, who'd been about to kill a merchant, suddenly turned his head and roared. It was indeed Butcher Gustav's men. Of all the bandit factions in the Valley of Sunshine, only Butcher Gustav's bandits would be so cruel and unruly. There was no need to waste words with them. Han Shuo directly expressed his attitude with his actions. With a gloomy face, Han Shuo's murderous aura was terrifyingly thick. In front of these cruel bandits, he displayed the vicious side of a demonic cultivator. Han Shuo directly rushed towards this person. Before he could react, the violent Han Shuo's fist blasted down like a sharp iron awl. The bearded bandit's chest was directly pierced through by this punch. When Han Shuo pulled out his bloody fist, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Even his shattered internal organs could be clearly seen. Han Shuo's heart was filled with rage as he panted heavily. He was like a demon king who only knew how to kill. He used his ruthless coldness and perverse physical strength to crush the bandits one by one. With a rip of his hands, he tore a bandit in half. With a punch, the bandit's bones were all shattered and his flesh exploded. Hot blood sprayed all over Han Shuo's body. A gust of bloody whirlwind blew past and a group of more than 10 bandits were all turned into scattered pieces of flesh. Compared to the innocent people they'd killed, their fates were even more terrible. Not a single corpse was whole. When Han Shuo discovered Ferguson and Maxine's figures through the Yin demons, he suppressed the bloodlust in his heart and continued walking in the direction of the dark forest with heavy steps. He didn't linger a second longer in this place that reeked of blood. Chapter 227. A wide river blocked the way. The surging river water flowed all the way to the low-lying area. Han Shuo panted heavily as he stood in front of a towering ancient tree. He did his best to suppress his frenzied state of mind. His blood-red eyes were wide open as he turned his head to look at the two approaching figures. The two figures slowly approached under the bright night sky. Ferguson was carrying Maxine with magic, and they appeared in Han Shuo's line of sight like two drifting clouds. "You've finally arrived. I've waited for some time." Fiendish aura churned all over his body as streaks of crimson light encircled Han Shua's body. This was the strange energy that his body had naturally absorbed from the bandits' fear and resentment just before their deaths. Although your methods were cruel, you saved those people. This means that you're not a heartless person. I've already investigated you and know that you're not from the Calamity Church. However, some of the things you've grasped are too dangerous to this world. Therefore, I'll capture you and imprison you in the Church of Light forever. However, I won't take your life. Ferguson's body flew to the top of a tree branch as he looked at Han Shua calmly. The elven divine archer Maxine's pretty figure landed gracefully. She knocked an arrow and took aim at Han Shua. A sense of danger suddenly leapt into Han Shua's heart and he couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Maxine. The Calamity Church has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I have no way of using the knowledge I possess to transform large numbers of dark creatures. I'm telling you clearly this time, I won't join the Calamity Church, and the Calamity Church is my enemy. But if you continue to tangle with me, I don't care if your reputation is good or bad. As long as you threaten me, I won't hesitate to kill you. Suppressing the crazy thoughts in his heart, Han Shua's expression was sinister as he spoke viciously. Ferguson shook his head and said resolutely, I'm sorry. Not killing you is already the biggest concession I can make. I definitely can't let you go, because the things you've grasped are far too dangerous for us. It seemed like there was no way to back down. Grinning wildly, Han Shua nodded, since this is the case, then there's nothing more to say. If you dare make a move, I won't be lenient. Before he lost his reason, Han Shua suddenly soared into the air and transformed into a streak of bloody light, flying towards the dark forest. Whoosh! Maxine shot out an arrow that she'd long since prepared. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the air, piercing through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. The arrow followed Han Shua like a shadow, as if it wouldn't stop until it saw blood. Grand Magus Ferguson wasn't idle either. Just as Han Shua's body shot through the air, he waved the staff in his hand and a beam of blinding light shot towards Han Shua like a laser cannon. The surging energy made Han Shua realize just how dangerous this light was. Han Shua had been standing in the air when he felt the attack coming from behind him. His forward-charging body froze in midair as the demon's lair edge moved according to his will, flying out of his sleeve to meet Maxine's arrow. Han Shua activated his magical yuan and the murderous aura around his body quickly condensed on his right arm. Bloody light shot out from Han Shua's right arm in the blink of an eye. Violent energy surged like a great river beneath his body, blasting towards the beam of light under the augmentation of magical yuan. An ear-splitting explosion rang out, accompanied by blinding white light and bloody light, intersecting beautifully in the night sky. It was as if a ball of brilliant fireworks had been released, possessing a strange, bewitching beauty. Han Shua's figure fell straight down amidst the moving splendor. He fell into the great river with a splash and was instantly swallowed by the surging waters. Ferguson brought Maxine along with him through magic as the two hovered in the air above the place where Han Shua had fallen. They gazed at the surging waters, not knowing what to do for the time being. After waiting in the air for a while, Han Shua's figure had disappeared without a trace amidst the surging waters. This greatly surprised Ferguson and Maxine. Judging from the strength he displayed that day, he shouldn't have died so easily. Why hasn't he surfaced yet? It's impossible for him to not breathe for a long time. Ferguson looked around in astonishment and said with some doubt. He might have died already, otherwise he would have left the water long ago. No one can stop breathing. Maxine was also perplexed and speculated with some uncertainty. If he's not dead, then he must have been washed downhill by the current. Come, let's go take a look downhill. After waiting for a while, Ferguson confirmed that Han Shua was no longer here and flew towards the direction of the river with Maxine. Dark Grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda walked out from the shadows of a large tree after Ferguson and Maxine had disappeared. "It's a good thing we were far away, otherwise that old fox Ferguson would have discovered us. It looks like that Brian must have run into big trouble," Edwin said with lingering fear. "He was attacked by Ferguson and Maxine at the same time, so he must have fallen into the water. He's probably dead since he hasn't come out for so long." Belinda guessed the same thing as Maxine as she gazed at the surging waters. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Edwin said with certainty, "No, he's definitely not dead. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I noticed a few details when they were exchanging blows. Although Brian's weapon also fell into the river after colliding with Maxine's arrow, its trajectory was stable. According to what you said before, his weapon should still be under his control. This means that Brian didn't faint or die after falling into the river, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control his weapon." Belinda thought back with astonishment after Edwin's words and agreed, "Yes, he must still be alive. Heh, the stronger he is and the more he can protect himself, the more advantageous it is for us. As long as he's not dead, we'll have a chance to obtain him. He'll definitely appear again. We need to understand everything about him before then. We must obtain this person." Edwin cackled lowly and left with Belinda. The surging river was incomparably wide. A figure shot into the air like a sharp arrow from a place far away from where Han Shuo had fallen into the water. After ascertaining his direction in the air, he shot towards the dark forest like a bolt of lightning. Edwin's judgment had been quite accurate. The killing aura that had condensed on Han Shuo's right arm had completely blocked Ferguson's blinding beam of light when he'd faced the two's previous attacks. His body hadn't been harmed at all. He'd already used his consciousness to summon the demon's lair edge into his hand when he'd entered the river and then dashed wildly through the river, avoiding Ferguson and returning to the air. Han Shuo had originally planned on fighting Ferguson and Maxine, but Edwin had exposed himself in his eagerness to see what was going on and was discovered by one of the three demons. This caused Han Shuo to give up on the idea and take the opportunity to dive into the river and create the illusion of drowning, taking advantage of this opportunity to leave that place of trouble. With Han Shuo's current strength, he was confident that he could easily retreat with the help of the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, as well as his magical yuan and necromancy magic. Although he might not be able to defeat Ferguson and Maxine, he was confident that the two would be unable to stop him. However, Edwin and Belinda's appearance forced Han Shuo to give up on the idea of fighting. To Han Shuo, these two from the Calamity Church were just as hard to deal with. If they ambushed him while he was fighting Ferguson and Maxine, it would be a very unpleasant experience. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Han Shuo felt that there was no benefit in staying. He finally decided to temporarily avoid them and use magical yuan to leave through the river. The last time he'd gone to the Cemetery of Death with Fanny's group, it had taken more than 10 days. However, the existence of the art of the demonic ninth heavens had saved Han Shuo a great deal of time. He'd only spent a day and a night flying through the air, arriving at the Cemetery of Death on the evening of the second day. Although he'd adjusted his breathing 3 times along the way, Han Shuo had still expended a great deal of magical yuan when he arrived at the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo had no choice but to adjust his breathing and recover again. The 3 demons had been placed outside the Cemetery of Death by Han Shuo to wait for Dark Dragon Gilbert. Han Shuo closed his eyes and rested for the night, recovering his spirit the next day. The Cemetery of Death was enveloped by a strong boundary, unable to feel the light of the sun or moon at any time. It was shrouded in a dark and cold environment all year round. White bones piled up all over the ground, making this place a paradise for the dead. Seeing that Gilbert still hadn't returned, Han Shuo couldn't help but take out some of the materials that Phoebe had given him and study them one by one. Apart from some of the materials that Han Shuo had asked Phoebe to collect to forge weapons for the dwarves, he also planned on refining some magical treasures with special effects. The demon infant had already taken form, and Han Shua's magical yuan had reached the bloodlust realm. He now had the ability to refine magical treasures. This time, not only did Han Shua want to refine the demon's lair edge, he also wanted to add some good items with special effects to it. Chapter 228. For the next 2 days, Han Shua stayed in the cemetery of death. Han Shua sat cross-legged amidst the white bones, the demon's lair edge floating in front of his chest. Bolts of blazing lightning curled around the demon's lair edge. Han Shua held his breath and stared calmly at the demon's lair edge. From time to time, he would send out beams of demonic fire from his hands, or bite his finger and drip a few drops of blood essence into the demon's lair edge. He would slowly use the demon infant in his heart to guide the magical yuan, nourishing the demon's lair edge over and over again. Han Shua held some rare metal ores in his left and right hands. 2 balls of blazing red flames submerged the center of Han Shua's palms. The scorching demonic fire carried a terrifyingly high temperature and slowly melted the incomparably hard metal ores, turning them into a multicolored liquid that fell into the demon's lair edge floating in front of his chest. Before Han Shua formed the demon infant, he didn't have the ability to refine demonic treasures. Therefore, the basic shape of the demon's lair edge had been requested from the famed dwarven craftsman. The dwarves had mixed the sharpest metals into the demon's lair edge according to Han Shua's wishes. It took a few days and nights to complete the demon's lair edge. Reality proved that the demon's lair edge that Han Shua had spent a huge amount of money and the dwarves had painstakingly forged was indeed incomparably sharp. Ordinary metal weapons would definitely break into 2 pieces when cut by the demon's lair edge. However, a true demonic treasure wasn't just enough to be sharp. It also needed some special effects to be considered a treasure. The demon's lair edge was a great weapon in Chu Kanglin's memories. After it was truly refined, a demonic cultivator in the bloodlust realm would be able to unleash its extraordinary effects when using it. The word slayer in the demon's lair edge indicated that its effects were inseparable from slaughter. This was indeed the case. When the demon's lair edge was successfully refined and a demonic cultivator in the bloodthirsty realm used the demon's lair edge to kill, the murderous aura that naturally surrounded the demonic cultivator would absorb the fear and resentment of the dead. If the demonic cultivator had the demon's lair edge in their hands at this time, the demon's lair edge would be able to absorb the fear and resentment of the deceased and store them all within the demon's lair edge. When the demon's lair edge absorbed enough of this strange energy, the fear and resentment would naturally form a demonic soul within the demon's lair edge, turning it into a peerless weapon with its own consciousness. As the wielder killed more and more people, the demon's lair edge would absorb more and more negative energy. When the demonic soul finally formed, the wielder could use the demon's lair edge, this peerless weapon, to battle with others. Just the enormous amount of killing intent within the demon's lair edge alone would be enough to cause others to lose their mind, and the demonic soul within the demon's lair edge would destroy all their confidence. Apart from that, when the demon's lair edge became a great weapon and possessed a demonic soul of its own, it would also possess some other inconceivable uses. It could even be used to refine Han Shua's avatar, which would be able to continuously evolve like Han Shua's main body and grasp even more terrifying power. However, in order for such a powerful weapon to take shape, the number of strange materials required exceeded Han Shua's imagination. Apart from the various strange metals that the dwarves had mixed in at the beginning, Han Shua was currently continuously fusing even more rare materials into the demon's lair edge, using his magical yuan and the demon infant to refine it bit by bit, infusing even more of his blood essence into the demon's lair edge, ensuring that it could take shape as quickly as possible. The process of refining the demon's lair edge wasn't something that could be done in one go. It was a process of slowly fusing with itself, using magical yuan and the demon infant's blood essence to refine the demon's layer edge bit by bit. It definitely wouldn't take a day or two. In these 2 days, Han Shuo was only slowly fusing the materials that the demon's layer edge required, then using his magical yuan, demon infant, and blood essence to slowly establish a more intimate connection with the demon's layer edge bit by bit, building the foundation of the demon's layer edge. In this way, when the demon's layer edge wasn't out, it could transform into a rice-sized ball and hide within Han Shuo's blood essence that was nourishing the demon infant, continuing to provide it with the energy it needed to refine the demon's layer edge. When Han Shuo was attacking and killing, the demon's layer edge could instantly escape and instinctively absorb the energy of the dead while Han Shuo was killing. Until one day, when the demon's layer edge had absorbed enough energy from the dead and formed a demonic soul within its handle, it would truly take shape and become a peerless weapon, a terrifying demonic treasure. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Han Shuo hid the demon's layer edge within his body and slowly adjusted his breathing to recover his vitality, he discovered traces of Gilbert's return through the 3 Yin demon's observation. Returning to his senses from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo stood up and took out the Eye of Darkness to help Gilbert open the boundary. When Gilbert came in, Han Shuo discovered that Gilbert was sparkling with divine light, his face full of lewd laughter. "What's wrong? Look at how you're smiling. With your flying speed, 2 days and 1 night should be enough for you to return to the cemetery of death. Why are you taking so long?" Han Shuo questioned as he stared at Gilbert in astonishment. Heh, I'm just a bit late, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already safely sent Miss Phoebe to Zajowski City, you can rest assured. Gilbert's smile was indescribably lewd, making Han Shuo feel uncomfortable. Looking suspiciously at the dark dragon, a thought suddenly leapt into Han Shuo's mind when he discovered that the dark dragon's lewd smile was a bit fatigued. Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't take advantage of the situation to spend money on prostitutes in Zajowski City, did you?" Gilbert wasn't the least bit embarrassed when he heard these words. He nodded with a lewd laugh and said, "Honored master, you're really smart. My grandfather was right, the taste of women is really wonderful. Those 2 chicks were really flirtatious, they kept tormenting me for an entire night. That's why I was delayed." As expected, the dark dragon race was famous for their lewdness. Just like the forest troll's instinct to pillage, lust was also an instinct of the dark dragon race. This was a deeply rooted racial trait that no one could change. Han Shuo could understand the dark dragon's actions, but he was a bit surprised to see the dark dragon's fatigued appearance. It's said that you dark dragons are famous for your tyrannical strength in this aspect. Could it be that 2 women in 1 night have made you so tired? Honored master, this is the first time I've done 2 women for a long time in 1 night, and I've even flown all the way back. Isn't this battle record impressive enough? It's said that human men are very weak in this area. They definitely can't have such a powerful battle record as mine. Gilbert puffed out his chest and said proudly. Shaking his head in disdain, Han Shuo said, "If it were me, I could do it for as long as I wanted. Not only would my body be fine, it would even be stronger." "Tch, you keep bragging. Although you're very strong, master, you're still a human. Humans definitely can't compare to our dark dragon race in this area." Gilbert first said disdainfully to Han Shuo, and then proudly affirmed it. It seemed that in his mind, this concept was deeply ingrained and absolutely could not be changed easily. Han Shuo's words weren't empty. With his bloodthirsty demonic cultivation level, coupled with some evil demonic arts, he could indeed remain standing. He could even use demonic arts to harvest yin and replenish his yang to replenish his own vital energy. In this way, not only would he not harm himself at all, but he could also improve his strength through sex. It was very magical. Some demonic secret techniques were divided into collecting yin to replenish yang, collecting yang to replenish yin. There was also a kind of double cultivation method called delightful Zen, which was beneficial to both parties. These demonic secret techniques were fully understood by Han Shuo after he obtained all of Chu Kanglin's memories. Before today, Han Shuo didn't pay much attention to them. Now, because of the matter with Gilbert, he suddenly remembered that perhaps he could use Delightful Zen's double cultivation method to bring benefits to both parties when he dual cultivated with Emily. Therefore, when he thought of those evil secret techniques, Han Shuo fell into a short period of silence. He carefully recalled those secret techniques in his mind and slowly considered the possibilities. Some of these secret techniques didn't require a practitioner's inner yuan or demonic yuan. They only needed to grasp some special techniques and train one's body to achieve that goal. There were also a few more powerful ones that required the activation of both inner yuan and demonic yuan. However, only a little bit of inner yuan and demonic yuan was required to successfully deploy them, achieving the miraculous effect of replenishing one's yin and replenishing one's yin. Lecherous dragon, tell me honestly. If you frequently do this kind of thing, with your dark dragon race's body, won't it cause harm to your body? Han Shuo suddenly said to Gilbert after thinking for a while. Of course, no matter what race, if this kind of thing is excessively carried out, it will cause harm to the body. Us dark dragons are no exception. Especially when we need to evolve, we must put an end to this kind of thing. Otherwise, the damage to the body will be even greater. However, for us dark dragons, this is our nature and it is very difficult to control. There are often some dark dragons who can't control themselves and indulge in the process of evolution. Not only will they fail to evolve, but their rank will also drop. This is not strange. Dark Dragon Gilbert answered Han Shuo's question honestly. Creatures like giant dragons were the most powerful super-rank magical beasts among magical beasts. However, there was also a strict division of ranks among super-rank magical beasts due to the difference in strength. In general, super-rank magical beasts were divided into 5 ranks, which was completely opposite to the division of ordinary magical beasts. The strongest super-rank magical beasts were rank 5, and those that were just born were rank 1. For example, Dark Dragon Gilbert hadn't evolved even once. He was still a rank 1 magical beast when he was just born, and belonged to the lowest rank among super-rank magical beasts. He only possessed some of the innate characteristics and offensive abilities of his race. Heh heh, little lecherous dragon, oh little lecherous dragon. You've been with me for so long, but Master has never given you anything good. This time, I'll make it up to you in one go. I'll teach you a miraculous martial technique so that you won't have to worry about the consequences in the future. Not only will your body not be weak in the slightest when you visit prostitutes, your strength will also grow stronger and stronger. It won't matter even when you evolve. Han Shuo looked at the black dragon and laughed strangely. I don't believe it. How can there be such a mysterious martial technique in this world? This is absolutely not true, don't try to lie to me. Dark Dragon Gilbert obviously didn't believe Han Shuo's words and shook his head nonchalantly. You'll definitely believe it. Han Shuo walked towards Gilbert and placed his hand on his shoulder. A stream of magical yuan flowed along Gilbert's body and slowly flowed towards his lower abdomen. What is this? Dark Dragon Gilbert jumped in fright and said in shock, why does it feel like a small snake has drilled into my body? Stay still and don't move. Master is inspecting the structure of your body. Han Shuo shouted softly and stopped Gilbert's strange movements. The stream of magical yuan then followed Han Shuo's thoughts and traveled once around Gilbert's lower abdomen. He discovered that the structure of Dark Dragon Gilbert's transformed body was indeed a bit different from his own. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo carefully recalled a secret method of harvesting yin to replenish yang and tried to move it around Gilbert's body. After half an hour, Han Shuo dripped a drop of blood essence into Gilbert's body, lifted his clothes, and dropped it into Dark Dragon Gilbert's navel. He then shouted in a low voice, try to control the snake according to its trajectory and slowly guide it into your navel. As long as you can do it, you will be able to use this mysterious martial technique in the future. After saying this, Han Shuo released his hand from Dark Dragon Gilbert's shoulder and looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert with sparkling eyes. He watched as sweat beaded on his forehead and nervously followed Han Shuo's instructions with a face full of fear and trepidation. However, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the technique. At this time, Han Shuo had no way to guide him. He had to grasp the knack of the technique himself so that he could use it proficiently in the future. The drops of blood essence that entered his navel were like a seed that could turn the tides of the universe. They could provide a hiding place for the magical yuan Han Shuo injected, allowing him to successfully execute the secret method of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Han Shuo had already done everything that could be done for him. However, the structure of his body was different from that of humans after all. Whether or not he could succeed would depend on his own luck. Although it should be possible in theory, Han Shuo wasn't confident in himself and sized him up with some apprehension. After a while, Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in a fluster and shouted anxiously, "All right, it's in. I did it. The little snake has returned to my navel." Overjoyed, Han Shuo hurriedly asked, "Then how does your body feel right now?" I'm hard, very very hard." A small tent was propped up under Gilbert's body. He looked down at his lower body, not knowing what to do. He spoke frantically. Hard is good, Han Shuo laughed heartily and said proudly, "Very good, perverted dragon, you've succeeded." Chapter 229. After spending half a day under Han Shuo's guidance, Dark Dragon Gilbert finally grasped this evil technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Gilbert, who was originally in disbelief, slowly started to have doubts as his body continued to transform. However, before he could confirm it, Gilbert did not dare believe that such a martial technique could have such a miraculous effect. Remember, you can only steal a bit of yin energy at a time. Too much and you'll die. Han Shuo cautiously reminded after Gilbert had completely grasped the technique. If this evil technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang could be used appropriately and only absorb a bit of yin energy from a woman's body at a time, it wouldn't cause too much harm to the woman's body. However, if it was used excessively and absorbed too much yin energy, it would harm the woman's body. In serious cases, it could even cause death. Under Han Shuo's repeated reminders, Gilbert seemed to understand, but not quite. He grumbled, "Got it, it's hard to say if it's useful or not. I'll tell you after I try it." Afterwards, Han Shuo and Gilbert made a trip to the Dwarves' Valley. Leaving Gilbert outside, Han Shuo went in and had a chat with village chief Calvin. He handed over the list of materials needed for forging weapons to Calvin, and only left the valley after the negotiations were concluded. With Gilbert's presence, Han Shuo saved a lot of effort. Riding on Gilbert's back, the two flew towards the depths of the dark forest, towards the Holy Land where the forest troll lived. After flying for most of the day, Han Shuo and Gilbert arrived at the Holy Land of the forest troll, the place where the statue of the demon Dadera was worshipped. The forest troll guarding this place all recognized Han Shuo. No one stopped Han Shuo and allowed Han Shuo to enter freely, even shouldering the responsibility of protecting him. Even in the cold winter, the sacred land of the forest trolls in the place of extreme wood displayed a verdant and lush air of spring. Dense vegetation, tall shrubs, and ancient trees that reached into the sky all grew exceptionally strong and healthy. Colorful flowers bloomed all over the sacred mountain valley, and the air was filled with a fresh and mellow fragrance. As far as the eye could see, it was all green and full of vitality. All the plants were so perfectly grown, so unbelievably strong. There were even some exotic flowers and plants that even Han Shuo had never heard of before. Any plant would grow very well in the place of extreme earth. Thick earth yuan qi filled the surroundings, and towering ancient trees covered the horizon. The old branches intertwined with each other, strong and powerful. This was why the holy land of the forest troll could be built on top of these tree trunks. After arriving here, Han Shuo first had some of the surrounding forest troll temporarily evacuate from this area of the Holy Land. He then leapt into the air and observed the feng shui of the 5 elements from above. He carefully identified the place according to the descriptions in Chu Kanglin's memories before landing on the roots of an ancient tree. This ancient tree was the tallest and most ancient tree in the place of extreme earth. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its dense branches and leaves were all green. It radiated vitality and looked quite old. After staring at the largest ancient tree for a while, Han Shuo finally said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you've occupied the best spot. You'll have to hand over the earth yuan qi you've absorbed bit by bit. I can only sacrifice you." As he spoke, Han Shuo's thoughts moved and a beam of divine light flew out of his body, landing in Han Shuo's palm. Han Shuo then began to dig at the thick roots of the ancient tree without hesitation. "Honored Master, do you need my help?" Gilbert volunteered when he saw that Han Shuo had begun to dig at the roots of the ancient tree the size of a small mountain. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo nodded and stopped what he was doing. He said, "I don't need your help, but you've reminded me that I don't need to do anything myself with the Earth Elite Zombie here." Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation as soon as he finished speaking. The 2 dark creatures, the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, were simultaneously summoned by Han Shuo. The Little Skull's bones were as translucent as jade, and a faint spiritual light circulated within his purple demon eye. He stood there with the bone dagger in his hand, and actually gave off a strong killing aura. The 7 bone spurs on his back gave off an extremely sinister and dangerous feeling, as if they were 7 lethal weapons. The Earth Elite Zombie's eyes sparkled with an earthy yellow light that was the same color as his body. The armor that covered his entire body was like a thick layer of yellow earth. He was blinking his eyes at this moment, looking at Han Shuo with confusion. He seemed to be saying, "Everything's fine, why did you suddenly call me over?" From the appearance of the Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shuo discovered that the 2 seemed to be constantly evolving. The Little Skull in particular gave Han Shuo an indescribable feeling. He always felt that after his intelligence was unlocked, his actions became more and more assertive, as if he already had a strange momentum. "I'll give you a mission. Dig out 49 holes of various sizes in this area according to my wishes. In addition, use ditches to connect the holes." Han Shuo mused for a moment and spoke to the Earth Elite Zombie, who was blinking his eyes. The well-behaved Earth Elite Zombie nodded naively, blinking his eyes at Han Shuo. However, he didn't immediately take action, seeming to wait for Han Shuo's more specific instructions. Han Shuo immediately reacted after staring blankly. He sat down cross-legged and organized his memories in his mind. His brain was like a marvelous machine, first projecting the entire area of the place of extreme wood into his mind. He then divided the 49 holes of various sizes according to Chu Kanglin's memories, placing them on the scene of the place of extreme earth in his mind. When Han Shuo finished all this, he had a complete picture of the entire scene in his mind. He then issued an order, and the Earth Elite Zombie immediately descended into the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the entire place of extreme wood began to churn violently, as if a wriggling earth dragon was continuously moving about underground. In the blink of an eye, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Mounds of earth appeared one after another. The Earth Elite Zombie's body was like a small dragon wantonly tossing and turning in the surging waves of the ocean. Every time he emerged from the earth, a hole of various sizes would appear. Accompanied by loud rumbling sounds, the Earth Elite Zombie used a miraculous method to perform a feat that even the most skilled construction worker couldn't accomplish. He completely relied on his own strength and natural control of the yuan energy of Earth to perfectly construct the scene in Han Shuo's mind. In the short span of half an hour, the entire ground of the place of extreme wood had undergone earth-shattering changes. 49 caves of various sizes appeared, not one more or one less. Hundreds and thousands of gullies connected the 49 caves like a winding mountain range. There wasn't the slightest difference from the scene in Han Shuo's mind. It was exactly the same. Only the Earth Elite Zombie, who had reached the pinnacle of mastery of the yuan energy of Earth, would be able to accomplish such a feat in such a short amount of time and with the strength of a single person. Miraculous, truly miraculous. This fellow is too amazing. Gilbert looked at the Earth Elite Zombie with wide eyes. In such a short amount of time, he'd created such earth-shattering changes. He looked at the Earth Elite Zombie as if he'd seen a ghost and praised him. Now you know how amazing it is. The Earth Elite Zombie is the darling of the Earth. As an assassin, he can hide underground and escape through the earth if his attack fails. Even if someone dodges his attack, they won't be able to catch him. Han Shuo laughed heartily and looked askance at Gilbert. After completing all this, the Earth Elite Zombie's body rose from the last large hole. The thick earth was like air, unable to obstruct his body in the slightest. It was as if he'd floated out of the water, creating a bizarre visual impact. He took out a large pile of materials from his space ring and filled the empty space in front of him, piling them up like a small mountain. Then, using his connection with the Earth Elite Zombie with the little skull, Han Shuo, together with the Earth Elite Zombie and the little skull, quickly shuttled back and forth between the large and small holes, placing the various materials that were as high as a small mountain into the holes one by one in a special order. After finishing all this, Han Shuo let out a long sigh and said, "All the materials have been placed in. Currently, only the most basic thing is left." "Why is that hole empty? Nothing has been placed in it." Gilbert looked at everything that was happening with great interest. As soon as Han Shuo finished speaking, he looked around and discovered that in the center of the 49 holes, there was a hole the size of a person. It happened to be right next to where Han Shuo was standing, which was also the root of the oldest and tallest tree in the area. "Nonsense, that hole is the center of the formation. Naturally, only the master can enter it." Han Shuo rolled his eyes at Gilbert and casually explained. Han Shuo started chanting a magical incantation as soon as he'd finished speaking, summoning a few zombie warriors. He planned on using the same method and letting them fight it out to decide who would be the most suitable candidate to be chosen. However, just as Han Shuo was about to do so, the Earth Elite Zombie hurriedly shook his hand and walked in front of Han Shuo. He quickly blinked his earthy yellow eyes and anxiously explained something to Han Shuo. As he did so, he didn't forget to wave his hand at the little skull and communicate with the little skull with joy. It seemed that he wanted the little skull to persuade Han Shuo with him. Han Shuo was surprised. He then held his breath and focused his mind. He carefully sized up the Earth Elite Zombie and the little skull while slowly comprehending the message the two transmitted. The Earth Elite Zombie seemed to know what Han Shuo was planning to do. He constantly gestured with his hands in disagreement, then communicated with the little skull. The little skull also seemed to suddenly come to his senses and joined the resistance with the Earth Elite Zombie. A short and chaotic message was continuously transmitted from the two to Han Shuo's mind. After a while, Han Shuo looked at the two in amazement and asked, "You mean, you two will choose a suitable person?" The Earth Elite Zombie and Little Skeleton both nodded ferociously as soon as he'd finished speaking. The little skeleton walked up to the zombie warriors and clenched his bony claws into fists, pounding them with a series of crackling sounds. The zombie warriors that Han Shuo had summoned were all beaten into a prostrate position on the ground. Then, the little skull stood in front of the zombie warriors and proudly gestured something with his head held high and chest puffed out. It seemed to be saying that these guys weren't good enough and that they weren't worthy of such magical treatment. Han Shuo looked for a while and finally understood. He nodded and said with a smile, "All right, I'll send you two back. I'll give you a few minutes. Then, you two grab a zombie warrior of your choice and I'll try to summon you two together." The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie nodded vigorously in unison when they heard Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo could feel the joy and excitement in their hearts. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and gave them a reminder. He chanted an incantation and sent the two fellows back to their homes. His heart was full of surprise, as he hadn't thought that the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie would have such strange reactions. How can such low-level dark creatures possess intelligence? Gilbert was baffled as he looked at Han Shuo and sighed. Next time, don't talk about low-level dark creatures in front of them. Otherwise, they'll definitely be angry and might even beat you up. Now that they've surpassed the scope of dark creatures, I think that even high-level dark creatures may not possess such magical powers. Han Shuo glanced at Gilbert and warned the nonsensical Gilbert. After a while, Han Shuo sensed the little skull's call from an extremely distant plane. He chanted necromancy magic again and began to summon the two who had just left. A beam of light flashed by. The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie were carrying a thin and tall zombie warrior that looked like a bamboo pole. The zombie's face was dark green, and there was no light in its white pupils. It was obvious that it only possessed the simplest of obedience. The little skull and the Earth Elite zombie were carrying the thin and weak zombie warrior at their waists. One shoulder was higher than the other, and the other was lower. Their silly expressions were quite comical. To Han Shuo's surprise, the little skull pointed at the thin and tall zombie warrior and gestured with one hand, as if to say, "He's one of us." Chapter 230. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at the tall and thin zombie warrior, then his eyes shifted between Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie. Finally, he asked in amazement, "One of us? One of you?" Nodding their heads in unison, Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie looked rather pleased with themselves. They gestured something at Han Shuo with their empty hands, and pieces of messy information were transmitted into Han Shuo's mind like electric waves. After a while, Han Shuo sorted out the pieces of information and his heart was filled with shock. He looked at the two little fellows in disbelief and exclaimed, "You're saying that you have your own subordinates and forces in another world?" The two fellows puffed out their chests at the same time, their expressions extremely pleased. They looked as if they were cackling and nodding. It was obvious that Han Shuo had hit the nail on the head. On the other side, Dark Dragon Gilbert watched as Han Shuo slowly communicated with the two creatures. He also felt that it was unimaginable and couldn't help but let out an to express his astonishment. After recovering from his shock, Han Shuo quickly thought about it and couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Not bad, not bad. You've done a good job." With Han Shuo's current understanding of necromancy magic, he clearly knew that as he continued to improve, he would one day be able to directly pass through the constraints of space and descend to that magical plane with Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie. In addition, if Han Shuo reached the realm of a sacred Magus necromancer, he could even set up a large-scale transportation matrix to directly connect to the two worlds outside and transport soldiers. If Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie developed a powerful force in another plane, when Han Shuo's necromancy magic reached a certain level, he would be able to share resources. This made Han Shuo very excited. Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie were overjoyed to hear Han Shuo's praise. Little Skull pointed at the zombie warrior he was carrying, then at the hole beside him, indicating that Han Shuo would use this zombie warrior to refine it into a wood elite zombie that could use wood energy. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled to express his understanding. He waved at Little Skull, indicating that he should drop the thin and tall zombie warrior into the hole. When Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie carried the zombie warrior to the hole, Little Skull put it down and raised his head to look at the zombie warrior. The purple light in his purple demon eye flickered continuously, as if he was issuing some order to the zombie warrior. After a while, Little Skull stood on his tiptoes and patted the zombie warrior's shoulder comically, like a general encouraging his subordinates, conveying the message of, "Do a good job." The thin and tall zombie warrior seemed to only have the intelligence to obey. After receiving the order from the purple demon eye, it nodded clumsily and stiffly, as if it understood Little Skull's meaning. It jumped into the hole and laid down obediently, looking at Han Shuo with eager eyes, waiting for Han Shuo's next move. Seeing that everything was in place, Han Shuo took a deep breath and dripped 2 drops of blood essence into the zombie warrior's body with practiced ease. He then released a seal of darkness magic to form a deeper connection with the zombie warrior. Afterwards, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and gave an order to the Earth Elite Zombie. Rays of black light shot out from his hand and fell into the zombie warrior's body. Upon receiving Han Shuo's order, the Earth Elite Zombie leapt into the soil as if diving into the water, disappearing in an instant like a loach. All that could be seen was an earth dragon wriggling around the entire scene. The 49 holes were quickly covered up and became flat, exactly the same as before. When Han Shuo's last few hand seals fell into the body of the thin and tall zombie warrior, the soil around the hole seemed to be attracted by some kind of power, covering the zombie warrior's body in an extremely short amount of time. Then, the Earth Elite Zombie rose up from the ground and even clapped his hands, revealing an expression that said it was a piece of cake. "Wood Aura, obey my command and return immediately." Han Shuo formed a seal with both hands and roared. A ball of black light fell into the place where the thin and tall zombie warrior was. All of a sudden, the 49 caves that had been restored to their original state seemed to be connected by many green natural threads, forming a dense web that looked like it had been weaved by spiders. At the center of the web was the place where the tall and thin zombie warrior was hiding. In an instant, the rich earth yuan energy seemed to be connected by the many green ribbons, as all of it converged towards the center of the zombie. From afar, it looked like many small streams were converging towards the river in the center, giving off a strong visual impact. Some of the verdant weeds in the furthest distance slowly withered and turned yellow. Even the originally sturdy branches of the largest old tree seemed to slowly undergo changes that were difficult to see with the naked eye due to the loss of the earth aura. All of this was absorbed by the thin and tall zombie warrior in the center. For the sake of his existence, all of the surrounding greenery would eventually wither and die. This is truly miraculous. Master, how did you do this? Dark Dragon Gilbert couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the enormous changes that had taken place in the entire scene. All of the plants in the surroundings of the place of extreme wood will have to spit out the earth aura that they have absorbed over the years. The day the Wood Elite Zombie takes form will also be the day their branches and leaves wither and turn yellow. They will be completely finished. Survival of the fittest. Every living thing in this environment is survival of the fittest. This is their fate. Han Shuo said callously. Gilbert looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Earth Elite Zombie and the Little Skull. What do we do now? Nothing. We'll leave this place and make a trip to the Forest Troll's residence. This place is guarded by the Forest Troll warriors, so there shouldn't be any problems. The changes here will become more and more obvious as time passes. I'll instruct the Forest Troll not to worry about it. When that zombie absorbs the wood aura here and becomes a Wood Elite Zombie, he will naturally contact me. When that happens, I'll come over and wake him up. Han Shuo explained faintly. Together with the Little Skull, Gilbert and the Earth Elite Zombie, they left the perimeter of the place of extreme wood and headed straight for the village where the Forest Troll resided. After spending half a day, they arrived at the forest troll's village. The arrival of Han Shuo and the little skull caused the forest troll's village to be brimming with a festive atmosphere. As their guardian deity, the little skull had already been seen as the embodiment of the great goddess Dadera in this world. The successful robbery last time, as well as Han Shuo's large financial support for daily necessities, had caused the forest troll to trust Han Shuo even more. The old priest of the forest troll arrived in front of Han Shuo after a while with the help of his subordinates. He knelt down and kowtowed to Han Shuo and the little skull. "Hi, how have you been?" Han Shuo asked with a smile after letting the old priest rise. "Under your wise guidance, we have enough rations to survive this winter. No merchants are willing to pass through the dark forest in the cold weather, so we've all been resting in the village and haven't gone out to hunt." The old priest responded respectfully, his expression somewhat relaxed. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said in a harmonious voice, "Very good. Train well this winter and cultivate stronger warriors and priests for the race. When spring comes next year, you'll be able to put them to good use. We will definitely listen to the messenger's orders and train those children well." The old priest nodded and promised Han Shuo. "Yes, during this period of time, send more warriors to protect the sacred ground. The great goddess Dadera may be recuperating inside for a period of time. Don't enter the sacred land without my orders. Everything that happens in the sacred land is caused by the great goddess Dadera. Don't make a fuss about it." Han Shuo knew that the formation of the Wood Elite Zombie would certainly cause changes in the area. He had to inform them in advance just in case the old priest and the others didn't understand the situation and disrupt Han Shuo's arrangements. "Don't worry, we'll definitely follow the messenger's orders and guard the area closely." The old priest didn't ask for the reason and directly made a solemn vow. The old priest appeared quite relaxed when he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. "All right then. If there are any further instructions, I may come personally, or I may have this fellow pass it on." "Heh, I think you know who he is." Han Shuo smiled and pointed at Gilbert beside him. "Of course, this is the powerful Mr. Dark Dragon, your humble servant." The old priest had been with Han Shuo during their last trip to the underground world. He had seen very clearly how the Dark Dragon had submitted and made a contract with Han Shuo. He naturally understood the origins of Dark Dragon Gilbert. Seeing that everything that needed to be explained had been clearly explained, Han Shuo didn't say anything else and left the forest troll's village. After sending Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie back home, Han Shuo rode Gilbert into the depths of the dark forest. There was a mysterious race in the depths of the dark forest, an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Of course, such a place would naturally have even more ferocious magical beasts, some wondrous plants, and some legendary treasures. Han Shuo planned on refining pills, so he wanted to try his luck in the depths of the dark forest. He wanted to see if he could find some wondrous spirit herbs and replenish some of his basic ingredients. After flying for a while on the Dark Dragon, Gilbert took the initiative to put Han Shuo down. He actually cried out with lingering fear, "There's really something wrong with this dark forest. I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine just now, as if something was treating me as prey. This is too inconceivable. Your feeling should be correct. Just now, I also felt a very powerful aura lock onto the two of us. However, I have no way of knowing where this powerful presence came from." It looks like this dark forest is indeed mysterious beyond compare. Let's not fly in the air, lest we attract the attention of some powerful creatures. When Han Shuo had felt that powerful presence, he had immediately released the 3 Yin demons to scout the surroundings. However, Han Shuo had no way of identifying where this presence had come from. The 3 Yin demons circled the surroundings and didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. This not only didn't make Han Shuo relax, but instead made Han Shuo even more cautious. Strangely, the depths of the dark forest didn't seem to be affected by the cold winter. The frigid winds disappeared as the two ventured deeper, and the temperature also gradually rose. It was a bit similar to the scene in the place of extreme wood. This place was lush and verdant, with ancient trees reaching the sky and dense shrubs. Springs gurgled along the way, and a few hot springs were scattered everywhere, with white mist rising in spirals. With the help of the Yin demon's vision, Han Shuo saw all kinds of ferocious high-level magical creatures appear continuously in some places. Harpies, deep-water venom pythons, frost eagles, medusae, manticores, these rare high-level magical creatures continuously appeared in the Yin demon's vision. Sometimes, it wasn't just one or two. These high-level magical creatures were rarely seen in the outskirts of the dark forest. Often, there would only be one of these high-level magical creatures in a large area. Ordinary adventurers would flee in panic when they encountered them, deathly afraid of being ambushed. However, in the depths of the dark forest, they had become the most common of existences, and were no longer so rare and peculiar. In some special places, there were many strange flowers and plants that Han Shuo had never heard of or seen before. These strange flowers and plants grew enormous flower buds. Han Shuo saw through the Yin demons that a windblade wolf would twist miraculously when it passed by a flower bud, instantly sucking the windblade wolf's body into its stamen. The thick roots chewed and sucked like a neck, quickly digesting the windblade wolf amidst the thick blood. Not even the bones were spat out. There were also some strange plants whose branches and leaves intertwined like human hands. They also possessed terrifying destructive power. Once a magical creature approached them, it would be wrapped around by their thick branches and strangled to death bit by bit. Follow me and be careful. There are dangers everywhere in the dark forest. No wonder Trunks kept telling me that although the rewards would be greater the deeper we go, we could also lose our lives at any time. Han Shuo moved forward carefully and spoke calmly to Gilbert. However, Han Shuo himself lost his cool as soon as he'd finished speaking. His body shot out with a whoosh and he rushed towards something with a face full of joy. Chapter 231. Within a crack in a fiery red rock, there was a plant with a large leaf the size of a cattail leaf, its entire body glowing with a translucent red light. At this moment, the strange plant with only one large leaf was dripping drop after drop of a blood-red liquid. This liquid was translucent and as dazzling as red diamonds. However, as soon as it landed on the rock, it squeaked and emitted a blurry red mist. The mist dissipated at the roots, as if absorbed by the roots. Han Shuo's body was faster than Gilbert had expected. In the blink of an eye, he had bent over and opened his mouth, facing the dripping drops of red liquid. Drip, drip, the blood-red liquid landed on the tip of Han Shuo's tongue, emitting a soft sound. Every time a cloud of red mist rose with a squeak, Han Shuo would take a deep breath and inhale the mist into his body. Then, under Gilbert's gaze, Han Shuo's cheeks gradually turned red. For some reason, Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. Looking at Han Shuo's strange actions, he felt that this master of his was becoming more and more mysterious. As drops of translucent blood dripped from the large leaf, the originally vigorous plant slowly began to take on a deep red color. It slowly fell onto the fiery red rock, merging with the color of the rock. When the large leaf the size of a cattail leaf stopped dripping the bright red liquid, this peculiar plant seemed to have turned into a hard rock and actually stuck to the rock below. At this moment, the skin all over Han Shuo's body became a bloody red. He immediately sat down where he was, looking like a man of blood. There was also a faint red mist curling around his body. After about an hour, Han Shuo slowly opened his eyes and let out a long, hearty howl. He said in high spirits, "The depths of the dark forest are indeed mysterious and unfathomable. To be able to find this blood essence grass that can increase one's blood essence, it looks like my luck is pretty good. What's that? Gilbert looked at the plant that looked like it had turned into a rock and asked in surprise. The blood essence grass is a kind of evil plant. After it takes shape, it will constantly absorb the vitality of the surrounding plants. If the surrounding plants are man-eating evil plants, then the blood of these man-eating plants will be absorbed and refined through its rhizome. This process would last for 100 years. Only then would the blood essence grass grow a leaf the size of a cattail leaf. Once the leaf was formed, it would spit out the solidified blood that it had absorbed and refined for 100 years. Through its rhizome, the solidified blood would be absorbed again and completely fused with its rhizome. This would allow it to absorb the surrounding yuan qi faster and cover a greater distance. After another 100 years, the blood essence grass would absorb the essence qi of the surrounding man-eating plants and grow another leaf, repeating the process over and over again. If the blood essence grass can successfully evolve 9 times for 900 years, then it will become a blood essence that can move at will and possess intelligence like a human. All the plants within a 10-mile radius will be under its control and possess incredible powers. Han Shuo smiled and explained the origin of the blood essence grass to Gilbert. So powerful. Then what effect does the blood-like liquid have on you? How many years does this blood essence grass have? Gilbert asked in surprise after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. Laughing proudly, Han Shuo said, "After I absorb and refine the essence of this blood essence grass, it can directly transform my blood into blood essence with special effects. This will save me a lot of demonic yuan. Unfortunately, this blood essence grass seems to only have a lifespan of 300 years. If it had a lifespan of 900 years, after being transformed into my lifeblood essence, it would have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Once my body is cut, it would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. So miraculous. Perhaps there are other blood essence grasses in the dark forest. We can look for them." Gilbert was dazed for a while and then exclaimed excitedly. Ignoring the excited Gilbert, Han Shuo summoned the demon's lair edge and carefully cut open the fiery red rock that the blood essence grass was entrenched in. He dug up the surrounding soil and finally put the fiery red rock into his space ring. "What use does this rock have?" Gilbert asked curiously. "This is a blood essence stone. It's a very precious material for refining weapons and has many uses." Han Shuo knew that Gilbert wouldn't understand if he explained too much, so he answered carelessly. Looking around, Han Shuo didn't see anything else worth paying attention to. He then walked deeper into the forest with Gilbert, becoming more and more curious about the dark forest. However, after walking for a while, that powerful presence appeared again, causing Han Shuo to frown involuntarily and stop where he was. "Who is it, or what is it? Are you done?" Han Shuo shouted rudely as he looked around coldly. A being with such a powerful presence and able to avoid the detection of the 3 Yin demons, even if it wasn't human, it must possess intelligence. Such a powerful being seemed to think of him and Gilbert as its prey. This feeling made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable and he couldn't help but shout. There was no response. The forest was silent. After listening for a while, there were no additional sounds. It looked like the powerful being hadn't responded to Han Shuo's words. "There's really something following us." Gilbert also instinctively sensed danger and couldn't help but say. Nodding, Han Shuo said softly, "That's right. I don't know what it is, but even I have no way of discovering its tracks. It looks like it's a powerful fellow. We need to be careful and not give it a chance to take advantage of us." No matter what this being was, if it had the confidence to deal with Han Shuo and Gilbert, it wouldn't be hiding in the shadows like this. It might have used a strong offensive from the start to defeat Han Shuo and Gilbert. This method of hiding meant that this powerful being didn't have the confidence to face the two of them head-on. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo didn't seem particularly flustered. With the existence of the three Yin demons, it was completely unrealistic for this being to ambush them without making a sound. Therefore, although he was on guard, Han Shuo wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with curiosity and decided to lure out this powerful being and see just what it was. Deep in the night, the clear moonlight shone down. The shadows of the towering ancient trees were reflected on the ground under the moonlight, like the figures of demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Han Shuo and Gilbert were together on the branch of a 10-meter-tall tree. Gilbert leaned lazily against the tree and dozed off, looking like he'd already fallen into a deep sleep. Han Shuo's body was ramrod straight, his breathing even and heartbeat slow, like a standing javelin. He sat cross-legged on the branch with his eyes closed, silently digesting the essence of the blood essence grass he'd absorbed during the day. After who knew how long, Han Shuo, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly in the dark night as he surveyed his surroundings. The three Yin demons circled around Han Shuo's back and arms, observing all abnormalities in their surroundings. One of the Yin demons on Han Shuo's back suddenly discovered ripples in the middle of a pool not far away. Then, a huge transparent water figure slowly floated out of the pool. This water silhouette was enormous, no smaller than Gilbert's dragon form. Its enormous body had 9 slender, monstrous heads. After it emerged from the water, the originally faint and transparent water silhouette gradually became more and more indistinct, finally completely disappearing. However, an enormous aura faintly emanated from that direction. It was exactly the same as what Han Shuo had sensed over the past 2 days. Han Shuo observed for a while and discovered that the direction of the wind in that area had clearly become a bit strange, as if it had encountered an obstruction in the air. He nudged Gilbert, startling the sleeping dragon awake. He turned his head to look at his surroundings before asking in a small voice, "What did you discover?" "It's the super-rank magical beast, the Hydra." Han Shuo exclaimed softly. Gilbert's expression changed greatly at these words. He said in shock, "No wonder. According to my grandfather, the Hydra can skillfully use the power of water to cover its body, preventing others from seeing its whereabouts and entering a wondrous state of invisibility. The Hydra's entire body is filled with poison, and it also possesses great power. I didn't think that it would actually target the 2 of us. This Hydra should have only evolved once. No wonder it didn't dare to act rashly even though it had its eyes on us. Get ready, we'll show it what we're made of." Han Shuo exclaimed softly, his body remaining motionless as he continued to sit there, waiting for the Hydra's arrival. Gilbert understood and pretended to continue sleeping, letting out light snores from his mouth. Chapter 232. Before the Hydra had even arrived, a foul stench accompanied by a powerful presence had already pounced in their direction. Even through the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo still couldn't see the Hydra's figure, but he could still roughly guess its location through the strange changes in the wind. As the 9-headed serpent flew over, some of the clear water in the surroundings were instantly polluted, turning it into a stinky place that resembled a stinking ditch. The moist ground also slowly became abnormally dry, taking on a dark brown color. It looked like it had all been affected by the Hydra's power. Han Shuo summoned the demon's lair edge and had already made preparations with Gilbert as the Hydra approached. They planned to launch an attack when the Hydra got close and give it an unforgettable blow. The stench in the air grew stronger and stronger. Han Shuo, who had been adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, felt a brief dizziness when he first breathed in the stench, but his body quickly returned to normal after filtering it with his magical yuan. As a member of the evil dragon tribe, Gilbert's body was strong and tough, and he could also spit out acidic poison. The resistance of a dragon's body was strong enough that the stench of poison wouldn't be able to affect him before the poison landed on his body. Suddenly, the Hydra's moving figure seemed to stop beside a towering tree. The direction of the wind was stable and there were no abnormal changes, as if the Hydra had been stationed there. Han Shuo was surprised and was wondering why the Hydra hadn't approached when 4 streams of dark brown liquid sprayed out like fountains, shooting straight at the tree that Han Shuo and Gilbert were sitting on. A strong stench instantly filled the air. The stench was abnormally unpleasant, and when the magical beasts in the surroundings inhaled the stench, their bodies stiffened and they became motionless. The higher-level harpies and the 2 wind-blade wolves all fled in terror when they smelled the stench, not daring to stay where they were. It was obvious that they knew that there was a terrifying danger in the surroundings. Cursing in a low voice, Han Shuo and Gilbert immediately moved. Gilbert's body leaped and landed on a tree further away, while Han Shuo soared into the air and stood there. During this process, Han Shuo took the opportunity to chant necromancy magic. Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie appeared at the same time, working together like heaven and earth. Little Skull was at Han Shuo's side, while the Earth Elite Zombie hid in the ground. The tree that Han Shuo and Gilbert had stopped at was washed by the 4 streams of dark brown liquid. The branches and leaves trembled violently, and all the lush green leaves and branches withered in an extremely short amount of time. The towering ancient tree looked as though it had experienced tens of thousands of years of withering, with only a withered old tree trunk remaining. Hydra, you've finally come out. Han Shuo laughed coldly in the air and attacked at the same time as Little Skull. The bone dagger and demon's lair edge whistled as they flew out, targeting the concealed Hydra. At the same time, Dark Dragon Gilbert's loud shouts sounded from the side. The human form of Gilbert gradually grew larger in a ball of black light, finally transforming into the form of a dark dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the Hydra, shouting in a deep voice, "Despicable Hydra, you'll pay the price." The concealed Hydra obviously hadn't expected that Han Shuo and Gilbert would be able to see through its tracks. Before it could react, Han Shuo's demon's lair edge and bone dagger had already struck its body. A sharp cry tore through the silent sky. The injured Hydra could no longer hide its enormous body. The body of the Hydra that was entrenched on the towering tree was finally completely exposed in front of Han Shuo and Gilbert. At this moment, the 2 long necks of the Hydra were dripping with fresh blood. The other 7 heads shook their heads and waved their tails. The towering tree that it was entrenched in seemed to be unable to withstand the Hydra's painful struggle. After a loud creak, it suddenly broke and collapsed, bringing the Hydra's body down with it. At this moment, a huge ravine suddenly split open on the brown ground. An earth-shaking sound came from the depths of the earth. There seemed to be a terrifying danger waiting for the Hydra to fall. As a rank-surpassing magical beast, the 9-headed Hydra naturally possessed the ability to fly. Its massive body swayed unsteadily due to the pain as it gradually descended. However, when one of the snake heads accidentally saw that the ground below had suddenly split open into a huge ravine, the 9-headed snake was scared out of its wits. It hurriedly and continuously struggled. In the end, its swaying body actually magically stopped in the void and slowly flew into the distance. In the face of the threat of death, the Hydra's struggle with all its might seemed to be effective. However, the attack from the ground wasn't just limited to that. The Hydra had just flown a short distance when it suddenly discovered that several sharp mounds of earth had risen from the ground and were rushing towards its body. In that moment, the Hydra was incomparably vexed. It hadn't expected that its ambush this time would lead to such a situation. According to its original plan, after getting close to Han Shuo and Gilbert, it could use its highly toxic venom to subdue the Dragon Knight, Han Shuo, through the spread of the poisonous smoke, and then take care of the little black dragon that was a rank lower than it. Unfortunately, Han Shuo, who had diligently trained in demonic arts, didn't fall for the attack of the poisonous smoke as it had hoped. The appearance of the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie further boosted Han Shuo's strength and completely destroyed the Hydra's plan. The 9 snake heads suddenly shook, their slender necks swaying continuously. The few mounds that the Earth Elite zombie had created were blocked by the venom that the snake heads had spat out, and the ferocious impact hindered the power of the mounds. During this process, the Hydra's body gradually rose, and as soon as it dodged the Earth Elite zombie's mound attack, it frantically flew towards the pool of water that it had come from. A thick stream of magma flame was abnormally glaring in the pitch-black night sky as it abruptly crashed into one of the snake heads. A ghastly cry rang out, and the Hydra's enormous body stumbled as it fled. Some of the surrounding trees that passed by snapped under the impact of its enormous body. Some of the magical creatures in the surroundings fled in panic, fleeing as far as they could. Waha, a rank 2 fellow still has to run. Gilbert's voice rang out in the night sky as his enormous body moved quickly, carrying Han Shuo and the little skull on his back as he chased after the Hydra at a moderate pace. The fleeing Hydra destroyed all the towering trees that stood in its way, and just as Gilbert was about to catch up, it suddenly jumped into the pool of water that it had come from. The originally clear water of the pool seemed to have been immediately polluted, quickly turning into a quagmire that smelled like a gutter. When it had escaped from the pool, the water had still been clear, but now that it had changed after entering, it meant that the Hydra could no longer control its power, most likely due to its injuries. As soon as it fell into the quagmire, the Hydra caused a huge commotion, stirring up the surrounding mud and spreading a foul stench in all directions. "Honored Master, leave the rest to me. You can just watch from above, I'm very familiar with this kind of place." Gilbert laughed heartily. When Han Shuo had first met Gilbert, he had been hiding in a quagmire, using the advantage of the quagmire to confront the Dark Elves. It was obvious that he was very used to fighting and hiding in this kind of place. Now that the Hydra had been injured, plus Han Shuo was watching from above, and Gilbert had an astonishing resistance to poison, Han Shuo wasn't worried about his safety. "Alright, go down. If you can't hold on any longer, come out or scream." Han Shuo nodded, agreeing with Gilbert's actions. With a wild laugh, Dark Dragon Gilbert's enormous body flipped over and fell into the mud with a plop. He was like an enormous loach as he started to sink deeper into the mud. For a moment, the quagmire set off a huge commotion. Gilbert had obviously found the Hydra at the bottom of the quagmire and started fighting. With the quagmire as the center, the earth shook, and the towering trees shook violently. All the magical creatures, big and small, were startled by this huge commotion and fled in panic. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the center of the quagmire. Huge pillars of mud shot out from the quagmire in all directions with a loud rumble. The quagmire had turned into a terrifying whirlpool, constantly stirring up everything. From time to time, a few of the Hydra's heads or Gilbert's enormous tail would appear above the quagmire. Looking down from above, Han Shuo discovered that Gilbert and the Hydra's bodies were entangled together, rolling and grinding in the quagmire. Arg! Suddenly, Gilbert's extremely lewd cries came from within the quagmire. Then, something that left Han Shuo dumbfounded happened. The entangled Hydra and Gilbert slowly surfaced from the quagmire, their bodies tightly entwined. It didn't look like they were fighting, but more like they were intimate. Gilbert's thick tail and sharp claws were constantly touching the Hydra's body like a human hand. The Hydra, which had been struggling fiercely to escape from the Dark Dragon's entanglement, wrapped its 9 slender necks tighter and tighter around the Dark Dragon. Streaks of black light had unknowingly wrapped around the 2 super-rank magical beasts that were entangled with each other. The bodies of the 2 enormous creatures slowly shrunk, gradually turning into a man and a woman who were entangled with each other. And, they were naked humans tightly hugging each other. Chapter 233 Han Shuo stood high up in the sky, dumbfounded as he looked at the changes below. For a moment, he was stunned, and his entire person froze. Gilbert and the Hydra had become two naked mud men entangled together. The original battle had actually turned into another form of battle. Moreover, the battle was in full swing, and the waves were roaring incessantly. Han Shuo was greatly surprised as he watched. The race of black dragons were lascivious, and every Hydra was a female. They were not good birds, and had always been synonymous with obscenity. These two creatures could turn from a battle into a battle. As expected, they were very powerful, and it directly shocked Han Shuo. The two mud people were entangled with each other and rolled around in the mud. Because their bodies were covered in mud, it was impossible to see their original appearances. Only the curvaceous body of the Hydra was able to distinguish the characteristics of a woman. The lewd Hydra had big breasts and plump buttocks, and was entangled with the black dragon. They were in the midst of intense copulation, and the sound of intense panting was incessant, resounding in the quiet night sky, stirring one's soul. Han Shuo, who was watching excitedly, felt that it was unimaginable. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He couldn't help but look back, and saw the little skull with 7 bone spurs flashing. The little skull's purple demon eye shone brightly, and it stretched out a white bone claw to point at the black dragon and Hydra who were engaged in the act below. It asked Han Shuo, "What are they doing?" Han Shuo, the little skull tugged at the corner of Han Shuo's clothes again, and the purple light in its purple demon eye flowed. It seemed to be very confused, as if it couldn't understand what was happening. It sent another message to ask Han Shuo. The black dragon is conquering it. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Han Shuo couldn't argue with it, and so he gave a strange smile. Half of the Earth Elite zombie's body was buried in the ground at some unknown time. He waved his 2 arms wildly, looking at the 2 people in the quagmire in great bewilderment. He seemed to be considering whether or not he should approach and attack. That quagmire was very wide and contained a large amount of poisonous liquid. If the Earth Elite zombie rushed inside, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his abilities. Adding to that, the current situation was very strange. Han Shuo hastily used his consciousness to stop the Earth Elite zombie's movements. Gradually, the 2 people who were originally above the quagmire slowly fell into it and disappeared from Han Shuo's sight. However, the huge movement in the quagmire did not disappear with it. Han Shuo knew that this lecherous dragon and lecherous snake's great battle didn't stop when the figure disappeared. It just moved to the bottom of the quagmire. Seeing that he couldn't find anything, Han Shuo descended from the sky and landed beside the Earth Elite zombie. He patted the Earth Elite zombie's shoulder and praised, "Well done." Previously, the Earth Elite zombie hid in the ground and used his manipulation of the power of the Earth to pose a huge threat to the Hydra. That kind of ability to tear the Earth into ravines made Han Shuo very excited. This meant that the Earth Elite zombie had spent some time with the little skull and had indeed developed a very good combat awareness. Up until now, the Hydra should be unable to pose any threat to Han Shuo. Therefore, after Han Shuo landed and praised the Earth Elite zombie, he once again chanted an incantation and sent the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie back to their home. Then, Han Shuo flew to a towering tree on the side of the quagmire and sat cross-legged on the trunk. He silently adjusted his breathing while paying attention to the movements in the quagmire. During this process, a huge rumbling sound came from afar, as if a huge monster was passing by nearby. Han Shuo, who was silently adjusting his breathing, immediately separated a demon and flew towards the source of the sound to find out what was going on. A green cyclops, 8 to 9 meters tall, with muscles all over his body that were as hard as rock, strode forward with his 2 thick legs that were like towering stone pillars. He was hurrying along at high speed. Every step he took was accompanied by an earthquake, as if a mountain was collapsing. Along the way, all the trees and shrubs were flattened. The ground seemed to have been bulldozed, becoming flat and tidy. Even some of the hard rocks were crushed under his feet. This was enough to prove that this green Cyclops had a super strength that could rival a god. The Cyclops seemed to be a bit anxious. His footsteps were extremely hurried, causing all the magical beasts in the surroundings to retreat and leave their nests to make a path for him. The huge rumbling sound gradually faded into the distance. Han Shuo was astonished. He was shocked by the Cyclops that had just left. Such a huge fellow with a body as hard as rock definitely contained terrifying power. Even the Hydra and Gilbert would have a headache if they encountered such a fellow. Just as Han Shuo was thinking this, a huge commotion came from within the quagmire. A whirlpool spun in the center of the quagmire as brown mud arrows shot out. It was as if a lewd dragon and a lewd snake had reached a critical juncture. As expected, a huge howl came from within after a while. Then, the smelly quagmire miraculously began to clear up in an extremely short amount of time. The muddy water gradually sank, and with the sound of bubbles, clear water gradually appeared. Gilbert's naked figure broke out of the quagmire. His muscles were black and shiny, and the mud that had covered his body had been washed away. As soon as he broke out of the quagmire, Gilbert laughed heartily, his voice filled with indescribable excitement and pride. He lowered his head to look at the gurgling water below and couldn't help but laugh lewdly. He seemed extremely arrogant and savage. "Honorable Master, you are a living god in this world. You possess miracles that transcend all common sense. You have allowed your humble servant to possess a supreme skill that will allow him to dominate the Black Dragon City in the future. I will always praise you. Oh, you are so great." After Gilbert leapt out of the water, he spat out a string of flattery. His tone was sincere, his emotions were passionate, and his words were mushy. This was more than any of his previous flattery. It was obvious that Gilbert was truly excited and ecstatic at this moment. This wasn't just pure flattery. "What, did you use that supreme skill?" Han Shuo chuckled oddly as he looked at Gilbert with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Nodding repeatedly, Gilbert was truly excited. He exclaimed loudly, "Of course, it's just too miraculous. I've taken care of that female snake. She can't even move now. What's the exact situation?" Han Shuo started and then asked Gilbert in a low, furtive voice, as if he was afraid that the Hydra in the quagmire would hear him. With a low, vulgar chuckle, Gilbert said softly and proudly, "Honorable Master, I've already stolen a bit of her essence in the process. I can feel that my body has received unimaginable benefits. Will this Hydra pose a threat to us again?" Han Shuo nodded in understanding, then frowned and asked calmly. "Don't worry, I definitely won't. Moreover, I have a way to subdue her. In that case, you will have another powerful helper in the future, Master." Gilbert made a solemn vow. The smile on his face was perhaps obscene. "Well, since you're so confident, I'll believe you this time. I hope you won't let me down." After seeing the magic of the Hydra, Han Shuo thought about it and chose to believe Gilbert, nodding and agreeing to his proposal. "Then, let's leave here for a while. She needs a long time to rest now. When she recovers, I'll come back to find her." Gilbert looked at the clear pool reluctantly and said, "All right, I just saw a Cyclops rushing in one direction. Let's go and see what's going on." Han Shuo thought of the performance of the Cyclops and said to Gilbert thoughtfully, "The Cyclops is said to be the servant of the gods. It is said that they have the magical ability to forge weapons and find special ores. They like to eat people, have strong bodies, and have a stubborn personality. Their living habits are somewhat similar to dwarves. Another legend says that the Cyclops is actually a kind of dwarf, but it has an incredibly huge body, including terrible destructive power, and lives in huge buildings. The Cyclops has a rock-hard body. It is not known if it is because of this body, but they have the instinct to find some strange ores. Some rare ores can be found by them. This magical instinct makes all alchemists envious. Just now, the Cyclops was rushing so anxiously, Han Shuo naturally thought of his instinctive characteristics. He didn't know if he had found any special metal ores and was rushing to dig them out. Maybe this Cyclops has found a good place or is planning to mine some special ores. Gilbert clearly knew the instinctive characteristics of the Cyclops and couldn't help but whisper. Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Let's go and see. I happen to need some materials for refining. Let's see if this Cyclops can help me find something good." As soon as the words fell, Han Shuo and Gilbert quickly followed the path that the Cyclops had taken. Chapter 234. The enormous Cyclops displayed its powerful physique to its heart's content. Along the way, the earth shook, the mountains shook, ancient trees snapped, and all beasts retreated. Even in the dark forest where danger lurked on every side and super-rank magical creatures frequently roamed, there were still very few creatures who were willing to provoke a creature as powerful as the Cyclops. It wasn't an easy thing to become enemies with such a big fellow. Han Shuo and Gilbert followed the tracks the Cyclops had left behind and caught up to him without much effort. In order to avoid attracting his attention, Han Shuo rode on Gilbert's dragon body and purposefully kept a large distance from the Cyclops. Following behind the Cyclops, Han Shuo paid close attention to his surroundings along the way. He actually discovered a few powerful presences that seemed to be interested in the Cyclops' movements. However, these presences also purposefully avoided the Cyclops and hid far away, unwilling to approach him. They only followed the tracks the Cyclops had left behind, seeming to have the same intentions as Han Shuo. When Han Shuo sensed these powerful presences, he immediately had Gilbert transform into his human form and used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to drag Gilbert along. This was to prevent Gilbert's enormous size from attracting the attention of these powerful creatures and becoming their prey. The three Yin demons were placed in the surroundings, constantly on the lookout for danger that could descend at any time. Danger was everywhere in the dark forest, and Han Shuo had to be cautious. The Cyclops' towering body covered a distance of 5 to 6 meters with each step. After a period of turbulent travel, they finally entered a small mountain, Tunai. Tunai's waterfall flowed freely, the trees were verdant, the small lake was clear, and the flowers were beautiful. There were a few strange rocks of various colors at the bottom of the clear river. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they shone with gentle light, causing the small river to shimmer with a phosphorescent light and accentuate the colors of the swimming fish. Strangely, when the Cyclops arrived at the valley, his previously reckless footsteps suddenly became cautious. He was very careful with each step, as if afraid of breaking the tranquility of the valley and alarming some powerful creature. Han Shuo, who was following the Cyclops from afar, hid in a crack on a cliff above the valley. He focused his gaze on the valley below, paying attention to the Cyclops' movements. The Cyclops arrived at the valley and carefully walked forward with light steps. As he walked, he untied the huge iron shovel on his back and walked straight towards the small lake where the waterfall fell. To Han Shuo's surprise, the lake was very deep. When the Cyclops' 10-meter-tall body fell into the lake water actually reached up to his shoulders. No matter how careful the Cyclops was, he still caused the water to ripple violently the moment he fell into the lake. The colorful fish fled in all directions in fright. The clear water around him gradually became murky, clearly affected by his footsteps. When the Cyclops waved his hands and used the iron shovel in his hands to work, the water in the lake became even more turbulent, and the clear surface of the lake became murkier and murkier. Huge rocks were sent out of the lake by the swing of the iron shovel. The Cyclops only needed a glance to distinguish the useful ones from the useless ones. Once the useful rocks were shoveled to the shore, he would immediately put them away and continue his work. The rocks dug out by the Cyclops were all covered in mud and silt. Han Shuo couldn't tell what kind of rocks they were, but since the Cyclops had taken a liking to them and made him secretly dig for them from thousands of kilometers away, they shouldn't be easily obtainable. Suddenly, a few powerful auras descended from different directions near the valley. They all locked their attention on the Cyclops, as if waiting for something. In an instant, Han Shuo's breathing calmed and his heartbeat slowed. He began to deliberately conceal his movements to avoid being discovered and causing unnecessary trouble. As a super-rank magical beast, Gilbert also had a miraculous method of concealing himself. Under Han Shuo's gaze, he slowly dove into the flowing river of the lake and continued to sink until he reached the bottom of the swamp. As an evil race in the underground world, dark dragons had an innate talent for hiding in swamps. When Gilbert dove into the swamp, the flowing river water and mud obstructed his detection. Even Han Shuo had to carefully sense his surroundings in order to vaguely find traces of him. After concealing his body, the three Yin demons carefully circled around the mountain valley under Han Shuo's control. They slowly closed in on a few directions based on the auras they sensed. First, on the branch of a 7-meter-tall old tree stood an old woman with wrinkles all over her face, wearing a fiery red mage robe. From the magic insignia on her robe, Han Shuo discovered that this old woman was actually a fire grand magus. Her gaze didn't linger on the Cyclops. Instead, she kept looking around, as if she was more interested in the valley itself. The second person was a middle-aged man with a handsome and robust appearance. His short golden hair stood on end, and he seemed to be in high spirits. He stopped behind a rock and focused his attention on the Cyclops. This middle-aged man had a strange aura that was actually somewhat similar to that of Dark Dragon Gilbert. When Han Shuo used this feeling to carefully size up the middle-aged man, he suddenly realized that this middle-aged man should be an adult golden dragon. The third powerful creature landed in the shrubbery. It was a giant ape around 4 meters tall, with long silver fur and a pair of blood-red eyes. The nails at the ends of its slender arms were as sharp as knives, and there were even traces of blood on them, as if it had just torn apart a magical beast. The last person was a beautiful girl on a Pegasus, hovering in the air. Her teeth were white, her eyes were bright, and her skin was fair. Her beautiful and flawless face exuded a holy aura. She sat on the Pegasus, her slender body straight and her chest high and full. Her attention was also focused on the Cyclops. Through the prying eyes of the three Yin demons, Han Shuo observed the 4 powerful beings hidden in the valley one by one. He couldn't help but be shocked. The dark forest was indeed a frightening place. A single Cyclops had attracted so many experts. 4 powerful creatures, 2 magical beasts, and 2 humans. The middle-aged man was, of course, the transformation of the super-rank magical beast Golden Dragon. Golden dragons were one of the strongest races of dragons, and their strength was publicly recognized. The middle-aged man's aura was as distant and heavy as a mountain. He was a powerful existence that had evolved at least 3 times, and definitely wasn't something that the little dark dragon who had just made her debut could compare to. The silver-eyed giant ape had a 4-meter-tall body. Just from the sharpness and coldness of its fingertips, Han Shuo could keenly sense that they were stained with the blood of the powerful humans and beasts of the dark forest. The smell of blood permeated the air around it. Although he didn't know what kind of mutated monster it was, the powerful aura was definitely not weak. The wrinkled old woman was a fire grand magus. Her use of fire magic had already reached the pinnacle, and her strength was absolutely shocking and terrifying. Only the beautiful girl on the Pegasus was left. Han Shuo couldn't judge her strength from her appearance, but the fact that she dared to appear here made Han Shuo believe that she wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. If it wasn't for her extreme confidence in her own strength, she definitely wouldn't have appeared in this place. When Han Shuo observed the four powerful creatures hiding in the dark through the Yin demons, he immediately communicated with Gilbert and told him to stop moving, in case he suffered an unexpected calamity. Roar! A loud roar suddenly rang out from the depths of the earth. The entire mountain valley shook, and the rocks on the cliffs shook and fell towards the small lake and river. This roar came from the depths of the earth and revealed boundless rage. The four powerful creatures watching in the dark all had different expressions when they heard this loud roar. The golden dragon and the beautiful girl on the Pegasus were both startled and seemed to be caught off guard. They didn't know what had happened, and their gazes moved away from the Cyclops to look towards the lake and river. The Fire Grand Magus and the giant silver ape seemed to understand what had happened, and their expressions were filled with unconcealable excitement. After a loud roar, the temperature of the small valley, which was originally at a comfortable temperature, soared. The small lake and the cool river water suddenly became like a hot spring. Steam rose from them and gradually spread throughout the valley. The Cyclops obviously also knew what had happened. His originally gentle movements immediately sped up, as if he was hiding from something. He wanted to obtain more of the strange ores in the lake in the shortest amount of time possible, and frantically increased his pace of work. Following the loud rumbling sounds, Tanai's earth trembled and the lake and river seemed to split open from the ground. The temperature in the mountain valley rose steadily, and a few tender flowers were the first to wither, unable to withstand the heat. Afterwards, some shrubs and leaves dried up and cracked, gradually emitting thick smoke. Gilbert, who was hiding in the depths of the mud, suddenly felt the temperature of the water skyrocket. Even his strong body couldn't withstand it, and he almost turned into a roasted dragon. He couldn't help but want to leave the mud and escape. However, Han Shuo discovered that the four powerful creatures hidden in the surroundings had all raised their attention to the maximum. A thick killing intent permeated the valley, as if a great battle was about to begin at any moment. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed and hurriedly tried to stop the dark dragon with all his might, dispelling any thoughts of leaving the bottom of the river, lest he become the first target. When Han Shuo strongly tried to stop the dark dragon, he gave him the order to make use of the mud to leave the mountain valley first. This was to prevent him from becoming the target of everyone's attacks and ending up with a miserable death. Gilbert forcefully endured the danger of his body being burned and used his innate ability as a dark dragon to quickly move towards a place where the temperature was lower. He gradually left the area of the mountain valley and disappeared along the direction of the river. Not long after the dark dragon's body left, a terrifying roar sounded from the depths of the earth. It was as if the river and lake had been torn apart as underground fire erupted from the mountain valley. Magma bubbled out of the lake and river, the scorching heat making anyone feel extremely uncomfortable. In the middle of the river where the magma had gathered, a dozen or so fiery red stone giants that seemed to be made of magma slowly bent their bodies and stood up. These stone giants were as red as branding iron, and there seemed to be magma constantly churning within their bodies. Each of them was as tall as the giant silver ape, and magma flowed from their eyes, making them appear extremely terrifying and sinister. As the rolling magma spread, they charged towards the Cyclops. "It's the Flame Demon Battle General. It's here indeed." The Fire Grand Magus couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and excitement. The giant silver ape had a sinister appearance, and a fierce light flickered in its blood-red eyes. At this moment it was anxiously waving its two thick arms, as if planning to rush forward and fight, but also hesitating and waiting for something. The golden dragon and the Pegasus girl seemed to only be targeting the Cyclops and obviously hadn't encountered such a situation. They stood there in a daze for a moment, rapidly thinking about something. Just as the four experts lurking in the dark were contemplating what to do, the flame demon generals made of lava stood up straight from the river and charged at the Cyclops. At this moment, the Cyclops didn't dare to stay here any longer. It picked up its shovel and once again took heavy steps, planning to leave the mountain valley as soon as possible and avoid the attacks of the flame demon battle generals. Sensing the rising temperature of the Tunai, the surrounding ground rapidly cracked and all the plants and flowers withered in an extremely short amount of time. The scorching heat from the depths of the earth made Han Shuo feel extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Han Shuo instead closed his eyes and relaxed his body, as if he wanted to feel everything around him more clearly. After a while, Han Shuo opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the mountain valley that had turned into a sea of fire. He murmured, "Yes, yes, the place of extreme fire should be down there." Chapter 235. Roar. Another terrifying roar came from the depths of the earth. The valley shook violently under the roar, and large pieces of rocks rolled down from the cliffs. The boulders that formed the waterfall creaked as if they would collapse at any time. An extremely powerful aura leaked out from the depths of the cracked ground. The impact of the powerful sound waves caused the withered trees to collapse and the ground to rapidly crack, forming huge ravines. Han Shuo's 3 Yin demons didn't spread out to observe the surroundings at this time. They immediately retracted to his side and surveyed the surroundings. Their bodies had been stuck close to the rocks, but because of the scorching heat, the rocks were already as red as branding iron. Han Shuo had no choice but to temporarily take to the air. Accompanied by the impact of the terrifying sound waves, the flame demon generals that walked out of the lava attacked the Cyclops without any hesitation. Streams of lava intertwined with each other as they flew out from the river of lava under the control of the flame demon generals, shooting towards the Cyclops' enormous body. 3 4-meter-tall flame demon generals walked out from the depths of the ground and blocked the Cyclops' path of retreat. They charged towards the Cyclops with blazing flames all over their bodies. The Cyclops' enormous body was twice the size of the flame demon generals. His green muscles were as hard as granite, and the huge iron shovel he held in his hands became his weapon of defense. Every swing of the shovel carried a violent force, bringing a violent gust of hot wind to the valley. Crackling sounds could be heard coming from the Cyclops' side. Every time he waved his shovel, a stream of lava would be slashed to the side. Blazing sparks flew everywhere as the red rocks wrapped in lava shattered and shot in all directions. Some of the withered trees and flowers in the surroundings were immediately set ablaze when they came into contact with the flaming rocks. The raging flames quickly spread and enveloped the entire valley in a sea of fire. A fiery red rock the size of a head was swung by the Cyclops, carrying a high temperature and emitting thick flames. It shattered from the lava and shot towards Han Shuo. The raging flames carried a violent force, forcing Han Shuo to retreat in a sorry state. With a rumble, the fiery rock the size of a head smashed into the hard rock that Han Shuo had been standing on. Brilliant sparks flew everywhere as the blazing flames burned on the rock. It was so wondrous that one couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Firespark stone was an excellent material for forging weapons. Han Shuo stared at the burning rock with bright eyes. He immediately recognized the wondrous rock from the blazing flames surrounding it. It was the Firespark stone, a material that cultivators greatly needed for forging weapons. He extended his left hand, and a ball of purple demonic fire rose from his palm like a ghost. It shrouded the Firespark stone with a bone-chilling aura. When the blazing heat and the bone-chilling aura came into contact, thick white smoke immediately rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Feeling the effects of the mystical glacial spell fire, Han Shuo immediately circulated his magical yuan. The ball of purple flames that covered the Firespark stone jumped even more alluringly. Clouds of dense white mist rose from the Firespark stone. Under the assault of the bone-chilling aura, the blazing Firespark stone slowly extinguished and returned to calmness. Finally, it became an ordinary fiery red rock, sparkling with a resplendent red light like a ruby. When he saw that the flames on the fire spark stone had been extinguished, Han Shuo's face lit up with joy. He immediately put the head-sized fire spark stone into his space ring, in case he needed to use it when he wanted to refine weapons in the future. No matter if it was a martial practitioner or a demonic practitioner, as long as they forged weapons, they couldn't do without some special flames. After all, some special materials could only be melted through high temperatures. This kind of fire spark stone was very miraculous. If it didn't come into contact with flames, it would be as ordinary as an ordinary rock, without the slightest bit of heat. However, as soon as the fire spark stone came into contact with the slightest spark, it would immediately burst into flames. Only when all the energy within the fire spark stone had been burned away would it become the most ordinary rock. During this process, the fire spark stone's enormous flame energy could melt all the materials for the cultivator, making it convenient for the next step of forging weapons. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he collected the fire spark stone. His eyes sparkled as he began to search for more fire spark stones amidst the sparks in the sky. Then, a fiery dragon streaked across the sky and landed around the beautiful girl on the Pegasus. At the end of the fiery dragon's path was an even larger fire spark stone burning fiercely, instantly enveloping the entire area in a sea of flames. At this moment, the four powerhouses that had been hiding in the valley were all on high alert. Due to the chaos in the valley, traces of some people had been exposed. These powerhouses had all discovered each other's traces, but none of them made a move. To be able to appear in this valley without fear in the face of such a terrifying scene, they were either brainless or fearless powerhouses. Every powerful creature understood that before the situation was clear, they couldn't act rashly. Thus, even though they knew that there were other powerhouses hiding in the surroundings of the valley, they didn't dare act rashly. That larger fire spark stone started burning fiercely. Waves of heat surged out, causing the Pegasus girl to sweat profusely. Her perky chest became even more alluring because of the sweat. Once a fire spark stone started burning, it would continue burning until there was no special method to stop it. As he watched the fire spark stone scatter its energy to its heart's content, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before finally flying towards that area. "Who's there?" A light shout came from the Pegasus girl's mouth. She had obviously discovered Han Shuo's movements. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she looked cautiously at the rapidly approaching Han Shuo. "I don't have any ill intentions, I'm just picking up something." Han Shuo called out lowly, slowly revealing his tracks in coordination with his voice. He was deathly afraid that if he moved too quickly, he'd attract the girl's surprise attack. Han Shuo was also on his guard during this process. The demon's lair edge had already been summoned by his mind, and a Yin demon was secretly observing her every move and expression. As long as this girl showed any signs of hostility, Han Shuo would make the first move without any hesitation. Through the Yin demon's surveillance, Han Shuo discovered that this girl's crescent brows were creased in a beautiful frown. 2 streaks of sweat flowed down her smooth cheeks, past her neck and into the depths of her clothes. She urged the Pegasus to fly into the air, cautiously and suspiciously watching the approaching Han Shuo, but didn't make any unusual movements. That fire spark stone was to the left of this beautiful girl. Han Shuo was afraid that she'd misunderstand and so purposefully avoided her body. He took a detour and finally landed in the center of the raging flames, where the fire spark stone was. "I don't have any ill intentions." Lifting his head, Han Shuo looked deeply at the beautiful girl. His body that had been suspended in the air gradually dived downwards. His 2 palms faced each other and his magical yuan fiercely circulated. A ball of purple flames suddenly appeared in his palms, and a bone-chilling aura instantly spread from Han Shuo's palms. It was common knowledge on the entire continent that someone who could fly in the air was definitely a top-tier expert. When Han Shuo steadily flew over, his relaxed expression was immediately confirmed by the girl that he was an expert of the same level. Seeing that Han Shuo didn't have any ill intentions towards her, she didn't dare to provoke Han Shuo. She only looked curiously at Han Shuo with her beautiful eyes. When Han Shuo activated the mystical glacial spell fire and catalyzed the extremely cold purple flames, the surrounding temperature plummeted with Han Shuo at the center. Then, using the same method, Han Shuo gradually approached the fire-spark stone with the purple flames in his hands. Thick smoke suddenly billowed as the two auras of extreme heat and extreme cold met. The collision of cold and heat once again created thick white smoke. The fire-spark stone that had been burning fiercely started to extinguish piece by piece amidst the sizzling sounds. The spirited Pegasus beneath the beautiful girl wasn't used to the high temperature of the mountain valley and kept swaying restlessly. It was only because the girl repeatedly suppressed it that it didn't immediately leave the mountain valley. However, when Han Shuo used the purple flames, the surrounding temperature abruptly dropped with Han Shuo at the center. It was like a paradise in the scorching heat, creating a strong temptation for the spirited Pegasus beneath the girl. Without the girl's orders, the Pegasus approached Han Shuo of its own accord and flew greedily around Han Shuo, as if it was extremely reluctant to leave this place with such a suitable temperature. Han Shuo, who was focused on collecting the fire-spark stone, saw the Pegasus and the girl's actions clearly through the Yin demon's observation. During this process, the beautiful girl tried to stop the Pegasus from approaching, but obviously didn't succeed. Raising his head, Han Shuo looked at the beautiful girl again and revealed a kind smile, indicating that he understood that she didn't approach him on her own accord and that she didn't have any ill intentions. "Thank you." The girl smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming, her voice soft and her tone sincere. "You're welcome." Han Shuo lowered his head and continued activating his demonic arts, planning to extinguish the fire-spark stone as quickly as possible. He didn't take another look at the beautiful girl. With the existence of the three Yin demons, even if Han Shuo was immersed in his work, he could still see Tanai's situation with a single glance. A few flame demon generals blocked the Cyclops' path and fought with the enormous Cyclops, attempting to keep the Cyclops in the mountain valley forever. However, the Cyclops, who was twice the size of the flame demon generals, also had an extremely tough body. He fiercely swung the huge iron shovel in his hand, chopping two flame demon generals into a few large pieces of rock that melted into the river with astonishing momentum. However, some of the scorching hot lava landed on the Cyclops' azure body, causing a large area to be charred black. The Cyclops also groaned in pain. One of its eyes was filled with anxiety as it looked towards the depths of the river from time to time, as if it was afraid that some powerful creature would suddenly break through the ground and walk out. The Fire Grand Magus was completely enveloped in a red magic shield. The old woman within the magic shield had an excited expression as her old eyes shone with light. Her attention was focused on the depths of the lava, as if she was waiting for something. The robust golden dragon was drenched from head to toe in the high temperature of Mountain Tanai. He slowly moved towards the outside of the mountain valley, as if he was preparing to take the opportunity to attack the Cyclops. The giant silver ape's shiny silver fur stood up like steel needles. A few sparks landed on its silver fur, but there wasn't a single trace of being charred. Its two steel claws clenched and relaxed repeatedly, and its blood-red eyes focused on the depths of the river of lava, but it didn't dare to approach. Roar! Another loud roar rang out, and the mountain valley really started to collapse. The earth was also torn apart. The underground creature was truly enraged now, as if blaming the flame demon generals for their incompetence. Fissures appeared in the ground, and even more lava burst out, shooting in all directions like a fountain. In an extremely short period of time, the beautiful scenery of the entire mountain valley no longer existed. An enormous creature over 10 meters tall stood up from the largest crack in the ground, along with the rolling lava. This enormous creature had a pointed head and a round lower body. Its entire body was red like hot iron, just like the flame demon generals. It was like a moving, burning volcano, and an enormous aura emanated from its body. The sky seemed to be set ablaze, and large patches of fiery clouds covered the sky above the mountain valley, causing the sky and earth to become one color, becoming a kingdom of flames. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, and the rocks of the mountain valley came crashing down. After this enormous creature walked out from the depths of the earth, its enormous body swayed backwards, causing even more lava to shoot out in all directions. It was truly a volcanic eruption. It's actually the Lord of the Flames. No wonder the flame demon generals have appeared. The beautiful girl beside Han Shuo cried out in surprise. She got off her Pegasus and shouted softly, "Leave this place, quickly." The Pegasus that was infatuated with the temperature around Han Shuo was clearly very happy when it heard the girl's order. It flew up gracefully, planning to leave this place of trouble. However, the terrifying Lord of the Flames and its raging flames burned the earth. The fiery clouds in the sky weren't fake. They were actually under its control, and they completely covered the sky above the mountain valley. When the girl and the Pegasus took off, the fiery clouds ignited with intense flames, turning the sky into a sea of fire. No one would be able to escape from the sky. Furious killing intent spread from the Lord of the Flames to the surroundings. Every expert realized that this flame controller was indeed cruel to the guests who trespassed into its kingdom. Chapter 236. The Fire Spark Stone had finally been collected by Han Shuo. However, the entire mountain valley had been sealed off by fire. The 6 powerful beings, including Han Shuo, were all trapped within the mountain valley. In such an area where volcanoes erupted and lava sprayed everywhere, the 6 powerful beings with ulterior motives would all face the wrath of the Lord of the Flames. No one would be able to escape unscathed. After the Fire Spark Stone entered the space ring, the purple flames in Han Shuo's palms extinguished and the surrounding temperature once again skyrocketed. The sweat on Han Shuo's body converged like a small river and flowed downwards. The beautiful girl and the Pegasus had no choice but to descend to the ground in the face of the fiery clouds. They looked up at the fiery clouds and sighed helplessly. It looked like they didn't dare to rashly charge into the air above the burning mountain valley. The fire Grand Magus in the distance floated between Han Shuo and the girl like the wind with a bright red magic shield. She smiled faintly, "The 3 of us are all humans, so I think it'll be easier for us to communicate. It'll be easier for us to survive if we're united against a common enemy. What do you think?" In the face of such terrifying danger, joining forces with the strong was indeed a good choice. Apart from the Lord of the Flames, Tanai also had the giant silver ape, the Cyclops, and the golden dragon. These 3 powerful beings were equally strong, but it was a pity that they weren't humans and weren't good partners to work with. Of course, only by working together will we be able to walk out of this fiery kingdom alive. Han Shuo naturally knew that he didn't have the confidence to deal with any of the Tanai experts by himself. This Fire Grand Magus seemed to know what would happen. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he could at least wait and see. "That's a good idea, Granny." The beautiful girl revealed a radiant smile and spoke in a clear and melodious voice. The Fire Grand Magus seemed to have long since known that Han Shuo and the beautiful girl would agree. She lightly waved the magic staff in her left hand and chanted a profound incantation. With Han Shuo's group of 3 as the center, a house-sized barrier was instantly formed. This barrier was invisible and formless, but it isolated the high temperature. The surrounding lava that was erupting was blocked outside. After the old lady created the barrier, the magic shield on her body disappeared. She smiled at Han Shuo and the girl, and introduced herself. I'm Marceau from the Brute Merchant Alliance. I major in fire magic. Brian Han, from Lancelot Empire, a necromancer. Han Shuo replied. Sophie, I come from the Kasi Empire. I am a knight. He can be considered half an incompetent summoner. The beautiful Pegasus girl replied simply. As soon as she finished speaking, she softly chanted a spell, and the Pegasus she had been riding magically disappeared without a trace. The old lady Marceau and the girl called Sophie seemed to have heard of each other's names. When the two of them introduced themselves, the other revealed a surprised expression. Only Han Shuo was unknown. Marceau and Sophie clearly hadn't heard of Han Shuo before, and both looked at Han Shuo with some confusion. Anyone who could fly in the air and appear here was definitely not a nameless person. As a powerful practitioner of necromancy magic, if there was such a person in the Lancelot Empire, they would definitely have heard of him. Therefore, when Marceau and Sophie realized that they hadn't heard of Han Shuo's name, they thought that Han Shuo had given them a fake name. Faced with the two's confusion, Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and explained with a wry smile, I'm telling the truth. I've only just started my career, so it's normal that I'm not well known. There's nothing strange about it. Roar, the Lord of the Flames' enormous roar reverberated throughout the valley. Accompanied by terrifying sound waves, the Lord of the Flames moved its enormous body and chased after the Cyclops. Streaks of scorching flames danced wildly like ribbons, and the violent heat caused the air to crackle. The flames mixed with magma entangled the Cyclops under the Lord of the Flames' control, causing the Cyclops to dodge in all directions. It was obvious that it was no match for the Lord of the Flames. The Golden Dragon's target should have been the Cyclops, but at this moment, he realized that he was also facing great danger. He seemed to have given up on the idea of immediately dealing with the Cyclops. He stood at the entrance of the Valley of Fire, as if pondering how to leave. The giant silver ape pounded its chest and roared loudly. Its body, which had been standing still all this time, suddenly moved. Like a bolt of silver lightning, it tore through the air and shot towards the Lord of the Flames who was chasing after the Cyclops. In the air, it intertwined its two sharp claws in front of its chest and danced. A few cold glints that looked like swords shot out from its claws. The few flame demon generals in the surroundings were swept by the streaks of cold light, and their bodies suddenly cracked with loud crackling sounds as they quickly melted into the magma. Han Shuo couldn't help but pale with fright when he saw this scene through the Yin demons. He didn't know what kind of mutated magical beast this giant silver ape was, but it had such terrifying destructive power. The two iron claws were actually able to shoot out sword light attacks, as if they possessed the great power to tear through everything. Before the flame demon general, who was as tall and had a body as hot as iron, could even get close to it, it was already smashed into pieces by the iron claws. The giant silver ape's strength is very terrifying. I've seen it tear apart 3 twin-headed dragons at once. It should be a mutated super-rank magical beast. Its target is the Lord of the Flames. I've observed it for a while, and discovered that it's come to the valley 3 times. Each time, it didn't dare to provoke the Lord of the Flames. This time, it might really be going against it. Old hag Marceau had actually been paying attention to the commotion in the distance as she suddenly spoke. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, then realized that Marceau hadn't come by chance like him. She must have observed for a long time before choosing to participate in the chaos. He didn't know what she was planning. Roar, an explosive roar erupted from where the golden dragon was. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a giant golden dragon that was 15 to 16 meters long suddenly revealed itself. After the golden dragon transformed, its slender body shook, and a terrifying dragon's breath exploded in front of it. The red rocks that sealed the valley suddenly exploded, and a 5 to 6 meter wide passageway appeared in the valley that had been blocked by the Lord of the Flames. The Golden Dragon was one of the dragons with the most shocking battle prowess, and its physical body possessed the strongest offensive and defensive abilities. After transforming, the Golden Dragon was even more ferocious and wild, and had always been synonymous with strength and power. Even the valley that had been sealed by the Lord of the Flames' flint was forcefully blasted open by its fierce dragon's breath. This Lord of the Flames is a super-rank magical beast that has evolved 4 times, while this Golden Dragon has only evolved 3 times. It's a wise decision for it to give up on seeking revenge against the Cyclops and leave the valley for now. Fire Grand Magus Marceau calmly explained to Han Shoa and Sophie as she watched the commotion in the distance. Roar, the Lord of the Flames let out an earth-shattering howl. It naturally thought that the Golden Dragon's breath was a provocation, and let out a loud howl to vent the anger in its heart. In that moment, the flowing lava and the flaming clouds in the sky seemed to be under the Lord of the Flames' control as they all gathered towards the passageway that the Golden Dragon had blasted open. Before the Golden Dragon could leave the valley, the passageway that had just been blasted open was once again blocked by lava, flames, and flaming clouds. This time, the passageway was even tighter than last time. The Golden Dragon was completely enraged in that moment. As one of the most prideful of super-rank magical beasts, the Golden Dragon had already given the Lord of the Flames a lot of face by attempting to leave the valley. He hadn't thought that this rank 4 Lord of the Flames would actually want to burn everything with flames. This was intolerable to the Golden Dragon. A frightening dragon's roar rang out from the Golden Dragon's enormous mouth. The Golden Dragon had originally planned on leaving the valley, but temporarily gave up on his original goal. He didn't pay attention to the Cyclops and actually charged towards the Lord of the Flames. The Golden Dragon swung his tail wildly as he flew, but the flaming rocks were unable to leave even the slightest mark on his golden body. At the same time, Fire Grand Magus Marceau suddenly cheered in joy and said excitedly, "Chance, our chance has finally come." Turning his head to glance at Marceau, Han Shoa said calmly, "I think you should tell us your plan and intentions now. Otherwise, the 2 of us wouldn't be following you in a daze." The underground world of the Lord of the Flames is an extremely mystical existence. It's because of this mystical existence that the Lord of the Flames was able to evolve 4 times. I've researched fire magic for many years and discovered that there's a strange fire attribute energy in that place. This energy is completely different from the fire element and is even more mysterious. That mystical place not only created a grade 4 Lord of the Flames, but also nurtured a mysterious fire lotus and many strange rocks. I only discovered it by chance. Since the Lord of the Flames is fighting outside, I can use my control over fire magic to bring you 2 into that underground world and take the opportunity to take away some of the mystical things inside. What do you think? Marceau looked extremely anxious as she quickly explained to the 2. "All right." Han Shoa answered crisply without the slightest hesitation. This fire archmage named Marceau was definitely a powerful person. She was actually able to discover this place of extreme fire and understand that there was an element of fire that was different from the fire element within. It looked like she'd put in a lot of effort into this place of extreme fire. Although fire elemental energy and fire element were both existences of the fire attribute, they were 2 completely different types of energy. Any mage in this world, as long as they had mental strength, could communicate with fire elemental energy and cast fire magic anywhere. As a magical element, the fire element existed in every corner of this world. A fire mage could use their connection with the fire element to release fire magic of varying power depending on the strength of their mental strength. However, the element of fire didn't exist in every place. It only existed in some naturally mystical places between the heavens and the earth. Only a place that coincided with the trajectory of the heavens and the earth would form a natural treasure ground. Only after thousands of years of evolution would it be possible to form the element of fire in some fiery places. Among them, the place of extreme fire was undoubtedly the best place to nurture the element of fire. Compared to the ubiquitous fire element, the element of fire was much rarer. If it was refined by some practitioners who knew how to use it, it could display even more mysterious and unfathomable power. The Lord of the Flames had always been a magical beast that was extremely difficult to evolve. However, this Lord of the Flames had directly evolved 4 times after finding this place of extreme fire, becoming a super ferocious magical beast of fire. If this Lord of the Flames evolved one more time, it would become a rank 5 Emperor of the Flames, possessing the strength and divine power of a demigod. If the Emperor of the Flames could break through to rank 5, it would surpass the category of magical beasts and become a fire god with a divine spark, possessing true divine power and powerful control. Han Shuo understood that this was an opportunity. No matter what, he had to get to the place of extreme fire and see if there was a chance to refine the fire elite zombie here in the future. The 5 elemental zombies were Han Shuo's goal. Adding this place of extreme fire, then there was only the place of extreme metal that hadn't been discovered yet. Only when all 5 elemental zombies were gathered would they be able to unleash the destructive effect of the formation. The beautiful young lady Sophie, whose target this time should be the Cyclops, was obviously a bit hesitant towards Marceau's suggestion. She blanked out for a while, and finally nodded lightly under Marceau's anxious gaze, agreeing to Marceau's suggestion. Alright, let's take advantage of their battle to quickly reach the underground kingdom of the Lord of the Flames. Seeing that Sophie had agreed, Fire Grand Magus Marceau's face lit up with joy and she hurriedly chanted a magical incantation. Suddenly, the invisible magical boundary that enveloped Han Shuo's group began to emit sparks, as if it had the ability to absorb the fire element. As the sparks flew, the extremely dense fire element in the surroundings was rapidly sucked into the boundary. The boundary that had absorbed a large amount of fire element continuously tightened bit by bit, blossoming with a brilliant red light. The temperature inside also rose steadily until the temperature inside the boundary rose to around 40 degrees and became 3 to 4 meters wide. Only then did the temperature rise and space shrink stop. Let's go. Fire Grand Magus Marceau called out softly. The boundary brought the 3 of them around the battle between the enormous creatures and suddenly landed in the fiery crack on the ground that was spewing lava. Chapter 237. The temperature within the boundary stopped at around 40 degrees. The magma in the cracks in the ground was blocked outside by the boundary, and didn't affect Han Shuo and the other 2 inside. Marceau was obviously very strained during this process. The boundary was filled with a large amount of magical elements, which meant that she had expended a lot of mental strength to control the movement of the boundary. After the entire boundary had shrunk to 3 to 4 meters, it became a bit crowded. In addition, the temperature inside was at 40 degrees. Although it didn't burn everything like the outside, it still made people feel wet and uncomfortable. However, Han Shuo's body could easily handle this level of temperature. Even if he didn't activate his magical yuan to resist it, Han Shuo didn't lie down with his body drenched in sweat. Instead, he used this rare free time to sit down and meditate to recover the magical yuan he had just expended. The beautiful female knight, Sophie, was wearing tight clothes that stuck to her beautiful body. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, as if she had just finished bathing and walked out of the bath, accentuating the curves of her body. Due to the high temperature, fragrant sweat flowed all over her body, and her breathing was uneven. She kept waving her hands to fan herself, as if she wanted to cool herself. Fire Grand Magus Marceau was completely focused on controlling the boundary. She was as focused as Han Shuo. The wrinkles on her face were like ravines, and they were also filled with sweat. They couldn't help but slowly flow down her body due to the influence of gravity. The two Yin demons were placed in the valley and observed everything that happened outside, so that Han Shuo could understand the situation above at any time and make accurate decisions. After falling into the cracks in the magma, the boundary sunk all the way down. The surrounding flames burned fiercely, and some of the magma exploded in all directions with a loud rumble that shook the earth and mountains. When the magma hit the surface of the boundary, beautiful sparks appeared, presenting a beautiful scene of a sea of fire. Unfortunately, of the three people in the boundary, Han Shuo and Marceau were too focused to pay attention to the scenery around them. Female Knight Sophie was wet all over and uncomfortable, and there was also a ball of anxious flames burning in her heart. Naturally, she didn't have the mind to pay attention to the beautiful scenery around her. Amidst the blazing and gorgeous sparks, the three of them gradually sank along with the barrier. Among them, Fire Grand Magus Marceau controlled the boundary to shift its direction and slowly descend into the depths of the Earth's core. She seemed to be familiar with the situation here. Finally, the moving boundary suddenly came to a halt. Han Shuo instantly opened his eyes and sized up the scenery around him with glistening eyes. In the shortest amount of time possible, he imprinted the scenery around him into his mind. The first thing that came into view was a wide lake of fire. It was like a burning sun, emitting blazing light and heat. The surging magma was in the form of a fire dragon pillar, rising up from the fire lake one after another. It was probably because of the Flame Lord's power that it was so ferocious. Around the wide lake of fire, there were stone walls that radiated fiery light. These stone walls were as red as soldering iron, emitting a scorching heat. The glaring red light filled the surroundings, causing this area to become a huge space of flames. In the middle of the fire lake, a strange fire lotus blossomed mysteriously in the boiling magma of the fire lake. It flickered with a bewitching red light and swayed along with the rolling fire lake. This posture seemed to possess a soul-stirring beauty. Han Shuo and the other two were still enveloped by the boundary. They floated at the entrance of a cave in the surrounding stone walls, no longer suffering from the damage of the magma and flames. Fire's Park Stone, Fire Sun Crystal, Red Agate, Han Shuo exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that there were a few magical stones scattered not far from the entrance of the cave. They were all treasures for refining fire-attributed weapons. These stones were of excellent quality and could be completely smelted into high-quality fire-attributed flying swords, or directly absorbed by fire-attributed practitioners to improve their skills. This area is very mysterious. It contains a strange fire power, and the surrounding stones are very precious. If you embed them in a magic staff, it will definitely have a great effect on a fire-attributed mage. Grand Magus Marceau said while dripping hot sweat. She didn't need to explain much. As a demonic cultivator, Han Shuo could recognize many strange stones based on Chu Kanglin's memories. He understood that these strange stones had different uses, and each one could play a great role. Open the boundary, I'm going to leave and collect some. Han Shuo was overjoyed as he spoke with a calm expression. Marceau was stunned. She hesitated for a moment before kindly reminding him, the temperature outside the barrier is several times higher than inside. I think that once you leave the barrier, you will be cooked by the high temperature. I advise you not to take the risk. No problem, I think I can withstand it. Han Shuo activated his magical yuan and a pulsating ball of purple flames formed in his left palm. A gust of cold air instantly blew through the 40-degree hot boundary. Sophie and Marceau, who were sweating profusely, couldn't help but shiver. The flowing sweat suddenly stopped, giving them an icy chill. What magic is this? Fire Grand Magus Marceau couldn't help but cry out involuntarily when she saw a ball of purple flames appear in Han Shuo's palm. The high temperature within the boundary was immediately dispelled, and the extremely hot area almost turned into an ice cave. Hee, it's just a strange martial technique. Don't worry, I think I can withstand the high temperature outside. Han Shuo smiled slightly as he held the pulsating ball of purple flames and looked confidently at Marceau. I think you're right. Marceau nodded and then said, pay attention, when I count to 3, I'll send you out of the boundary. Prepare yourself. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo activated his magical yuan. His fingers began to move nimbly, and balls of purple flames flashed from his fingertips. When Marceau counted to 3, the boundary where Han Shuo was at seemed to have been sliced open by a knife, and the space between the two of them was directly removed. In an instant, the high temperature hit them head-on. The scorching wave of fire broke through the boundary's obstruction and instantly enveloped Han Shuo's entire body. Without Marceau's control, the boundary that blocked the high temperature shattered like an eggshell. Not only did it lose the ability to block the heat wave, but it also lost the ability to remain in the air. The rock where Han Shuo's foot landed was scorching red. As long as his foot landed, the sole of Han Shuo's foot would be charred black in an instant. When he activated his magical yuan to cast the mystical glacial spell fire, he naturally didn't forget to cast the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Just as Han Shuo's foot was about to land on the flint, he suddenly stopped in midair and didn't move. The Yin demon that had accompanied Han Shuo in the boundary was immediately placed behind him, constantly paying attention to Marceau and Sophie's movements. Han Shuo himself didn't waste a single moment. He used the extreme cold of the mystical glacial spell fire to emit thick white smoke from his body and began to carry out some secret plans. After Han Shuo landed, Sophie and Marceau looked at Han Shuo's actions in amazement. They were obviously very surprised by Han Shuo's actions. However, when the extreme cold on Han Shuo's body met the high temperature, his body was immediately covered in thick white smoke. The two women could no longer see Han Shuo's figure clearly. The most mystical thing in this area should be the fire lotus in the center of the fire lake. He's gone to collect rocks to forge weapons, so let's go pluck that fire lotus. Fire Grand Magus Marceau didn't seem to care about the unknown rocks in the surroundings, or perhaps it was because she didn't know what magical effects those rocks had. She only focused her attention on the fire lotus. This fire lotus had 10 or so red, translucent leaves the size of palm leaf fans. They were as clear as jade, and there was a strange red light circulating within the veins of each leaf, as if they were nurturing a life of fire. This fire lotus was very eye-catching in the middle of the blazing fire lake, giving off a stunning beauty. Fire Grand Magus Marceau and Sophie seemed to be completely attracted by the strange lotus. The two stared at the fire lotus with fascination, activating the magic boundary and slowly approaching the fire lotus together. Within the thick white smoke, Han Shuo didn't activate his magic to collect the fire spirit stones. Instead, he quickly dug a large hole and dripped his own blood essence into it. His eyes shone with a divine light as he looked at the fire lotus from time to time. His expression was incomparably calm, as if he was rapidly thinking about what to set up. Han Shuo had heard Marceau's description before coming down and understood that a fire lotus had been nurtured in the place of extreme fire, so he already had his own plans. No matter what, this fire lotus couldn't be obtained by Marceau and Sophie. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had the miraculous effect of directly wrapping around zombies and turning them into a fire elite zombie. Depending on how long the place of extreme fire had been formed, as well as some special opportunities, treasures of the 5 elements could be nurtured. The places of extreme earth, extreme wood, and the Valley of Sunshine's extreme water that Han Shuo had discovered hadn't produced any treasures, perhaps because they'd been formed for too long, or perhaps because there hadn't been any suitable opportunities. However, this place of extreme fire might have already existed for tens of thousands of years. After accumulating all sorts of energy over the years, in addition to the existence of the Lord of the Flames, it had actually successfully nurtured the fire lotus. As a treasure of the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had grown for tens of thousands of years and absorbed all sorts of fire elemental energy, becoming a wondrous treasure. With the existence of the fire lotus, Han Shuo didn't need to waste a huge amount of time to gather all sorts of materials. He could directly use a secret technique to form a large formation in the place of extreme fire, then use his blood essence to activate the formation and throw a zombie into the fire lotus. Based on the nutrients that the fire lotus had absorbed over tens of thousands of years and the dense fire elemental energy in the place of extreme fire, it would directly help an ordinary zombie evolve into a fire elite zombie. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han Shuo absolutely wouldn't allow Marceau to take the fire lotus. After he left the boundary, he had already started to set everything up. As Marceau controlled the boundary and slowly approached the fire lotus, Han Shuo turned into a thick cloud of white mist and shuttled through the caves around the fiery red rock walls. In the eyes of Marceau and Han Shuo was taking the opportunity to collect some strange ores in the surroundings. What they didn't know was that under the cover of the thick smoke, Han Shuo had already quickly and successfully excavated the formation I needed to refine the fire elite zombie. Although there was the fire lotus, there weren't any other materials to refine the fire elite zombie. Han Shuo's blood essence had completely replaced the practice between the formation eyes. Fortunately, Han Shuo had swallowed a 300-year-old blood essence grass and converted enough blood essence. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to successfully use the large formation this time. After Han Shuo walked around the surrounding rock walls and successfully excavated the formation eye, he immediately chanted an incantation and summoned the little skull from a distant plane. Hurry up and bring a zombie that you approve of. He'll receive the same treatment as the Earth Elite zombie. Han Shuo passed on an order. Without waiting for the little skull to nod in understanding, he sent the little skull back to a distant plane. Then, purple flames danced between Han Shuo's hands as he activated his magical yuan. In the direction where the little skull had been standing, the purple flames danced in Han Shuo's hands, creating a suitable temperature for that area. The little skull's body was purely made of sparkling white bones. After many times of forging and tempering, Han Shuo had sufficient confidence in the little skull's body's toughness. He knew that this level of high temperature wouldn't affect him at all. However, if an ordinary zombie suddenly appeared in such a place, it would definitely be burned to a painful state by the high temperature. It was hard to say whether it would be directly burned to death. Therefore, in order to successfully refine the fire elite zombie, Han Shuo had no choice but to make preparations in advance, lest he be roasted to death by the high temperature once he fell into this space. An urgent call came through the little skull from an infinitely distant plane. When Han Shuo received this call, he immediately chanted an incantation. Then, in the area of suitable temperature created by magical yuan, the little skull appeared in front of Han Shuo with an incomparably large zombie warrior in his hand. Perhaps the little skull sensed Han Shuo's anxiousness, but he didn't have time to search in his haste and casually grabbed a zombie warrior with an unusually large head. "Alright, it's you." Time was of the essence. Han Shuo had already set up everything. Seeing that Marceau and the little skull were already close to the fire lotus, he didn't have time to be picky. He grabbed the big-headed zombie and rushed towards the central fire lake. Chapter 238. The closer they got to the fire lake, the hotter the temperature became. Afraid that the big-headed zombie wouldn't be able to withstand the heat, Han Shuo had no choice but to use his magical yuan to activate the mystical glacial spell fire to lower the temperature around them. Zombie warriors that were used to darkness had an instinctive aversion to sunlight and blazing heat. This big-headed zombie was no exception. Its body couldn't help but sway in Han Shua's hands, as if it was afraid of the burning fire lake. However, with Han Shua's steel-like grip, it couldn't move at all. Two large clouds of white smoke rapidly approached from the surrounding rock walls, arriving next to Fire Grand Magus Marceau in the blink of an eye. At this time, Marceau and Han Shua were only 3 meters away from the fire lotus below. As they were worried that the temperature of the fire lake would be too high for the barrier to withstand, the two didn't dare to approach the fire lotus too quickly. They were afraid that the barrier would shatter from the scorching heat. Why are you here? Marceau was shocked when Han Shua approached in the form of 2 clouds of smoke. Although she couldn't see Han Shua's appearance due to the thick smoke, she recognized Han Shua from Han Shua's actions just now. I can't withstand the heat anymore, please let me enter the barrier to rest. Han Shua's hurried pleading came from the thick smoke. Han Shua had already stopped next to the barrier when his voice was heard. Marceau seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma when she heard this. It seemed that it was very difficult for her to bring Han Shua into the barrier at the moment. She stood there in a daze, hesitating for a moment. Suddenly, Han Shua's exhausted cry of surprise sounded from the thick cloud of smoke next to Marceau. The thick smoke suddenly sank down and fell into the beautiful fire lotuses that were blooming below. Shrill screams suddenly came from the thick smoke below, causing one's heart to tremble. This caused the 2 girls, who were confused by the sudden change, to be unable to react for a moment. However, Han Shua, who was covered by the thick smoke, had a calm expression on his face even though he was screaming in agony. He grabbed the struggling big-headed zombie warrior and slowly pushed him into the pistil of the fire lotus. An arrow of blood shot out from Han Shua's left index finger and fell directly into the big-headed zombie's mouth. At the same time, Han Shua imprinted a seal of darkness magic on the big-headed zombie's body. A mass of pulsating purple flame covered the surface of Han Shua's body according to his will. Then, Han Shua shot out beams of black demonic light that twined around the big-headed zombie. When Han Shua formed the shape of a lotus with a few drops of blood essence and forcefully clasped it onto the big-headed zombie's head, he seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction. In the blink of an eye, 24 blazing, blood-red beams of light suddenly shot out from the cave walls surrounding the fire lake, all converging towards the fire lotus. The dense fire origin energy seemed to be escorted by 24 ribbons as it frantically gathered towards the fire lotus in the center. The beautiful fire lotus blossomed with dazzling red light like a dancing flame. It slowly began to shrink its petals at a miraculous speed and trajectory, wrapping around the big-headed zombie that Han Shua had ordered to stay in the pistil bit by bit. What's going on? What's going on? Marceau, who was 3 meters above Han Shua, couldn't help but cry out when she saw the mysterious changes in her surroundings and felt the frantic gathering of the fire origin energy. However, Han Shua's shrill screams completely drowned out Marceau's cries. This made Marceau, who was unaware of the situation, unable to guess what had happened to Han Shua below. She didn't dare to descend another 3 meters to see what was happening below. The dense fire origin energy around the fire lake, under the influence of the formation, was all channeled towards the center of the fire lotus, providing sufficient nourishment for the fire elite zombie's formation. On the day that the fire elite zombie was formed, the fire lotus that it nurtured would very likely become a treasure that the fire elite zombie could control and help him obtain all sorts of strange abilities. 24 beams of blood-red light gathered towards the fire lotus in the center from the cave walls. The fire origin energy that had lingered in the entire place of extreme fire for tens of thousands of years was slowly nourishing the big-headed zombie's body through the fire lotus. With the protection of the fire lotus pistil, the big-headed zombie didn't need to endure the scorching heat. It only needed to continuously absorb all sorts of pure energy and cultivate according to the imprint that Han Shua had left in its mind. It would be able to continuously change its body and become a powerful fire elite zombie. Roar, a terrifying roar sounded from above the fire lake. The Lord of the Flames seemed to have sensed the changes in the Kingdom of Fire and couldn't help but roar. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shua discovered that the Lord of the Flames, who had a slight upper hand despite fighting 1 against 3, had already given up on the battle against the Golden Dragon, Cyclops, and Silver Ape. It roared as it moved its enormous volcanic body, slowly walking towards the largest crevice in the valley. The fire lotus that was nurtured in the fire lake was a fire attribute treasure. It contained some strange power. As the master of the Kingdom of Fire, the Lord of the Flames must have some sort of connection with the fire lotus. Perhaps the Lord of the Flames had already left an imprint on the fire lotus and treated it as a taboo item. Han Shua had used the demonic magic formation and used this taboo item without permission. He had even imprinted a living being within it to absorb the enormous amount of fire origin energy in the surroundings. This must have alarmed the Lord of the Flames and made it come over to understand everything that had happened. At this moment, the fire lotus petals had already shrunk into a bud, slowly sinking into the fire lake. When Han Shua saw this, he immediately understood that he had succeeded. He began to scream in pain as he slowly moved upwards. Up until now, all of Han Shua's arrangements had gone smoothly. However, he still had no way of predicting the final outcome. According to Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shua knew that after the fire lotus petals had shrunk, it would be very difficult to open it again without special methods and opportunities. However, as the master of this fire lake, Han Shua had no way of knowing if the Lord of the Flames had a way to open the fire lotus. From the very beginning, Han Shua knew that he wasn't completely confident in this matter. The reason why he had to do this was because he had no other choice. Otherwise, if he lost this opportunity, he didn't know when the Lord of the Flames would leave this place of extreme fire, nor would he have a fire Grand Magus bring him into this strange space. Therefore, even if he wasn't completely confident, Han Shua had to make use of this rare opportunity to plant the big-headed zombie into the fire lotus. As for the final outcome, whether the Lord of the Flames would be able to open the fire lotus, or whether it would kill the big-headed zombie, this wasn't something that Han Shua could grasp. It could only be said that it all depended on the will of the heavens. As Han Shua's figure slowly rose into the air, he purposefully withdrew the purple flames protecting his legs and used the high temperature of the fire lake to roast his legs. In an instant, Han Shua's trousers were charred black. His legs were exposed to the blazing heat, and in the blink of an eye, a large area was burnt by the flames. "Save me!" A mournful scream rang out from Han Shua's mouth, his voice urgent and desperate. However, under the cover of the thick smoke, Han Shua didn't have any expression of pain on his face. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. The burning pain from the large area of his legs seemed to be happening to someone else's body. He was currently looking at the two people in the boundary above him with a bright expression. Fire Grand Magus Marceau watched as the fire lotus slowly sank into the lake of fire. She seemed to be extremely discouraged and had a face full of regret. She didn't seem to care about Han Shua's shouts as she kept murmuring, "My fire lotus, my fire lotus." On the other hand, it was the female knight Sophie who showed sympathy for Han Shua. She was drenched in sweat as she panted. She pulled on the corner of Marceau's clothes and said anxiously, "Let's save him first." Under Sophie's tugging, Fire Grand Magus Marceau suddenly woke up with a start. She looked down with a mournful expression and sighed. She nodded unwillingly and started chanting a magic incantation. A strong magical wave suddenly enveloped Han Shua's body. Amidst the crackling sparks, Han Shua's body was pulled by the fire element and suddenly squeezed into the boundary that Sophie and Marceau were in. When Han Shua had left earlier, a part of the 3 to 4 meter magic boundary had been cut off. Now that Han Shua's body had squeezed in again, the part that had been cut off didn't return. The magic boundary that Sophie and Marceau had been in suddenly became very crowded with Han Shua's addition. Right now, Han Shua's face was pale and weak. A large area from his knees to his feet had been roasted by the high temperature of the fire lake. Not only did it look very horrifying, but it also gave off an unpleasant smell. In the crowded boundary, the Fire Grand Magus didn't seem to be too willing to lean against Han Shua due to her identity, age, or other reasons. She forcefully retreated to a corner, causing the limp Han Shua and Sophie to lean against each other. Han Shua moved his body with difficulty and pretended to cry out in pain, seeming to want to sit up from his limp position. When his two hands were supporting the invisible boundary, he couldn't avoid touching Sophie's thighs because of the squeezing of the boundary. The temperature within the boundary had been maintained at around 40 degrees after Han Shua had left. Sophie was still sweating profusely, and her entire body was wet and uncomfortable. Her clothes were all wet and stuck to her curvaceous body. Under Han Shua's unintentional touch, he could feel the taut fullness of Sophie's thighs. He could even feel the powerful strength contained within her extremely elastic thighs. Originally, the burning of his two legs was intentional. This degree of burning wouldn't affect the function of Han Shua's two legs. Apart from looking a bit frightening and causing some completely bearable pain to Han Shua, it didn't have any other effects. Therefore, when Han Shua pretended to be in pain and wanted to sit up, he let out low cries of pain. He wasn't as miserable as he appeared to be. Therefore, when his arm unavoidably touched Sophie's slender thighs, he actually had the leisure to evaluate the elasticity and beauty of Sophie's thighs in his heart. Perhaps it was because the boundary was indeed very crowded, but this kind of action, which could even be considered frivolous, was only treated by Sophie as a helpless and unintentional carelessness. It didn't cause her displeasure. Her crescent brows slightly furrowed. Instead, she looked at Han Shua with some sympathy, and said with a kind heart, "I'll help you." Sophie's soft voice rang in Han Shua's ears. Then, under the pained expression of Han Shua clenching his teeth, her body slightly crouched down. Her slender hands supported Han Shua's shoulders, helping Han Shua get up and help him sit down in the boundary. During this process, due to the crowding of the boundary, it was inevitable that the two of them would come into physical contact. When Han Shua's arms were propped up by her, the skin between their arms was tightly pressed against each other. Han Shua even, accidentally, used his shoulder to touch Sophie's firm and curvy breasts. "Thank you very much." When Sophie helped Han Shua sit up from his limp posture, Han Shua sincerely looked at Sophie and sincerely thanked her. "Don't mention it. This is what I should do." Sophie's delicate face had been red because of the high temperature, but the sharp-eyed Han Shua still found that Sophie's face at this moment was even more rosy than before. Her expression also seemed a little shy. It seemed that the close contact between the two of them had indeed made this kind girl feel a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. Until now, Han Shua and Sophie were still very close. Although Sophie deliberately kept a distance, because of the crowding of the boundary, the furthest distance between the two of their bodies would not exceed 20 centimeters. They could clearly smell each other's scent. The strong scent of a man on Han Shua's body and the fragrant scent of sweat on Sophie's body blended together and were breathed in by the two young men and women. This kind of peculiar scent was like a miraculous medicine, nourishing Han Shua's restless heart and giving Han Shua an inexplicable throbbing feeling. Han Shua gazed deeply at Sophie. Perhaps it was because of the high temperature, but his gaze was burning fiercely. When Sophie turned her head away uncomfortably, Han Shua greedily took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. He smiled brightly at Phoebe, then slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing, not letting go of any time to recover his magical yuan. Through the Yin demon spying, Han Shua discovered that Phoebe's face was flushed red and her expression was a little unnatural. Her long eyelashes continuously fluttered, and while Han Shuo was adjusting his breathing, her bright eyes strangely focused on his body. Who knew what she was thinking? On the other side, Fire Grand Magus Marceau didn't notice Han Shuo and Sophie's movements. As the Lord of the Flames' loud roar approached, Marceau had no time to care about her surroundings. She was focused on controlling the boundary and slowly rising above the magma. Chapter 239. The Lord of the Flames' terrifying voice brought with it a violent power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It stopped all of the surging magma, and then flew down towards the fire lake at an even more ferocious speed. In that instant, the magic barrier that had been flying up with the magma was affected by the surging magma. Not only was it unable to rise higher, but it also rapidly fell towards the fire lake below. Not good. Fire Grand Magus Marceau exclaimed with a face full of fear. She said anxiously, "The Lord of the Flames is controlling the lava's descent. I've used up too much mental strength right now, so I can't control the barrier to fly out." Han Shuo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Marceau. "So you're saying that we're trapped in the fire lake?" The kind-hearted female knight Sophie was also at her wits' end in this situation. She looked worriedly at the scorching magma that was sweeping towards them, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Fire Grand Magus Marceau revealed a helpless expression and said to Han Shuo and Sophie, "I'm very sorry. I don't think I'll be able to leave the fire lake with you two." "I'm sorry." A strong magical fluctuation suddenly came from where Han Shuo and Sophie were. Just like the last time when Han Shuo had left the barrier, the area where Han Shuo and Sophie were was cut apart by a sharp weapon amidst the sparks. It was directly removed from Marceau's barrier. Without the support of Marceau's magical elements, Han Shuo and Sophie were immediately drowned in the surging magma and fell towards the fire lake. "Rather than the three of us dying together, it's better for me to escape alone. This is something that can't be helped, so please don't blame me," Marceau murmured coldly to herself as she watched the two quickly drown in the magma and fall towards the bottom. Roar, the earth-shattering howl grew closer and closer. Marceau was shocked and didn't dare to stay any longer. She activated the barrier that tightly wrapped around her body and slowly moved upwards against the magma that was pouring down like a waterfall. Ah! The Lord of the Flames' loud roar drowned out Sophie's screams as she fell towards the fire lake. Other than Han Shuo, who was leaning close to her, no one else heard her screams of despair. Even female knights with great strength would instinctively show their cowardice when facing the threat of death and knowing that they were doomed to die. Such a desperate cry was not shameful. However, if this kind of exclamations were to ring incessantly in one's ears, no one would be able to bear it, and Han Shuo was no exception. "Miss Sophie, can you stop screaming?" Han Shuo said to the screaming Sophie with a pained expression as he held on to Sophie's waist with one arm. Strangely, the magical barrier that Marceau had left behind didn't suddenly shatter due to Marceau's departure. Instead, it was covered by a layer of dark light. The dense magma in the surroundings crashed into the dark barrier, but it didn't move at all. Only rays of dark light slowly seeped out of Han Shuo's body and tightly attached to the dark barrier. Sophie quickly recognized the situation after being berated by Han Shuo. Her bright eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and she suddenly cried out in joy, "We're actually not dead. Of course, I've just recovered a bit of my strength. I think we can still hold on until we leave this mysterious existence." Han Shuo smiled at Sophie and comforted her. Suddenly, Sophie realized that her waist was still being held by Han Shuo's arm. She immediately straightened her body uncomfortably and broke free from Han Shuo's arm, maintaining a tight distance from Han Shuo. Seeing that Sophie had already woken up from her panic, Han Shuo didn't purposely take advantage of her. He smiled apologetically at Sophie and said, I had no choice just now, I hope you don't mind. The Lord of the Flames will return soon, we need to leave immediately. That Marceau is a famous figure in the Brute Merchant Alliance. To think that she would do such a thing. What a despicable person. The kind Sophie was still brooding over Marceau's actions and angrily rebuked him. Han Shuo felt that it was only natural and didn't think that Marceau's actions were inappropriate. After all, the three of them had only met by chance and didn't have any true friendship. In times of danger, of course one had to think for oneself. Marceau's actions were also because she had no choice. Han Shuo didn't hold any grudges against her. This was because if he was in Marceau's shoes, Han Shuo would definitely have done the same. However, Han Shuo didn't say much and only shrugged with a smile. He then focused on circulating his magical yuan and slowly flew towards the lava. At Han Shuo's current level of magical yuan, he was able to naturally form a protective shield around his body with his adept control of magical yuan. As long as his magical yuan didn't run out, Han Shuo would be able to keep the shield unbroken and resist the invasion of the lava and flames. Compared to Marceau's previous boundary, Han Shuo's protective barrier had a moderate temperature. The various threats in the surroundings couldn't penetrate the barrier and land on Han Shuo and Sophie. The two of them flew at an extremely fast speed and passed through the layers of lava. They quickly identified a relatively narrow crack and charged upwards against the blazing sparks. During this process, Sophie had been paying attention to Han Shuo's protective barrier. She had a puzzled expression on her face, and even more carefully extended her hand to touch the protective barrier that was circulating with black light. She felt a strange sensation, and was lost in thought. As he flew upwards, Han Shuo's expression was relaxed and confident. There was no trace of the pain and difficulty he had shown earlier. This caused Sophie, who had been observing him, to be astounded. In the end, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Have you been injured before?" Han Shuo suddenly understood when she said this. He turned his head to glance at Sophie and revealed a bitter smile, "Don't think that I'm fine just because I look relaxed. I've actually been enduring heart-wrenching pain all this time. It's just that I have to show my strong side in front of a beauty. Only then will I leave you with the impression of a strong man." Sophie obviously hadn't expected that Han Shuo would actually say this. There was a hint of ambiguity in his words, and Sophie could naturally hear it. She was stunned at first, and then rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. She said with some amusement, "You're really an interesting person. Who talks like that?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo pretended to be in pain. He even circulated his demonic arts and broke out in hot sweat, causing his face to turn pale. He panted heavily and said with difficulty, "You see, this is actually my real situation. I might not be able to hold on at any time, and then we'll fall into the fire lake together to see the beautiful lotus." Han Shuo's sudden change in demeanor made Sophie extremely uncomfortable. She cried out as if she had been frightened, "Don't scare me. Regardless of whether you're real or fake, I still want to see your unruffled appearance just now." "No problem." Han Shuo laughed heartily. The painful expression on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the traces of sweat on his forehead also magically disappeared. He winked at Sophie with a mischievous smile and teased in a relaxed manner, "Isn't this better?" "Pfft." Sophie couldn't help but laugh softly. She waved her fist and punched Han Shuo's chest, panting with rage as she waved her fist in front of Han Shuo. She said amusedly, "You evil fellow, so you've been playing with me all along." "Ha!" Han Shuo laughed proudly, bringing Sophie along as they broke through the layers of magma obstructing them, charging straight towards a crack that had appeared above. "You guys are actually fine." Suddenly, Fire Grand Magus Marceau of the Brute Merchant Alliance cried out in alarm from the boundary that was enveloped by a large ball of magma below Han Shuo and Sophie. Marceau seemed to have been drenched in rain. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her face was pale as she panted weakly. She moved the magic boundary with difficulty and slowly moved it upwards. Her current appearance seemed to be something that Han Shuo had purposefully put on earlier. It was obvious that she had expended a great deal of mental strength, and it was becoming more and more difficult for her to hold on. This was especially so when she discovered that Han Shuo and Sophie had passed over her body like arrows and were flying towards the ground. She was even more shocked. "Hey, let's meet up above." Han Shuo looked down at Marceau beneath his feet and said this with a smile. He then circulated his magical yuan and rushed towards the crack in the ground, ignoring Marceau's astonished gaze. One of the Yin demons remained at the lake of fire below, while the other two remained in the valley. Han Shuo had observed the entire situation clearly through the three Yin demons. When the Lord of the Flames abandoned its three opponents and returned to the Kingdom of Fire, out of the three powerful creatures that were fighting it, only the silver giant ape went forward to stop it. However, it was easily beaten back by the Lord of the Flames. Without the Golden Dragon and Cyclops' cooperation, the giant silver ape had no way of dealing with the Lord of the Flames. It could only watch as the Lord of the Flames entered the largest crack in the ground and sank into the depths of the ground along with the thick, turbulent magma. After the Lord of the Flames disappeared, the proud Golden Dragon seemed to finally remember the purpose of coming to the valley and immediately began to attack its ally, the Cyclops. The Cyclops seemed to have known this would happen, and began to fight with the Golden Dragon. They forcefully blasted open the valley's passageway and gradually fought their way out. When the Lord of the Flames fell into the Kingdom of Fire, the giant silver ape knew that it didn't have any more chances. It pounded its chest and stomped its feet as it left the passageway the Golden Dragon had torn open, disappearing without a trace after a few leaps. This information had been obtained by Han Shuo through the two Yin demons he had left in the valley. The only Yin demon left near the Lake of Fire had also finally discovered the Lord of the Flames' enormous body. It had mixed with the turbulent magma and was slowly sinking to the bottom of the Lake of Fire. Roar! A long howl sounded from a crack in the ground as a sharp black arrow shot out and instantly hovered in the air above the valley. Having escaped death, Han Shuo was in such a good mood that he let out another long howl. The black light swirling around his body cracked and shattered like an eggshell. Streaks of black light intertwined together like lightning and slowly sank into Han Shuo's skin. These wriggling black lights writhed on Han Shuo's exposed skin like nimble tattoos, displaying a soul-stirring, bewitching beauty. As Han Shuo let out a drawn-out dragon's roar, the black lights slowly receded and Han Shuo's skin returned to its normal color. "How much longer are you going to hold on for?" Sophie watched the series of changes on Han Shuo's body and couldn't help but glare at Han Shuo to remind him when she saw Han Shuo clinging to her waist. Because the protective barrier had shattered, Han Shuo was afraid that Sophie would fall directly from the sky. Therefore, in his panic just now, he'd once again used his right hand to wrap around Sophie's slender waist, feeling the elasticity and softness of Sophie's slender waist. The long howl from before had been indescribably pleased and satisfied. I had no choice, I had no choice. Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit awkward as he chuckled, "I don't know if you'll fall to your death if I let go." Looking unkindly at Han Shuo, Sophie glared at Han Shuo and pointed below, "The ground is only a few meters above me, and there's an empty space around that hasn't been covered by lava. Do you think a knight who dares come to the dark forest alone will fall to his death from a few meters in the air?" I don't think so. You should have warned me earlier." Han Shuo rubbed his head and grinned cheekily. He tightened his right hand around Sophie's slender waist, feeling the softness and wonder of her slender waist for a moment before letting go and letting her fall to the ground. Roar. Suddenly, the Lord of the Flames' strange howls sounded from the depths of the ground. Through the observation of the Yin demon below, Han Shuo discovered that the Lord of the Flames' enormous body had completely melded into the lake of fire. The fire lotus that had sunk into the lake of fire was held in its iron-like palm. Waves of enormous intent descended from the Lord of the Flames into the fire lotus through some mysterious power. Just as Han Shuo was on tenterhooks, the Lord of the Flames suddenly raised its head and howled repeatedly. It held the closed fire lotus as if it had found a treasure and carefully caressed it. The killing intent on its body vanished, and it hugged the fire lotus to its chest like a mother. The entire lake of fire was instantly filled with a strange motherly love. It can't be treating the fire elite zombie as its own child, can it? Han Shuo was flabbergasted as he guessed incredulously, "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."